certificate. So the tricky part, even though the name phonically will sound however the name sounds phonically, the coming in with a birth decree, having them style your name in the proper case to cure minor disabilities, to honor your dad and mom, and only nobody has an all Roman caps name. Nobody in all caps. You put nobody in all caps. Only nobody has an all Roman caps name, because the curing the minor disability is the presumption of death. And that's the minor disability. And by that simple action is what triggers, number one, that you're competent. Number two, and rebuts the presumption of death. And what that triggers on the back end when you take it up to the vital records, birth certificate amendment side of vital records, you need, and bring the decree in there to have them update the book of life with your new name and correct the status. And a woman who did that told the registrar in Ohio the very same thing. And the woman said, I've been here 34 years and you're the first one that's ever asked me to do that. I'll be happy to. And then the woman asked also, she says, could I inspect the book of life to see what's in there? And she says, yes. And she got to inspect the book of life. She couldn't, they didn't make a copy of it for her, but she did go to the archives. She says, where can I get the original records related to the birth event? She says, sent her to the archivist at the local hospital and printed out the archives where there was 2 life insurance policies taken out, and let's call it, let's give a last name. Last name will be, let's be stupid, Smith. And it was Smith, baby A was the name or first name that was in the birth event. Smith, baby A. Smith, baby A had its own 800 series social security number. And then they tracked the birth from the onset of labor to the birth event to the expulsion of the baby to the placenta. All the events were tracked. The breaking of the water and everything was all tracked. And so the baby, Smith, baby A had 2 life insurance policies put on it. And then the next level up from Smith, baby A with just the mother's maiden name was Jane, it was Smith, Jane with the mother's maiden name. And then the final stage in the birth registration was Jane Smith with the father and mother's name. So there's there's a stacking of birth events because there's 3 parts to the birth: the placenta, the umbilical cord, and the baby, because all 3 of those have a pulse. And so there's 3 parts to the birth event. And, what else was in there? There's if I even think of it again. So the birth certificate's a presumption of death certificate, and by updating the book of life is what triggers the actual death of the all caps name on the back end. The all caps name is dead on the back end, and that triggers the presumption of death is now rebutted, which we then go to the Social Security Administration and have them update your live pneumodent in the Social Security Administration records. And you bring in your name decree for that purpose. So even though the name is phonically the same, in their system, because at the birth event they capture our birthright through that certification process, through the consular affairs officer who adjudicates nationality as a U.S. citizen and takes everything and stuffs it into the Secretary of State in Washington, D.C. Not the Secretary of State of the United States. It's the Secretary of State of the District of Columbia is the trustee for the claimant. And that's under 2715C, all those letters together, 2715C of Title 22. 2715C talks about the birth event. 2715C of Title 22. And that's one of the parties. As soon as I get mine done, everyone else is having an easier time of getting their birth decree than me, maybe because I'm talking too much. But that's when you would contact the Secretary of State in D.C. as the claimant for a revesting of the estate. I haven't done it yet because I haven't got my decree yet, so I haven't blazed that trail yet. But if you read 2715C of Title 22, it talks about the birth event. A through H, A1, A through H. And it talks about contacting the next of kin, talks about putting a notice, which is what the registrars do, notifying everyone of abandoned property. The consular affairs officer adjudicates nationality, vital records over in Alabama. When I asked the lady there, I said, well, who's the consular officer who adjudicated U.S. citizenship as my nationality? Because I'm Alabamian. And she didn't write me back. She talked to me up until I asked that question, who was a consular affairs officer who adjudicated U.S. citizenship instead of Alabamian? Because I'm an Alabamian. She didn't write me back after that. So they say stuff everyone up into D.C. So talking about the phonically sound of the name versus the spelling of the name. They make it, for them, the spelling is significant. It's not to contend with you.
One more time on what title that was you were reading from?
I put it in the chat. 222715C.
Sweet, thanks.
It's just interesting to read. But we know it says that it's held in trust for the claimant. It says that in G. And they talk about issuing a certificate and the baggage effects and residue. I got that from Kurt Kallenbach, by the way. This section here wasn't my genius getting this code section. It's Kurt Kallenbach. It talks about the baggage effects and residue, and talks about a certificate, contacting the next of kin. What our parents did, our parents never went back in and claimed the baby. They didn't do a birth return correcting the record. There's something called a birth return from 1800s. They had something called a birth return that was signed off by the county auditor that they did back then. So now they just now they just send a notice of abandoned property out there. But it's weird how the Smith, baby A has its own social security number. But I did find my last, the original family name, baby boy. The lady I was working with, she started using permutations, searching around in these funerary websites where you can track down, where somebody's buried. And she found a original last name, baby boy, death site. I linked to my birth date and everything, so it's funny. So that last name, baby A, baby boy, baby whatever, they actually have a funeral spot for it. And that starts the probate of the estate under the presumption of death under VS 34, so they can administer the estate. And I'll see if I can't find the rule under the lost at sea laws of New Jersey, of all cases. Duties of an administrator. There we go. Duties of an administrator. Here's this. Copy this. Control V. Enter. There's the duties of an administrator of a presumed dead person, and I'll drop the Mercier Law Study on that in here. Mercier Law School. Open it up. Come back over here. Here. Alt-Tab. Alt-Tab. Control X. Escape. Alt-Tab. Control V. Enter. Presumption of death. I don't think, doing the name decree, it's probably not the only way to rebut death, but once the name decree is in place, once you have your own vessel with the name and case number as your own private vessel number, then you can order transfer all rights, title, and interest in the cargo that the Social Security Administration is handling, and you can move all the rights, title, and interest onto your vessel and leave the Social Security Administration as naked trustee to follow your instructions.
how did you leave the Social Security as the naked trustee? What was the just the
Well,
sentence you just uttered?
At the birth event, the birth certificate captured our birthright and wrapped it up into a certificate, moved it up through from the local. There's a local registrar at the hospital you're born in. From that local registrar, who has more information than the vital records at the state level, has more records at the local registrar. Then it moves up all the way through D.C., gets registered at the post office in Alexandria, the slave port where they import persons into the United States back in the antebellum days. And that's the only place where our original birth name, your certificate of live birth name, is registered there as President, your birth name on your certificate of live birth, where they created a franchise in the United States, and then and it's held in trust by the Secretary of State in Washington, D.C. Because D.C. is not a state, so D.C. can still have slaves. The republics can't. 50 republics can't, but the D.C., of course, still has its own slaves called U.S. citizens. And I was going with that. You were asking me a question. So because they capture the birthright with the birth registration process, because the presumed dead person is a presumption of death, and so they have to administer the estate until the person's really, really dead at 120 years from the date of birth, or until the person shows up according to this administration, conditioned to refund the administrator to shares of the estate plus accumulations in case the presumed dead person reappears and claims the same. That's in that little Mercier, the duties of such an administrator of a presumed dead person's estate up here. I put it in the chat. And so so that certificate of live birth is funneled up there, and then they issue birth certificates after that, a derivative, stock certificates or certificate units out of that estate, which is now a franchise. And that's what created the Social Security account with the birth certificate. That's the whole thing. So the Social Security Administration wraps up that estate as the underwriting behind that IMF numbered account. And so you have a spendthrift trust, a conservator trust, a receivership trust, a guardianship trust is all in that Social Security account. That's why there's 6 trustees, 4 of them by virtue of their office. A pastor libertatum found these trustees of the Social Security Administration. And so they're there conserving the estate, a birth estate. They're conserving it and being guardians of it, and it's a spendthrift trust, so that nobody can come in and just loot it by stealing a birth certificate and things like that. And so once I get my vessel set up with my proper name and its number, the case number would be my private vessel, and at that point, I come in. And because now I need to update the records. You go to the Social Security Administration, you go to the vital records and tell them to update the records with your book of life with your new name. That's 34 years and no one's ever asked me, and I'll be happy to do it. And they may even issue a new birth certificate in the proper case. That's possible. But in any of the case, it's triggered on the back end that the all caps person is now dead. Then you go to the Social Security Administration with a SS5 form. And it's just there to come in, and you're coming in there as the beneficiary in the Part 18 down there at the bottom. And I'm going to come in, I'm going to use the Book of Life registration date, the date the birth event was registered in the Book of Life, which is not on the certificate of live birth necessarily. Mine's not. Mine was 2 months after my birth, and none of the dates on my certificate of live birth match the Book of Life date. I know the Book of Life date because they put it on my birth certificate, my adoptive birth certificate. They put it on there. 3 years I'm looking at it, but not seeing it. What a retard I am. And so I'm going to put the Book of Life date onto the SS5F.
How did you find the Book of Life date? By going into the Book of Life at OVS?
You would go to your vital stats to find yours. Mine was on my adopted birth certificate because my original certificate of live birth was sealed. They went ahead and noted the original filing date on my adoptive birth certificate because I can't go see the other one because it was sealed at the time. So just by luck, it's been sitting there for my entire freaking life, and I never even looked at it. It's fucking retarded. So I'm going to use that Book of Life birth date and put that on the SS5FS as the birth date. And then on the back of that SS5FS, I'm going to do an assignment of all rights, title, and interest and derivatives is hereby assigned, transferred, and conveyed on account of my proper case name, birth event name, and that case number that identifies that vessel, my private proper case name, and the case number or the decree number. That's my private vessel number. Because right now the vessel is the all caps name with their IMF number. So now I have a new vessel with a proper case name with its own vessel number, the decree number. That's a separate vessel. Anything with a name and number is a vessel. Can we agree on that? Every ship, every plane has a name and a number of some kind. You notice that, right? Like the Love Boat,
Sure.
the Minnow, and the little lifeboats that are on cruise ships, they start with a letter. So my passport card, which comes from the passport, the mothership, my passport card starts with the letter C. My driver's license here in Arizona starts with the letter D. These are all little excursion ships that go to shore from the original. That's kind of interesting. But, sorry, I went down that rabbit hole, trying to crawl back out again.
Oh, that was enlightening. Thank you.
And at that point, now that all rights, title, and interest are now on my vessel, and I'm the beneficiary, now it leaves the secretaries of the Social Security Administration as naked trustees, and I just have to give them instructions of what I wish them to do. Because I'm going to terminate guardianship, receivership, and conservatorship. Well, receivership, I'm not sure yet. The guardianship and conservatorship, I'm definitely terminating, and their powers of attorney will be limited powers of attorney. So I'll be terminating the powers of attorney and giving them limited power of attorney to follow my instructions. I have to strip them of their powers, because even if I do all this and I don't actually change the nature of the relationship, well, then they could still say, yeah, well, we still have power of attorney because you never terminated that from us. So yeah, we're not going to do that for you. We don't think you need that house. We don't think you need that car. And so there's that peril. You can leave them with some authority. So I'm going to strip them of their authority and give them a limited power of attorney to do as I wish. They serve at my pleasure. Or something like that. I'm digging back in royal decrees from the Exchequer, from the King to the Exchequer. I'm looking through Exchequer manuals and trying to find some royal stuff. Sometimes, if I'm the king, I might as well know how the king talks and writes things to its minions. It's the little persons that have to obey him. And so I'm going to use the same type of language. That's how my brain thinks. I don't know why. I think I watched that TV show, The Tudors, the series called The Tudors about King Henry VIII, who kept cutting off his wife's heads because they kept cheating on him and trying to hijack the bloodline with whoever she was boinking at the time. And that's why he cut off their heads, because they were... his wife's agendas were contrary to the king's purpose of having a male heir. And so, the definition of evil. Do you have a definition of evil? Whoever I was talking to last.
No.
Anybody else have
live?
Anybody else have a definition of evil? I got this from Ravi Zacharias, by the way. It's not my genius thought. Nobody can define evil?
That which is not live, that which is not good.
Good. That's true.
I'd say evil is the exploitation of all that is good.
That's true. Ravi Zacharias came up with one. Evil is a violation of purpose. Now, whose purpose is a different question, but evil is a violation of purpose. So when I do what the devil says, I'm evil to God. When I do what God says, I'm evil to the devil. One man's freedom terrorist is another man's freedom fighter, to quote Reagan, right? Depending on whose purpose. So when the King King Henry's wives, when their agenda went contrary to his purpose, they became evil and they had to go. But when his last wife's agenda was to support his purpose, then his purpose can be to support her agenda, and they become a yin and yang and inseparable and indomitable. Kind of like the Clintons. They're an evil yin and yang because her agenda is to support his purpose, and his purpose is to support her agenda, and they round up like that, and they're just that evil cabal. That lovely couple have how many hundreds and hundreds of dead bodies do they have accounting to them? Even still, recently.
I still don't know why they're not in jail, but that's just me.
Say what?
Well, I don't understand why they're not either in jail or why they haven't been executed.
Supposedly they have been. If you go to real news, whatever. That was weird. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe they serve a purpose. I don't know. Got to have a boogeyman to point at. I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me either. But so that was evil purpose. Oh, that's the Tudors. When they talk about the Tudors, the TV show, that's what got me down that rabbit hole. And one of the coolest things that Wolsey told his Catholic burning at the stake asshole nephew, Wolsey said, I'll never forget what Wolsey said. He said, always tell a lion what he ought to do, not what he could do. For once a lion knows his own strength, there's no man that can contain him. Always tell a lion what he ought to do, not what he could do. For once a lion knows his own strength, there's no man that can stop him. I think it was. So it's interesting. I started watching these shows about the monarchy and how they operated and the protocol, and just started seeing how they did things. And so that's why I'm looking into these exchequer decrees and what the authority the king would give the exchequer and his little functionaries and what type of, directions he would give them. Food pantry, proof of address, and provide a social security cards on all members in the household. If false information is given, food will be denied. Identification and social security cards are USDA regulation. I'd like to know what that regulation is. Lone Wolf. And where's this food pantry at? It's like down the road?
I'd have to find out. I just happened to run across that. I thought it was interesting.
No, it is interesting. Because I just want copies of anything I fill out with those social security numbers because I want to be able to, I want to give them more credit. I'm going to authorize them to have $250,000 in credit. So I'm going to authorize them to withhold $250,000. So now they will have $250,000 on account. And then for someone like that, I'll probably 1099-C that $250,000 and cancel that withholding completely and put that $250,000 as credit on their books. Does that make sense? I can use it as an assessment tool to grab, or I can cancel it and leave it on their books as credit once I authorize the disbursement.
And how would you authorize the disbursement?
Fill out a W-4 and authorize them to withhold $250,000. Don't pay me $250,000. That's credit on their books, but they might have to pay it back. So instead, I'll do a 1099-C and cancel the liability, and now it's $250,000 credit on their books permanently. The W-4 is a check for all intents and purposes. You're authorizing the employer to withhold that much credit from that Social Security person account. If you told your employer to take $5,000 out of every single paycheck, that would be $5,000 credit on your employer side. But at the end of the year, you get to file to get that withholding taxes back. So in this case, yeah.
I was wondering something on that, the employer relationship there. So, and just trying to get my head around this concept of what they're actually extracting from the trust, or so if an employer if you put in an application with an employer,
That's
I
a
mean, are
that's a
they?
letter of credit. The application's a credit application, by the way.
But is that something that would actually be deposited with them in some manner at that time, or is that just
I don't know. It
something
depends.
that's in place
It
as a sort of
it
collateral or
depends.
something?
It depends on the sophistication of the corporation that you're dealing with. A lot of times they use
Right, right. Because I
ADP.
was just thinking
ADP.
like, yeah, because I was thinking like, I'm an employer. I haven't officially employed,
Okay, so a lot of times ADP is the
but
does two.
I hired
ADP.
him and he fills that out. There's no way I'm getting a chunk of cash.
Say that one. Say that again.
Oh, I was just thinking. I was putting myself in the position of the employer, and if I went ahead and officially hired somebody, I know there's no chunk of cash that I'm going to get from them. But like you're saying, yeah, it depends on the level of sophistication of the employer.
The cash you're gonna get from them. Who's them?
From the employee, from their trust.
So you're not going to go to get a chunk of cash out of their Social Security account. This is what you're saying.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So
Okay.
I was just trying to think in terms of what actually is extended to the employer when their trust is laid hold of, so to speak.
Well, it's not really. Again, it depends on the sophistication of the employer. And I don't like using pronouns because they're too personal and they don't mean anything. So with ADP, these large corporations I've worked for with ADP, I'm sure ADP can take those applications and go to the Fed window and pull down the credit line. And then ADP sits on that credit line and doles out the paychecks issued by ADP, and probably even charges the corporation if they're too stupid to know what they're doing. And so ADP could be the giant excess Federal Reserve cash absorption, layer. But because I think it comes down to the sophistication of the employer, whether or not they monetize that credit application or not. Because bank accounts, credit cards, all these things all have an application, just like employment. And employment's governed by Title 15. If you read the Fair Credit Reporting Act, it's called a pre-adverse action notice and an adverse action notice. Employment is governed by Title 15, credit reporting. And employment is also master servant law. Master servant law is employment law. And that's maritime law. Master servant, Sherman Act, wages. That's all maritime. Wages are maritime under the Sherman Act.
All this stuff is this stuff you're talking about, smoking baby, just having to do with the birth certificate and just identity. I mean, this is the most interesting part of everything to me.
How they created a franchise for you?
Yeah. It's so geniusly diabolical. But
well, it's not really diabolical. They had to protect our birthright from the international bankers when they went bankrupt in 1933. So they moved everything down to a trust in Puerto Rico, Trust 62 and 73. I can't remember. Because Puerto Rico is a sovereign city-state down there. They're a protectorate. They're not part of the United States. They never will be, can never become a state. And so they just put everything on.
What's diabolical is more just the way that it's being taken advantage of currently.
No, you're a victim, huh? It's on the back of the back of the Social Security card says it doesn't belong to you. They told you right on the card. And it tells you you're an alien. You read the back of the big piece, right?
Well, I shared the other night, it's really interesting thing that happened to me. Not happened, but basically I was praying about this whole thing. And this was really before I got into any of these groups and had really known much about it at all. I mean, I'd heard of the straw man and everything like that.
Where'd you
Yeah,
go?
who's that card established for? On the front it says this is established for da 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 da. That's not you, right?
What was he praying about last night? What happened to him?
On the Social Security card. It
Can you
says
hear me
No.
again?
established.
There's another guy talking already.
Yeah, I'm back. Can you hear me again?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, I wanted to share this real quick because no, this was about 4 or 5 months ago. I was praying about just, what does it mean to be translated into the kingdom, and specifically, I had the question of all of this that we're talking about in my mind, and is there a manner in which our will and our actions are involved to where we're positioning ourselves, right? And so that the next day, I was just chatting with my son, and he started talking about a dream that he had had the night before. And basically what happened, we were all in our house, just, our immediate family here, and sitting at the table, and he was saying that the outside world was kind of dark and chaotic in a sense, but inside was peaceful and light and everything. But we were sitting at the table, and he said these scrolls came down from above, and they were these kind of ancient looking parchment scrolls. They rolled open, and he said they had modern document font and format documents on these scrolls, and we all signed them, and then we were immediately taken. We were immediately brought up in a sense, and it was just incredible to me that he would have this dream the day after I was praying about this specific thing. And this whole topic that you're talking about, it really brings all that to mind, It's a real deep thing.
Again, if you read the back of the card, do you have the big stub of the card, or did you tear off the big stub and throw it away and just keep the little piece? Because the big piece that you throw away on the face of it says, "Keep this stub, important information on the back," paraphrasing. So the back of the big piece tells you who you are. The back of the Social Security card tells you who you're not. So there is no victimization here. They gave you notice. That's the most galling part. It's it's right there. I never read the back of the card. The back of my Florida driver's license says the state of Florida retains all property rights herein. So I got a ticket, and I got the Florida driver's license got a ticket. So I sent it back to the Secretary of State. I go, here you go. You retain all the property rights. So you're the secretary. So you got to go take care of this. And they did. It's not my ticket. It belongs to the state of Florida, retains all property rights in that license. So there you go. This is your license's property. So it's your property to take care of.
So
That's the same for every.
You said that you sent that to the Secretary of State?
That's when the bills come in, it goes to the secretary, right? Of the company.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Well, she's the secretary of Florida, and that's Florida's person. So Florida's responsible for Florida's person. So I sent, here you go, secretary. Here, this is for you. I'm just the agent for service of process. I'm not the one that has to pay it. It's the same for every state, even if they don't say it on the back. It says it on the top, state of California or whatever, state of Texas or whatever. And it's tied to the Social Security person anyway, so. And they're making money.
The debtor is the one who pays, right?
The who what?
The debtor, that's the one who pays.
How can a debtor pay? The debtor has to go to a creditor to get someone else to pay. When I go to Walmart and they say, okay, that'll be $100 for this junk I bought at Walmart, I'm not the debtor. she's asking me for money. I must be the creditor.
Correct.
So they need me to cough up credit to settle their excise tax problems, and that gives me legal title. So I can never be the debtor. I can act like it for whatever stupid reason. But
Yeah, no, you can't. I can never be the debtor, but I'm just saying that whoever the debtor is the one that settles the transaction or pays for the transaction.
The debtor can't pay anything. The debtor needs credits for somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now, where did the debt come from? Well, that probably came from my credit I floated around out there.
Right.
So I get to settle both ends of the equation. But scrolls and the names. Yeah, the name decree is important, I think, because once the name decree gets done and we're dead in their system, this COVID count of how many dead people there are, all this other stuff. I'm supposed every one of us who gets in the name decree and goes up and corrects the book of life and goes to Social Security Administration will be counted as dead in their system.
Smoking baby, I had a question.
Yeah.
Hi. I was in a group and we were about to do the form 521 and turn in the Social Security card and get another one.
Okay.
Is that along the same vein as what you're talking about right now?
No.
Okay. All right.
I don't know why I would need a new one. It's not mine anyway. What are they trying to do? They're trying to get away from the liability or something like that?
I'm not sure because the group broke up that I was in, and the guy who was kind of leading us, he took off, and so the second in command of that group was kind of fumbling, so I just left it, and that's where we were at. We did a silver bond and put it in the UCC, and then they were talking about the 521 and turning in your the social that you have now, and then getting another number. But I never got to the point of what it was. But I was wanting to know too about doing the W8 then along with the W4V. I just wanted to run that by you. That's kind of where I'm at.
I mean, the W8 BEN, I'm not sure. I haven't added deep dove into that, to what particular function that serves and what particular circumstances and what particular business arrangement that would be used for.
That I can actually help with. I may not be able to tell you. I don't know that this might very well be the first time I know something Sean doesn't. This is where the W8 BEN has the same role that the W4 has for those who are United States citizens, the W8 has for those who are not. Once you cross the line of outside that jurisdictional boundary, W8 is a way of saying that this is certifying that there is a foreign standing or status of the account in question. I just don't know how to use that the way you know how to use the W4 for the accounting purposes. So that's pretty much the only thing useful I can tell you about it.
That's interesting, the circumstances when the W8 would be used. I guess if you wanted to go get a driver's license without a social security number, you could use a BIN or something like that. But for me, it's like, fine, you want the social? Okay, now the state just licensed this social security card in its incompetence. So you guys licensed that social security piece of paper? That person was licensed to drive, and you guys are curious about why things go wrong? It's like, well, I'm just the attorney in fact for that all cap social security person. You can't throw me in jail for it. It's again, I think it's the business relationships involved as far as when to use the bend or not. Someone was saying something.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Go ahead.
I was thinking it might be easier to do a W-8 bend when you get a new job. And so I don't know. I'm still reading all the forms and stuff, but yeah, it seemed to not make sense to kind of go backwards at my current situation and do the W-8 bend. I might try it anyway. I've heard different stuff around that some people in my last group, somebody lost their job because of it, but I'm not sure what to make of it at this point, but it's just more studying. Thanks.
Yeah, I tried to use a W-8 bend as well, and it didn't work out because of the simple fact when I pulled out the W-8 bend during my interview, he didn't understand what it was, and after I explained to him what it was, he claimed that I was going to get the job, and then later on I get an email stating that HR didn't want to hire me, and they would.
Yeah, so the even then I would go ahead and start out with a W-4 just to get the job, and then come back in. Yeah, my accountant I was talking to my accountant, and like a after your probation period, and they come back in with your accountant. Yeah, I was talking to my accountant, and he says this is the proper form for me. And for everyone on the phone, as your accountant, I suggest if you're not domiciled in the District of Columbia or Puerto Rico or the Virgin Islands or any territory, that the W-4V is the proper form for employment. So that's as your accountant, that's what I suggest. Now, the employer might have a different opinion, but you would like to discuss it with the employer, but that's what your accountant suggests. So now you can say it with conviction because your accountant just told you.
God bless you, smoking baby.
We have to create a fiction. It's amazing how much more conviction a person can speak to by creating a fiction in the middle. Because you can really go in there and speak with conviction. Yeah, my accountant he suggested this is a more proper form since I'm not a government employee or something like that. I don't know what he's a brainiac, and I don't always follow what he's saying. But he says this is the proper form. I don't know. I use a W. I use a W-4V at my last job, but they went ahead and abrogated it anyway. From some unsigned letter from the IRS claiming a levy and distraint without putting Part A in there, and I exposed it all to them anyway. And so now I'm going after my last employer for millions. I'm going after him through a default process. And once the default process is in place, then I'll go to a small claims court for ratification, which is a declaratory judgment. And once the judgment's in place, I'll go to a next level court, a judicial court, to get the summary judgment. And after the summary judgment, I do a motion and supplement a hearing at the same court to get writs of garnishment, seizure, levy, and attachment, and start seizing my employer's assets.
How did go through that again? You've got the DJ, I understood, right? The ratification by the DJ I get. And then you go after that to the state court for an SJ, and then what?
Then you do a motion and you get a summary judgment, and then you do a motion and once you have the judgment, collecting the judgment, that's always the hard part the lawyers talk about, right? To collect the judgment, you have to do a motion in supplemental hearing where you come back in as the judgment creditor, and you issue a motion do a motion to the court in supplemental hearing. The motion is, please have the judgment debtor fill out these forms 433A and 433B, and which are the IRS asset sheets. Order them to fill out these IRS forms 433A and 433B because they haven't paid me And if they're going to cheat me, they're probably cheating the government too. So we want these IRS forms 433A and B filled out, and we'll contact the Internal Revenue Service with these forms to make sure the government's paid all their taxes first, and then we can go, and then we'll come back in once we know their assets. Then I'll come back in for writs of garnishment, seizure, attachment, and execution to start seizing their assets. But we don't know what their assets are, Your Honor. So let's use these IRS forms 433A and 433B and have them expose all their assets, and we'll run it through the IRS first. They come running in there. No, I don't want to fill out the forms. They come running in, scream. Yeah, they'll come in running and screaming to set up a payment plan because they don't want to fill out those IRS forms.
No
I've
doubt.
done it before. I've done this before. And the guy I did it for never paid me. That fucker never paid me the 30%. No one ever pays me when all this knowledge and everything. No one ever pays me a dime.
I hereby covenant with however many witnesses are in this room that if you ever do this for me, I will not do 33. I'll do 40% for you, brother. 40%. Just to make it done.
So yeah, it's called a motion and supplemental hearing to get the writs of garnishment, seizure, attachment, and execution. But you have to know what they are first. So the 433A and B are the ones.
I was just going to ask, what was the last, before your very last sentence I interrupted, what was the sentence before that? You were saying about garnishments? Garnishments?
Yeah, you need a writs of garnishment, seizure, attachment, and execution. Those are the writs. Common law writs that you hand to the sheriff, and the sheriff goes over there, sits in their mailroom. All the checks that come in, he pulls them out of the mail and takes them over to the court. He gets paid $250 a day to do it as well, and that's how you collect on a judgment.
Thank you. So
I have a question.
I'm sorry.
I have a question regarding, an appeal. What is the easiest way to, does the rule say that we need to put a bond when doing an appeal?
Do an SF-28.
SF-28.
Surety bond. Use your authentication number, use the bar attorneys, bar card numbers. You can use, your birth certificate number can go in there as a surety, as collateral. I know the old 28. I haven't done a bond since they changed the SF-28 to the new style. What are you appealing? What are you appealing? You don't want to. What are they asking you to?
Well, I was trying to actually just get the case from the district court to a higher court so that they can go back door and work with IRS, but obviously it doesn't, because I thought they could go into IRS and see that the account has been settled, but they refused to do that in the state court.
What account? What are you dealing with?
It's a foreclosure that was done,
Okay.
But before the foreclosure, I had submitted IRS paperwork to settle the debt, but the servicer did not accept settlement.
Well, how do you know they didn't accept settlement?
Because they did send the mortgage for foreclosure, and then they also sent the 1099-A for.
Who did this? Who did this?
Senla.
I don't know what that is.
Senla is the servicer for Citibank.
But no, who sent out these forms? You filled out the forms?
No, I did not fill out the forms. The initial forms that were sent out was I did the forms, the 1099 C to cancel the debt, and the 1040V.
But you said you wanted the IRS to settle. How'd you get the IRS to act for you?
By submitting the 1099-C and
So you just use the IRS forms to settle the whatever the foreclosure thing was, right?
right.
Okay. And I don't know what you argue at the lower level. I don't know if there's best way is to get it remanded to be heard at the lower level again, so you get new evidence in there and just ask the court to have the lender produce the 1098. There's only, well, I've come up with 4 now. I never received a loan. The mortgage is not in arrears. The lender hasn't produced the 1098. What was the other one I came up with the other day? I can't remember. Those are the 3, though. Yeah, off the top of my head. There's a 4th one I came up with.
I wrote it down. Give me a sec. I'll write it. Give me a sec. I'll find it.
Oh, good. What was the other one? I put my brain back in that circumstance.
I never received a loan.
Never received a loan. Never received a loan. The mortgage is not in arrears.
The lender should produce it.
All right,
hasn't produced it.
It is. Never received a loan. Mortgage is not in arrears. Plaintiff refuses to produce IRS Form 1098 required by public policy. 4 has never received the HUD documents, not the HUD statements, documents.
The HUD documents, that's right, yeah. It was HUD.
Therefore, show cause to compel the plaintiff to give forth to the court the data following.
Yep, the HUD documents. And for a foreclosure, the HUD has to be involved.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But you never received a loan, and the mortgage is not in arrears, and the lender, that's a fact, and then the lender's never produced the 1098 to prove that they're a lender. Also proving there's a mortgage because there is no mortgage.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but can't those same exact 4 steps be used for any judgment? Because isn't it all about debt?
Let me see. I never received a loan if there's a debt. Yeah, you could. Yeah, you could. You could. Yeah, you could. It's not. But as far as being in arrears, the mortgage contract says everything can be caught up at the end of the mortgage. So I don't know about the arrearage part, but.
So 1 and 3 and 4, if not 1 and 3 for sure, would be pertinent even to a simple traffic citation.
The traffic citation is a contract. Well, the transferee's involved. There's a transferee involved. And again, the traffic citation would, whoever owns that driver's license would be the one liable to settle it. It's not me. It doesn't belong to me. It belongs to the state that issued it.
They couldn't even find the license. When they pulled me over, they found neither license nor registration tag for the vessel.
Yeah, they want to fuck you over. You're
Clearly.
and I'm just saying, yeah, they just want to fuck you over. In your circumstance, for whatever reason, whatever position you put yourself in. I would do an SF-28 and a 91, I think it is, a release of escrow, whatever. SF-28 and a 91. Send it to them, and then contact GSA and the Army Corps of Engineers and let them know that this SF-28 was transferred to these parties over there, and they have not performed on this construction contract. And they appear to have run off with that bond information and squandered it and pillaged. I would say pillaged. They did some pillaging with that SF-28. Use the word pillaging because that's a military crime. Perfidy and pillaging, the two good ones. And you always have the Hobbs Act violation. Article 6 of the Hobbs Act. That's what they also violated that too. You can hit them with a Hobbs Act violation, extortion, falsification, extortion.
Thank you.
Smoking Baby, I had a question referring
What's
to
that?
descendants.
What are you going to rescind?
My lease agreement with the apartment, I found some contradictions and breaches of contract within the lease. and I
Don't
was
you
trying
do-
to fit.
you have a certified copy? You have a copy that's been notarized?
I had them give me a copy yesterday of the whole entire lease agreement,
Was
and
it certified or notarized?
it has their logos on it, but it was not notarized.
You have the equitable right. You have the equitable right of redemption under Article 8-502 to 510. You have the equitable right of redemption. You can actually just surrender that lease back to them, pay to them, and it should. Now they've been paid because a lease is a security. Over 9 months is a security. So I would get it recorded. To get recorded, it needs to be notarized or something like that. I guess you could take it down and put a notary acknowledgement on it, and then go get it recorded at the county, and at that you can get a certified copy back, and then you could just say pay to them for satisfaction, full accord and satisfaction of the lease.
Okay, so I don't need to do a rescission on the lease. I could just
You already
take
have
it down.
it's already a security. So there's already a security there. So since it's a lease, just get it recorded and take a copy of whatever you're going to do as far as pay to the lease, whoever the company is, for full accord and satisfaction of the lease, and have them stamp a copy or send you a copy. If they're not going to do that, they're not going to sign for it onto your copy of the lease or whatever cover page. And then if they continue, I don't know what they're trying to do to you. I don't know what the problem is.
Basically, they're not trying to do anything to me. I just moved here, and I read the lease, and basically it said a security deposit wasn't needed, but they had me pay a surety bond, which was a security deposit.
Okay,
And
that's fine.
I was trying to figure out if there was a way that I could rescind it, because I was looking at the right to rescind, and it stated that basically if they don't give me my a full disclosure of my final charges and my monthly balance payments, that I had the right to rescind. That's what I was trying to clarify.
What are you trying to achieve? Having no place to live, or having some place to live, or what?
No. I wanted to be able. The law stated that if I rescind within the first 72 hours, that I still was eligible to stay here if I was already given the property for at least 3 years, until they provide me the full disclosure of my final my finance charges.
What are you trying to do?
Basically, I'm trying to stay here without having to really pay because of the fact they breached in contract.
Your lease is a security. It's already paid for because it's a security, and you can just surrender. Have them take the reversionary interest in the lease and use it for settlement, full accord and satisfaction of the lease.
And I would do that by going down and getting it notarized, and then
you need to get it recorded, because it has to be recorded in the county.
Okay.
So they can't fuck with you then, because there's a lease in place. Leases have more statement than rentals, and then of course with everything else you get W-4 everything. Whatever surety bond and everything, I would get copies of all that, send it off to the IRS, and go, here you go, IRS. This is what these people are doing.
Okay. So for that recording process, I just take down the copy of the lease that he gave me to the
copy of the lease
county.
you signed, I guess. You probably signed one.
Yeah, I did.
And you would probably do an acknowledgement. Now that you've signed it, you would do an notary acknowledgement overlay.
All right.
You get it recorded, and then get three certified. I would get 3 certified copies back out for shits and giggles.
All right.
It's easier to get 3 then to go back in and try to get more later, because it's a pain in the ass moving across the planet.
Yeah. All right.
And then I would just make a photocopy of one of the certified copies and hand it back to me. Here you go. I'm signing over the reversionary interest in the lease for full accord and satisfaction of the lease.
Hold on, what did you say that was? Say that again for me. I'm writing this down.
surrender the reversionary interest in the lease for full accord and satisfaction of the lease.
Reversionary interest.
Reversionary.
Reversionary interest of the lease.
Because it's a security. Once the lease is done, you're making it's an investment you're making. It's an investment contract. A lease is an investment contract.
That's true.
You have a security interest in the lease.
Oh, okay, I see now. I get it.
You're investing in a security.
Okay.
And there should be there's probably an insurance policy.
Mm-hmm. There is rental insurance.
But they're going to try to screw you over at every chance and turn, believe me. These fuckers.
Yeah.
My last leasing company. Yeah, go ahead.
So, no, go ahead with your story, because my girl's right here next to me now.
They were taking 13 to 18% out of each rental payment and putting into an investment fund. They wouldn't tell me who the investment company is. They wouldn't tell me what prospectus it's in. And then they proceeded to an eviction action as I was moving out. The day I was, I had to be out on a certain day. I was moving out that day, and they hit me with an eviction action. So I had to stay there 2 more months. And they won't account for that $29,000 they had in this investment thing. And so I need to get TIGTA involved and everything. I want all my credit back. Fuckers. There was no eviction, by the way. I quashed the eviction and then used an SF-28 as a surety bond to subrogate to. And then they went ahead and violated the court order saying there was an eviction action. I wrote to the judge and said, yeah, I just got this information here, Judge, and it seems like they have contempt for you or contempt for the court or contempt for your ruling. I'm not sure who they have contempt for, but they're saying it's an eviction action. Did you make an eviction action, or they just don't care about what your order said? That pissed them off. Called another hearing. It got wiped off my credit report, everything. Contempt of court.
You said that you wrote to the judge saying that you're not sure if they had contempt for you, your ruling, or the court.
Yeah, but because they're reporting an eviction action, and I recall on that July 9th date, you said there was no eviction action, but now they're reporting it. I'm not sure who they have contempt for. He called another hearing. When he called another hearing, it got forwarded to me because the defendant in the case name was a proper case name. My proper case name was the defendant, and the plaintiff was the agent for the principal. So the agent for the principal brought a court action, and I objected. I said the agent cannot bring a court action on behalf of the principal. The principal has to start the court action, and I don't know who the principal is because I need to contact them because they're committing tax violations. And so he went ahead and did this whole charade parade game. This judge did, Judge Kelly. He went ahead and played along with the charade, and that everything happened. That I've talked about that before. Then I got another letter in the mail forwarded to me in the all caps name from the Postal Service about this other hearing, and I wrote back to the judge. I said, well, Judge, I finally got some court action information about because remember my proper case name was on the original court action, and then so I get an all caps name comes in there, and it says, yeah, there's another hearing coming up, and I was unable to appear at the final hearing on September 9th, 2019. But I got notice from your clerk saying the clerk destroyed court records and that I paid for, and I was charged money to appear that day in violation of Bodie v. Connecticut. And now that I've had proper notice to Sean Scott Haggerty, the whole capital name, that's the name. And it says, as attorney in fact and trustee for the principal with the beneficiaries known, the trustee is here to be availed. We're the securities to make the beneficiaries whole.
Can you say that sentence again? Just, I don't have it written down. Can you just repeat that last sentence I got? After I was charged money to appear in violation and then
Bodie v. Connecticut. They can't charge me to go to court. That's a denial of due process. To make me pay to go to court is a denial of due process. That's Bodie v. Connecticut, Boddie. So it says now that proper notice has arrived from the Postal Service, I sent them a copy of the envelope addressed to the all caps name. It says, as attorney in fact and trustee for the principal, with the beneficiaries known, as attorney in fact and trustee for the principal, with the beneficiaries known, the trustee is here to be availed. Availed, A-V-A-I-L. Where are the securities to make the beneficiary whole? And the whole thing went away after that. So my securities are still sitting there. I need to go and tap into that court case and cash out the securities that are in there. That $350,000 I think is in there. I need to get back over to the courthouse in Chatsworth. $350,000 bond, surety bond, SF-28.
Hey,
Do you have to do something to become the attorney in fact for the trustee?
Yeah, I did it. The all caps person named my proper case person, last comma first middle proper case person, to be the attorney in fact and executor for the all caps person. And then the last name comma first middle proper case person acknowledged and accepted the appointment on a separate filing. So the power of attorney was recorded from the all caps person, donor, principal, appointing the last name comma first middle proper case person as the donee, attorney in fact, and executor, and that got recorded. And then the appointee, last comma first middle person, went and acknowledged and accepted the appointment and made a second recording, acknowledging and accepting the book and page number and document number of the power of attorney from the principal. So now I speak for the all caps name as the attorney in fact. So if the all caps name gets in trouble, I don't go to jail. I'm the attorney for the client. If my client does something wrong, I don't go to jail for it. I'm the attorney in fact.
Okay.
I am not the all caps name. I'm the attorney in fact for the all caps name.
Is Mia Shea listening? Mia Shea, do you have a copy?
You're hearing all my silliness there, Hollywood.
We have a success story. I'm trying to see if Mia Shea is available to share that.
Oh, I want to hear it. I love success stories.
Yeah, there's two of them I'm trying to get on here right now. Mia Shea, do you have a copy? She did say she works, so she may just be listening.
I want to hear. I want to know.
Yeah, she's listening, but she's probably not hearing your message.
Yeah, I think she works, so I don't think she could probably talk right now, but I've got her in the back of my mind. There's another one, too, I'm trying to get.
I want to hear the glory tales. They're so much fun to hear.
Oh, they're incredible. Both Mia Shea's and Deborah, and I don't remember the rest of her name. They're both just absolutely incredible success stories from the W4 process.
Oh, I want to hear. I want to hear.
I'm trying to get Deborah right now since I believe Mia's working.
hey, Smoking Baby. Until she's able to respond, could you kind of give me that last tidbit that you were referring to with my situation? The audio ended up breaking off for me.
I think, was he going over the securities, making the beneficiary whole for you? Is that what he was talking about?
It was for me going to the county and getting my stuff my lease notarized and having it paid back to the apartment complex that gave me the lease arraignment.
You talk about surrendering the reversionary interest? I walked away from that.
Yes.
That the lease was an investment contract, paid for security interest in the lease because it was over 9 months. Record the receipt of the witness acknowledgement sent to the Secretary of State. Record the lease. Take the reversionary interest and at least for full accord and satisfaction of the lease. Is that it?
Yes.
Because you have the equitable right of redemption under 8-502, equitable right of redemption, 8-502 through 510 on the lease.
Redemption. And you said it's 8-502
to 510.
No. 510.
You invoke your equitable right of redemption.
Okay. So I would just take one of my copies of the full disclosure of the lease to the county and get it notarized.
Well, you'll get it notarized and then go record it. Yeah.
And where do I go to have it recorded again?
County recorders.
County recorders.
That's how you preserve your equitable right of redemption.
All right.
If you don't
Is this a
record it,
process you can do on a car loan?
sure. You should have your credit application should have been recorded with it, because that's what funded the whole thing.
So what would you do? Record the credit application and the sales contract?
Record the what? I'm sorry. What?
The credit application and the sales contract?
Because there's no proof you put anything into the pot. As far as they're concerned, they gave you something. You didn't give them anything. That's the scam. We never record what we put in. We don't get a receipt when we get anytime I hand anything to anybody, I get a receipt. Either they stamp a copy of what I'm handing them received or something. People give stuff away and don't get a receipt. Abandoning it, gifting it. That's a problem.
But there's no kind of like statute of limitation or whatever, right? So if you got the copy of your signature, that's lawful consideration there, right?
Who has a copy of your signature? What?
If on the credit application and the purchase agreement, that's
okay.
That's considered legal consideration, isn't it?
Show proof that you actually gave them anything. I mean, what was the terms and conditions? Maybe it was a gift. You gave everything away. Now they took your gift and converted it into something fungible, and now they're going to loan it back to you, and now you got to pay them back. What were the terms and conditions on that credit application? What was the memo line? What were the limitations? There isn't any. We handed them a blank check. And they done runned off with it. You handed them $40,000. Here's $40,000 cash. I want a car. And they went to the $40,000. They bought a car and then they sold it back to you. Now they want you to pay them back for the sale of the car that they sold to you using their money. But that's not the point. The point is you have terms and conditions. So they went ahead and did what
How does he give them the terms and conditions after the fact, no proton?
After the fact? You can,
Yes, after the fact.
you can recreate the record, and they can try to say it's a forgery, and you can, I will find that you produce your record.
You sound underwater.
It's because I'm doing something. Hold on. Life continues, even though this call is going. Yeah, got to feed the birds. Feed the birds. Feed the birds because the cats like to look at them. And they eat the bugs and the scorpions and spiders and everything. Just recreate the record. It'd be funny to go back in there and ask them for an application. Hey, a friend of mine wants to, get a car. I'm going to take him the information. He's able to get around so well. Create a false narrative. And so I like to take him the credit application because do I get a kickback if someone else gets a car here? I'm going to start advertising for you guys. You guys can sell more cars. Do I get a 1% return? Just make up some stupid shit to get the credit application, and then go fill it out. And then, do you have your NUMIDEN from the Social Security Administration?
No.
And for the social, you would just put, redacted or something, and then you would put a memo line. Then you would put a memo line on that credit application, and a pay to line on that credit application. Pay to so and so, car dealer, and the memo line would be for acquisition and full accord of satisfaction of the acquisition of whatever VIN number it is. It's like a check. If you were going to write a check to purchase that car, what would you write in the memo line? That's the credit application. Fill it up like a check. With a memo line and a pay to line. Otherwise, it's just an error letter of credit. They can do what they want with it.
So for acquisition of full accord and satisfaction, and that's it?
Yeah. I could say full accord and satisfaction and acquisition of VIN number, whatever. Fee simple. I don't know. I'd have to play around with the language. It's off the cuff I'm doing right now with the concepts there.
So sent after the fact, a simple one-liner. How does that need to get notarized or witnessed, or is it just something that as long as you can show an email that they knew about it, then that's sufficient? Or
you could get it acknowledged.
All right.
And then you can just send a copy to them and say, let the record show this is a true and accurate copy of the intention of the credit application tendered to you on this date and time.
Thank you, Sean. I appreciate it.
Yeah, just recreate the record.
Greetings, Sean or Smoking Baby. How you doing?
I like Smoking Baby better.
Okay. I'm just curious. Do you smoke a lot?
Say it again.
I'm just curious. Do you smoke a lot?
Yeah, no, you're gurgling. I don't know why you're gurgling all of a sudden.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I said I'm just curious. Do you smoke a lot?
I don't understand the question.
Okay. Never mind. This is Action Allen. We had a dialogue the other day on Telegram, and it had to do with becoming the owner of the all caps legal name trust account via the USPTO filing.
Oh yeah, no, I didn't do mine. So
Yeah. Well, I thought you said that you did, but it got rejected. You did it the trial way, and it
yes,
got
and so since I
rejected.
didn't get it, I didn't do it, did I? So yes, I didn't do that, and I'm not going to do it. So
Okay, you were talking about being the attorney in fact for the all
yeah,
caps.
I did a power of attorney. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. But I'm here to tell you that it is very powerful when you become the owner of the all caps legal name trust
I'm not
account.
going to do it, dude. You're not going to sell me on it. So
No, I ain't trying to sell you on nothing, really. Seriously.
I know the power in it. I'm just not going to do it.
Okay.
So
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, just wanted to bring that to your attention. That's all.
okay.
Smoking Baby, hi, this is Perry. I have a question. I had to step away for a quick second, but you kind of glossed over the informing the GSA and the Army Corps of Engineers after you perfect your OF 91 and the SF 28. This morning, I filed those two forms into my traffic case. But can you give me a little bit more detail in regards to informing the Army Corps of Engineers did
you get did you get certified copies back of what you filed into the case?
Yes, I did.
Well, then you make copies of that and send it to the Inspector General for GSA. There's a email address, and I think there's another one. Let me see. Maybe I can find it. GSA for reporting abuse. GSA. GSA.gov. And then you just send a copy to the Army Corps of Engineers, Lieutenant, whoever's in charge of that, and let them know, here, these forms were submitted, and I don't know that they haven't run away with a bond, because whatever, make up some fictional reason.
So I need to include a cover letter along with this?
Yeah, tell them hey, these construction bonds were submitted to over here to whoever, and I don't know that they've properly reported to you regarding this construction account, and it's a case number, of course. And I believe I'm required to report it to you and just see what they say. Here you go. You're just doing a report and see what they do, because now they're going to crawl up their asses to make sure they do their proper due diligence with the proper submission of those forms, instead of rolling it into some kind of security or something.
Awesome. Thank you.
Where is it? GSA.gov. I have so much information here. Fleet registration, question investigatory. Let's go here. Here we go. Here's the IG reporting. I go here, Control V. GSA OIG contractor reporting. There you go. Where'd you go, cat?
Smoking Baby, can you, and apologies if this is not something you wish to add to this room. Feel free to just tell me not here, but is there a reason to not do the USPTO filing? Because I had thought about doing that.
I have a private name, so.
Okay. And you're saying the USPTO filing would make it not private?
Oh, I'm not going to. Again, I have a private name, so that's me, and I have recognition of my private name, and that's who I am. So I don't need to get the PTO done. They can do whatever they want with that person name. With my relations, my private name controls that. Controls that all caps name. I know other people have gotten out of jail for it, and they've, the courts don't have attachment and adhesion to it and everything else. I know about that. Did I come in as the attorney in fact, if I need to come in as an attorney in fact to the public, but otherwise I have my private name, which controls that all caps name in the relationship that's set up. And my private name is outside the scope here. Where that came from, what authority it's under. I gotta make a phone call.
I was really looking forward to hearing Alan and Smoking Baby dialect back and forth on both sides between the USPTO filing and the claiming of the all caps name as opposed. I wanted to hear that debate. But Smoking Baby shut that shit down.
No, so if I can, and correct me if I'm wrong, Smoking Baby, I think that I understand your logic.
He took a call. I'm just dialecting with whoever.
Okay. All right. So I think that I understand his logic, right? So USPTO filing is never private. It's a public filing. That's, so you can't change that. It's the nature of the filing to be public. So if what you are filing into the public was private, you just made that which was private commingled into the public. So if your assessment.
No, it's still private. That name, your all caps legal name is private. You do private business through it, so on and so forth. It's just that even though it's a public record, it's still your private intellectual property. That's it. Period.
So unless you have made it specified, particularly that it is under seal when you do that filing?
No. It's still your private intellectual property. It doesn't matter if it's shown in the public. It's still anybody that trespasses on your private intellectual property, they need to pay you fees for doing that. Okay? Just because it's registered, at the USPTO does not mean that it's not your private intellectual property. It is.
Okay.
And they're only
Period.
going to pay you if they're aware of a fee schedule, and you give them proper.
Yeah, you make them. Yeah, of course. Everything is about notice and letting them know that, hey, you're attempting to trespass on private intellectual property here. Here's what it's going to cost you. Are you ready to proceed? Let's go. Let's get on with business.
Right, right.
No, that's still, your name is private. I don't care what anybody says. Every contract is private.
Well, at least until it's registered as private.
Nope, it's still private. Even when it's registered, it's still private. That's your private intellectual property. So,
With all due respect, I'm not really sure about that, Alan. I'm leaning on the side of that once it's registered, I mean, it's still considered private on the private side, but you're putting it in the public, so therefore it would make it commingling, like you said, and that takes it away.
Nope, it does not. No, it does not.
Do you have any proof to cite your authority on that? That it does not?
If you look at, just do some research on private intellectual property, okay? That'll tell you all you need to know.
I've done a fair amount of value research on private intellectual property. A friend of mine is an intellectual property attorney. He has done this since 2003, and so he is the expert. I don't claim to be the expert. As I have freely said on an abundance of calls, I know next to nothing. The things that I do know are little tiny nuggets in a vast morass of a useless landscape. But,
all contracts are private. All contracts are private. Okay, so when a court is attempting to trespass on your private intellectual property, they're trying to contract with you. It's a private contract. Okay, so you either stop it in its tracks, or continue on to contract with them, and they got to pay you for a trespass on your private intellectual property. That's it.
It sounds to me like you're talking about terms of use.
That does sound like it. Yes. I wouldn't say customs and usage, but yes.
Well, just because the name is there and known by you doesn't mean you have the right of use. So like if you go out in the world and you see all these different things that are named and advertised to you, some of them are like, hey, I'm say McDonald's. Come have a hamburger, right? But that doesn't mean just because they put themselves out advertised publicly as, hey, McDonald's, we sell hamburgers, that doesn't mean that you have the right of use of their name just because you know it, and that you can go out and use their name and do any kinds of things. If you did, that would be a trespass on their name, using their name. Did you get permission? No. Do you get what I'm saying?
Indeed.
That's right. That's the same with doing the USPTO filing. That becomes your private intellectual property. And no one is allowed, or if they do, if they attempt to trespass on your private intellectual property, then they need to pay you.
So just because you let somebody be in the knowledge of what your name is, doesn't mean they all of a sudden have the right of use of it all. So making a filing and saying, hey, this is me, that kind of thing, like what you're talking about. I don't think.
No, you're not saying this is me. You're saying this is my private intellectual property. There's a distinction between you and your private intellectual property.
And just because you give notice to people of that doesn't mean that they automatically have all the terms of use and right of use and can do anything you want with your name. I think what I'm telling you is I support what you're saying, right? Just because you make people publicly aware that, hey, this is the name I go by, this is me and my stuff, doesn't mean that just because you let everybody know that they can all come and get it.
That's right. And it makes a huge difference when you become the owner of your all caps legal name trust account. It makes a huge difference. That's all I'm saying.
Makes sense to me.
So I was just thinking about what if, it's my intellectual property and I got my fee schedule there on record and so on and so forth, and there's somebody with the exact same name. I mean, think about it. Definitely.
Well, think about this, okay? Everybody with their all caps legal name has a number that is associated with it, and it's called the state file number for your
Right, but you didn't come up with that, so therefore it's not your intellectual property. The state came up with it.
It doesn't matter. It was set up for your benefit. It was created for you. You're the beneficiary. It was set up for your benefit. And yes, that is my state file number. And yes, it is claimed with the name. So there's no one else can claim that through the USPTO filing because it's already done. I've already done it. The birth certificate is a settlement certificate. That's what it is. And what's associated with the settlement certificate is settlement accounts. And the master account being the state file number. Okay? And that is included in the USPTO filing. So no one else can try to claim that name associated with that state file number. Everyone has their own unique state file number, also known as the master settlement account number.
I hear what you're saying. Thanks for sharing that, Alan.
You're welcome.
Well, my opinion on the use of the name is that you do have to do some sort of filing or fictitious name because it's being used by your utility companies, by your banks, all your accounts. They're forging your signature left and right. Up until you claim the name, they'll continue to do that. Once you do claim the name, anyone who does it is now trespassing.
So what's the difference between the USPTO way versus simply either an ACN or a DBA?
Worldwide protection.
Which way?
Is IBM a trademark? Is it trademarked in every country that's participating in the Berne Conventions? Yes. The DBA is only for a certain county.
How about copyright?
Morning, guys.
I copyrighted the autograph, not the name.
You copyright the all caps without copyrighting the name.
What's that again?
You said, correct me if I'm wrong, you said that you had copyrighted the all caps but not the name?
No, and I never call it the all caps, but I copyrighted my Sir, I copyrighted my autograph is what I said. That's artwork.
Oh, that makes so much more sense. All right, gotcha.
The name is service marked. Mark 10:45 in the Bible. Go look at it.
Morning, brother JW.
Hey, good morning, Eric. How you doing, man?
Good. I'm on the road, but I figure I'd drop in. I got a little few minutes to chat.
It's all about where.
It's all about.
Oh, brother, where?
Where are you?
Where art thou?
Diana said that to me. I just laughed. I like brother JW. I think that's one of the most important things to keep, thrown at people so that they can wrap their head around it. Is that it's all
And
about
they threw it at you That's why they threw it at us in the title of that movie. Oh, brother, where art thou? It's not
Yep.
who art thou?
Not who. Yep. Not when. Yeah. Not why.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. Because when in Rome, you're going to have to face Rome. But when somewhere else, you're going to have to face them also. So you better figure out where the hell you're at. Because no matter who you are, where you're at is going to determine the voice you have.
That's why I did a 498. That's a foreign treaty bank. That's my where.
Well, where has to do with metes and bounds. So most people don't even comprehend what where is, because where has to do with 4 stakes in the ground.
Fair enough.
Yeah, well, because it's literally described in law as metes and bounds. That's where. And if you don't talk about where in the language of metes and bounds, then you're not talking about where. You're talking about an overlay. You're talking about something, a fiction. But where is the metes and bounds? And government in law is only operational within the metes and bounds described in the law. Now, in Colorado Title III, it's exquisitely, painstakingly laid out that there are 3 post offices with land that has been ceded and jurisdiction that has been ceded to the metes and bounds of that land, so that the operation of government can be operational and have force and effect only there where they're described in law. And then all other places that they say that law is operational, it's my belief, my comprehension, that it's only by presumption outside of those described areas.
And
I don't
Where are those described areas off the top of your head, if you wouldn't mind sharing?
Colorado Revised Statutes Title
All of the
3.
overlays.
Well, you're going to get, I want you to go to Colorado Revised Statutes Title 3, space PDF, type it in your Google search bar, and download the PDF and read it. It's one of the finest reads, because it's going to start,
Say
it's
the title
going to
again.
give you the Title 3, Colorado Revised Statutes. It'll give you exquisite language to use in your search bar to find your own state's equivalents, legal equivalents.
I found it useful to look at the charter for a city near me. And in some of their first sections, they describe what the city shall be, and they describe their territory.
Absolutely.
And per their charter, they will say, this is the city. And from there, I realized that I don't live in the city. But then the other thing to deal with is this easement and overlay issue that they do. So I think of it like flying carpets. You know, are you living on a flying carpet, or are you actually living on the land? Are you living on an easement? And they are taxing you for, there you are living on their easement, so to speak. So just those were my.
Now, another thing to help you correct or perfect your language is read the Taiwan Relations Act of 1979. Because when you comprehend that Taiwan is a corporation of the United States, and the people on Taiwan were overtaken by the fiction, you might want to be exquisite about saying that you are a person on the land or on something besides drugs when you express yourself. Because people on the land are being taken to the fiction in a very exquisite way in the 1979 Taiwan Relations Act. It's only 35 pages. Jump on the Cite Your Authority and pull down. I've got the one from the CIA even. So I've got a couple different copies. Guys, read it.
I was speaking to when you were talking about metes and bounds and how when you do land descriptions. So you were describing yourself as, or describing something as, it's metes and bounds for where. So if you're deemed as your where being an easement, a city easement, and you live or you are domiciled on one of their city easements, that's what I was trying to speak to.
Yeah, to that number. Yep. But I'm just saying, when we start to talk about how when we slip out of where and we want to talk about us, ourselves, and we start to say that, because you'll hear me, I rarely describe myself. I don't have to. I never get there. If you can't talk about where, then you're not where I'm at. Therefore, you don't even need to know anything more about me. And if I beat you about where, if I challenge your jurisdiction and prove that the where that they're describing is not described in law, then I've beaten the case. And I haven't even talked about who I am yet. I've only talked about where. And where the alleged scene happened. And where law was executable. Where it was operational. And if there was an authority that was seated over that particular land that gave them authority to exercise the law. All from where? Never got to who, why, when. No, it's not even, why go there? Who cares about you?
Can I chime in on here and kind
Sure.
of add something to that? Okay, so I have had an extensive relations, if you will, involuntary relations, involuntary fornication with the state of Colorado. In fact, I have some pretty compelling evidence from the Secretary of State because I went after their title too. I was creating controversy in the beginning, and
Yes.
the ultimate, what it came down to is the state of Colorado has one judiciary banker that has a proper oath and a proper bond and is operating under Title 26 and Title 27 properly. The only one in the entire state that I've found. I've got all the way from the executive branch down. There's no one that has an oath of office. I have a letter from the Secretary of State's office as well saying that they don't have oaths of office for the attorneys from license number 1 up to 10,800 and something. So they intentionally are doing what they're doing. I had a judge that removed the witness clause under Article 12, Sections 8, 9, and 10 of the Colorado Constitution that was required, so help me God, in upper and lower case, and they removed it from the witness clause, and I caught them in 2018. Colorado's reaction to getting caught on a federal record was to amend House Bill 18-1138, and they changed the law legislation so that "so help me God" was no longer required on the oaths of office. So what it did is it went retroactive. So everybody that created the ones that had created a fraudulent oath had good oaths now on the record and what it looked like. So anyone going in was like, "Oh, this oath is good," and it really wasn't. The other thing too about the oaths is that they will mow right over you. I was taken from one judge who had an oath that was amended. She removed the witness clause, and when she got caught, she ordered an extradition from a bondsman in another state, and they had me arrested and extradited. And then when I got back, they put me in front of a judge without any oath at all, and he kept swearing up there. I have an oath. I have an oath. I have 3 different letters from the Colorado Secretary of State saying that he did not have an oath of office at the time, any time that was filed with an OMB number. And then there was another letter, an affidavit. I have a recording as well from the Secretary of State saying this man does not have an oath of office. He produced it 2 days he produced it to the Secretary of State 2 days after he sentenced me to 4 years in prison. And then the Court of Appeals came back, and the only judge that had the valid oath sent it to a tribunal in the same court, with one judge not having an oath in that tribunal, which made the whole thing void. And then they ruled that they had de facto jurisdiction because even though he didn't have an oath, he was still a judge. So
inequity, because you don't have to be perfect. You just have to quack like a duck. You don't have to be a duck. You just have to be convincible to convince other people that you might be a duck. But here's another one, because I'm savvy in Colorado. I have great interests in Colorado, and from the Secretary of State's office, I've got a letter from Deborah saying that the people of the Colorado don't exist in any form. So
I
when
got that.
when Colorado comes against you, with the people of the state of Colorado coming against you, it does not exist.
Correct. And I'll tell you even one better. There's a case out there it was the District Court of Colorado. I'd have to look it up again. This guy sued the people of the state of Colorado, and it was under a voting issue, some sort of voting issue. And the
Yeah.
District Court of Colorado ruled that he could not sue the people of the state of Colorado because it was a fiction and it did not exist in reality. So
Yeah, but
then
it
he
didn't
appealed.
exist in a fiction form either.
Well, they
Yeah.
said it did.
No, I've got a letter from Deborah on my desk that says there is no fiction, LLC, any type of fiction with that name.
I get
Yeah.
that. I'm talking
Well,
about.
Can I just
I'm
ask?
talking about.
are you on Cite Your Authority? You should jump over there and message
I was
me.
just going to ask about Cite Your Authority. So on
Yeah.
the Cite Your Authority page that I'm on, there is no file that you referenced. There's a bunch of files, in fact, but I don't find the one that you're referencing. There are literally 261 files, but none by that name.
Okay,
So
what Cite Your Authority are you on? Which one? Because
banking,
I've got about a dozen.
banking and trusts.
Okay, go to Law and Equity,
Okay.
and it should be posted there, or just go to Cite Your Authority with nothing on it, just Cite Your Authority, and that's
When
kind of my main chat group.
when I type Cite Your Authority Law and Equity, it says no messages found.
Okay, what are you searching for?
So I'm searching to get the file that you referenced.
Which one? Which file? The Colorado Revised Statutes or the Taiwan Relations Act?
The Taiwan Relations Act.
Okay, let's see. I'm not on my computer. I'm mobile right now. If someone from Cite Your Authority can get you a link, or just message me and I'll drop you all the links. Just ask around. Someone will repost it. No matter where you're at in Cite Your Authority, you can always ask someone to repost an instrument if you're looking for it. Does that help out, brother?
Thank you.
Sorry about that, JW. You were doing great. It's always a pleasure to hear you. Got any more questions, guys, before I have to take off?
So can you put in the banking and trusts the link to the other Cite Your Authority? Because I can't find it.
Yeah, I'm suffering right now because
Yeah,
I'm
whenever you can.
on my mobile and I just can't read my phone so well, and I'm working.
Sure, I get it. Whenever you can.
Yeah, if you just type in into Cite Your Authority Banking and Trust, just tell me who you are and what you need, and as soon as I can, I'll get someone to post that for you and get all those links. And I think I even posted all the links. If you scroll up in Banking and Trust, you might see all the Cite Your Authority links. And it's also in doc form that I posted all the links. So if you search the files in Cite Your Authority Banking and Trust, go into files and look for a doc, and that should be a list of invites.
The only thing I see when I pulled that up was there is a remedy. There's remedies, law and equity, page 463.
Oh yeah. That's okay. Yeah,
The
I'm
link.
just not on my computer, so I can't fully help you, brother. But just let me know who you are, what you need, and I'll work on that next few hours. And if anyone's out there, any team member from Cite Your Authority, help this guy out.
Hey, Arash, check your personal messages. I just sent you a message with all white links.
Perfect. Yep. Sweet. Anything
Many
else,
thanks.
guys? Because this stuff is important, man. You guys are going to come to realize that what JW and I are talking about, this where is the subject matter. Everyone's confused. They're running around confused because they're talking about who they are. They're transitioning in California somewhere into something, Instead of 72 pronouns, we're going to have 7,200 pronouns. Let's stop talking about who, and let's start talking about where, meets and bounds. And let's start talking about the operation of law and where the operation of law has been directed in law, where they say that it's operational. So powerful. I yield.
That is super powerful. So not to take anything away from any of that at all. But keep in mind, like when we write some of these documents and we talk about the parties, the where is super important, but the identity of the parties is also important. So it's not that we want to throw out the who you are. Where is super duper important, but oftentimes the who comes in, and then just by being able to state the parties, you're able to ascertain their relationship to one another, and then it can become super obvious that the where is, say, out of scope, out of order, out of bounds. For example, you read some of the treaties.
Yeah, I hear where you're coming from, but check this out. This is a quick brain exercise. So, if you have interest, because this is the real word to use, you have interest in something, okay? Now, your where could divide your interest. So here's an example. If you're on a ship with 100 people, your where is dividing your interest in your food. You're only going to get 100. You got me? So no matter who you are, if you're on a where ship that is sinking, you are sinking no matter who you are. And the worst part about who is when you start going down and trekking down that, you're testifying against yourself. Just think about it that way. I'm just letting you know. And with where, you never get to testify against yourself. Ever. And I'm not an attorney. I can't give you legal advice, but I hear testifying against yourself is not smart. Talking about you is not smart. And if you have any knowledge that, is contrary to that, please share it.
Just so that we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
No. Yeah, good job. Yep. We cannot throw the who out, but we always want to fight the where first.
Sure, because like for example, those treaties, some of them are very old, some of and still in effect. They'll talk about, say, I'm going to pull out one example, the Catholic Majesty and his subjects, between them and, say, the people of the United States. So there was a level of authority that the Catholic Majesty could exercise over his subjects that was totally recognized. Do you see? So in a certain sense, the who does matter. Hey, if my who is over there and you're where, then I, by the treaty, am allowed to go get my who in your where, or wherever else it may be.
Yes. Well said. Now, getting back to the treaty and the principle, the principle of the treaty is about the metes and bounds. Because the law came from the merchant law came from the courts, and they brought their law with them, and they brought their judges with them, and we allowed them to because we wanted their goods. And so they brought their stuff to our ports. They brought their law and their lawmen to our ports, and we took that on as a part of the trade deal. So the burning of a port is it's a strange place because the wares are, yes, we've got treaties, but it's not necessarily about who's in the treaties. It's about where.
And if you want to get really wild, what do you do when the who merges with the where and you find out that you're described as their metes and bounds? I'm just saying, just think about it.
Yeah, we're talking about the right thing. This is the conversation we should have. Yeah, I support this conversation. Absolutely.
There was a guy who was arrested at LAX.
got a federal warrant out for him supposedly, and went in. The people that were helping him went in and said he was improperly arrested for he was not because he was not in the United States at the time. And the FBI pulled up photographs and all these things showing that he was standing in LAX. And then we asked the one question was asked, can you state the latitude and longitude where in the United States he was standing? And they dropped the case.
Yep, absolutely. And, the technology that I helped develop over the last, 6-7 years is in front of the Supreme Court. And I don't know if they're going to hear it, but a lot of stuff is happening right now about designating new words and definitions to combat what this new technology, these new set of eyes, because in the courts we were told that our argument or what we were presenting was novel, because no one's ever done this, guys. No one's ever stopped with just where. They've always been confused and talked about who. And we just stopped one day and it's like, we're not gonna go any further until we prove where, because it's clear that there are metes and bounds describing where of places. So give me the metes and bounds, and if that law was operational at the metes and bounds, or AKA, give me the GPS coordinates. And they won't do it. They can't do it. They can't do it. They won't do it because they're operating under this presumption. And it's good. The presumption's awesome because people are dumb. We have to presume people are dumb. We have to presume people are not good. We have to presume they're going to, lie, cheat, and steal. And we have to protect most, righteous people from other people. Presumption. But this presumption's huge. It's about where. And if you accept their law wherever you are, that's your fault. Because equity doesn't need to volunteer. I yield.
We love that "you" word, I tell you.
Can I say something? I got a message from private. This is Mia Shea. I am so sorry. Everybody was DMing me. I'm like, oh, sorry guys. I guess they wanted me to say something to Smoking Baby. My apologies because I forgot to leave the chat room. My aunt turned 90, and when your 90-year-old aunt calls, I'm thinking, okay, what's going on? So yeah, but no, she's doing good. But I think Hollywood actually DM'd me first to talk about, I guess, what we was talking about last night when we were on the call about the W4s. And I, have some, success with the W4s. Last night, I was talking about how I W4'd my utility company, and was sending me notices and so forth, and I W4'd them, and now they've been like real quiet lately. I haven't heard anything in a while from them. I haven't gotten any bills from them. So I don't know what's going on with them, but I have a feeling it has something to do with the W4s. Also, I W4'd like my old bank that I was in, a battle with. And thanks to, Smoking Baby, that was the first W4 that I did. And first they said, a long time ago that I owed them $6,000. And I was like, yeah, well, I was saying, well, let me do this conditional acceptance. But then I said, well, but I'm going to do a W4 first. So until I could figure out how to do this conditional acceptance. And then I found out I didn't need to do the conditional acceptance because then I never got sent to collections. I never got sent to collections. They sent me one more letter saying, okay, well, instead of 6,000, now it's 1,400. I'm like, yeah, well, I'm not going to pay you that either. I, sent that. I W4'd that as well, and because they got on my nerves and irritated me, you know, I put it for more money. Um, and then I just recently got another letter from this bank saying, well, we only, close your account because it was in a negative balance. And I'm like, no, it's not in a negative balance. And now because you're really irritating me, I turned that $89 into $8,900, but I like round numbers. So I rounded it up to $9,000, for pain, stress, duress, and having to buy chamomile tea to calm my nerves. So yeah, I added all that up and I had sent that also to be W4'd to the IRS. So pretty much, I'm pretty sure they're gonna catch on that they need to stop sending me stuff in the mail. I'm having fun, so I'm good. So right now, just to see what was going on with the account, I kind of did the little check, phone check banking, push this and this and push this and this, and it said the account was frozen. Not closed, but frozen. And I'm thinking, okay, the only reason why I guess they would need to freeze an account is if they are doing an audit. So I was like, oh, okay. So I just kind of put the receiver back down and I said, okay, somebody got a hold of them. So I have a feeling I asked them to go back 25 years. So I got a feeling they're trying to get out of me as much as they can before they figure out that they owe me. And so the last letter I got, I just W4'd them and sent it out today. So yeah.
What was the last letter?
The last letter was saying, before they was saying, we closed your account and we're going to send you to collections. Now the last letter I just received a few days ago, Friday, said, oh, well, we closed your account because there was a negative balance. And so you just pay us the $89 and we're good. I'm like, what? I'm not paying you any mind. No less $89. And because they irritated me, I put it up to like 8,900. And then I said, I might as well throw in a couple extra hundred because, for stress and duress and, anxiety, having to buy the chamomile tea and all that. So I want them to assess that.
Did you go back and add up all the deposits and withdrawals over the time, if you were able to do that before all those?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Did you add up all the deposits plus all the withdrawals going back over time and W4 all of those?
They tried to say that they, couldn't go back that far. So I sent them everything that I had, and
who was they?
I'm sorry, my old bank.
Okay.
And so I sent them everything that I had, everything that I could get my hands on that I found. And then I said, to the best of my ability, this is, what I think needs to be assessed. Please, forgive any mistakes or omissions because it's always my intent to be in compliance. Feel free to make any corrections as needed and so forth.
It's interesting whether or not they were pulling the $250,000 quarterly FDIC insurance policy down every quarter, where it'd be $1 million a year. And it'd be interesting to give them a notice. Oh, it just occurred to me, you guys are pulling down quarterly $250,000 FDIC insurance policy claims over the lifetime of the loan. So here's my assessment for the lifetime of the loan for the FDIC insurance that my account was insuring you for.
Right. And so my number, I'm pretty sure was very lowball, and I only based that off of what I had on hand.
Did you realize you can go send them that notice now for each one of the years and just send them for $1 million a year and just do your own assessment by year for the quarterly FDIC insurance pulls they were doing. And they're going to have to swear they didn't, So say, let the record show this is the quarterly FDIC insurance draws you pulled on my account and withheld, and you say, let the record show, this is the accounting. I've seen no facts or evidence. The above accounting is not a true and accurate accounting on account, and I believe none exists. Now they're going to have to swear a counter affidavit that your accounting is incorrect.
So
And they're not
that's
going
that's the
to,
letter that I would write before I send it off to the IRS. You know,
yeah,
to
well,
say,
yeah, for this section for the insurance policy, you say, let the record show that below is a true and accurate accounting of the FDIC insurance draws, quarterly insurance draws.
and it's
You pulled,
250,000 per quarter, isn't it?
yeah, it's $1 million a year, yeah, per quarterly, 250,000 quarterly insurance draws drawn on my account. I would now say drawn on my account, because that's all kinds of double speak in that statement right there. So you say, let the record show and drawn on my account, and you have some accounting. Then you go below that and you say, I've seen no facts or evidence that the above accounting is not a true and accurate accounting of draws of FDIC insurance on my account, and believe none exists. I can't say they did it, but I can say let the record show you did it, and I've seen no facts or evidence you didn't do that. I can swear an affidavit to say I've seen no facts or evidence you didn't do this.
That you didn't, right? Okay.
Uh-huh.
I totally forgot about the FDIC. I was just looking at just the deposits that I've made over the years, but I forgot about the FDIC. Okay.
So it would be a two-pager. On one side of the page, you would have let the record show. On the other side of the page, you would have the caption at the top setting the jurisdiction, state and county, sworn and subscribed. And then you would have that, let the record, I've seen no facts or evidence statement and believe none exist with a jurat at the bottom. So you would have, because the caption, the state and county caption at the top that says SS sworn and subscribed, that would be you're only swearing and subscribing to the area where you have that negative averment, not to the let the record show. That's why you have one side would be let the record show and one side would be the negative averment. Because you cannot swear that the record show is true, correct, and complete. You can't say that. That's the whole purpose of the negative averment. So you want to make them separate. That's the purpose of keeping them separate.
Okay.
I'd like to add something too. I think it's really important, instead of backpedaling and defending yourself, is expressing the trust in an affirmative way where you're always giving notice to these people that you're the beneficiary or intended beneficiary. And until you guys start giving proper and sufficient notices to these people, it's gonna be hard pressed for them to see you in your capacity.
Well, I was yelling the trust. I was yelling.
Well, here's an example. Here's an example. In the style at the top of the page is called a header. The header needs to be bold. It needs to be distinguishable from the body text. It may be underlined, but does not have to be. It has to be in all caps. So there are particular things in the methodologies, law, equity, general accounting procedures, whatever, that require a header to be placed at the top of an instrument. Now, one of the most important instruments is a notice that actually has the word notice in it, because in the styles manual you'll see that they say it must contain the word notice, and it must be bold.
The original letter that I sent first did say notice, and
so
I did.
It has to be distinguishable from the body text. It has to be in bold. It has to be in all caps. Did you get it all right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Good.
And
Yep.
they
'Cause
totally
that's
ignored
important.
it. And then they
Good.
called me and said, that's not true. We are not. And I went down every single law that they were breaking. That not every single law, but you know what I mean. Saying you are the trustee, you have a fiduciary obligation to do what's in my best interest. This is a substitute trust. And then I went down the whole list of things, the whole nine. And it just occurred to me that even though they are working in a bank, they don't know banking regulations. And I was just shocked. They don't really know banking regulations.
Come
They don't.
on, let's not be shocked. You know, peace officers don't know
Okay,
the
no,
law.
you're right. No, you're
Judges
right.
don't
I
know the
should know.
law.
Yeah, no, you're
You
right.
know, your mechanics, you know, they only fix what they worked on when they were a kid. You know, we could go, I'm serious.
Yeah,
You know, doctors only became a doctor because mom or dad was a doctor, or their mom or dad got cancer and they became a doctor to solve that problem. Guys,
right.
we're so specific in our knowledge because there's too much out there. And this is why we're specialists. We're specialists because we can only know so much in this very narrow path. Don't expect anything more from anybody else.
Yeah.
Hey,
And
can I get in here for a second?
yeah, of course, please.
Hey, this is Vince, and I'm listening, and I enjoy the conversation. But let's break it down. It all starts with your status. The SSA Master Beneficiary Record states, in order to take custodianship and guardianship, not be considered a minor or incompetent, one must be in a living trust, revocable living trust, and the payee at a bank. Once you accomplish that, you become the creditor. Now, I'm listening to the W-4s. I mean, that's very interesting because I really don't know nothing about W-4s. But once you become the creditor, you can now scoop up all the liabilities of the social because that social, that all cap entity, is now in a living trust. So as
So,
far as a bank,
yeah, so you're all over this. So my next statement in this conversation was the notice of interest.
well, here's the thing.
And
See, everybody,
establishing what you just said
Further.
through a notice of interest.
I would go
no, but
further than that and call it a special notice or a
There you
special
go.
warning.
Yep,
Special warning in
special
particular.
notice of interest. Yeah.
okay. Well, now let's just break this down. We are here and we believe that the IRS is our enemy, but they're our best friend. But once you're in your trust and you become the creditor, like say for instance that bank account, order the QSIP number for that bank account, then you e-file a 1099-B on just your deposits that you've made in that bank account. Now you invoked an investigation and you sent them straight to the second entry booking. You see what I'm saying? So now the IRS is going to investigate that account. They're going to investigate that account. They're going to send you an A to acquire it. Then they're going to send you a C and an OID. Now, say you put $50,000 deposit in that bank account. That OID might be $350,000 to $450,000. And once you get that OID, you can then file that through the trust. Is that making sense to y'all?
You
Let
say
the
you
IRS
file
do
it
the
through
job.
the trust. When you say you file it through the trust, how do you say, like, what do you mean by the file it through the trust? You simply put it in a filing cabinet the trust owns? I mean, how
No,
is that going to change?
everything that I'm saying is electronically filed. Okay, so I e-file my B's, and once my OID comes back for that checking account, then I'm gonna e-file that same 1099-B into my 1041, and I'm gonna put it on proceeds. I'm not gonna put it on. I'm gonna put it on federal withheld. I'm going to accept the gift. All we're doing is recycling credits because what we got to realize is everything that we sign is paid for. So because you are in the creditor status, aka the trust, you can recycle all the credits on the contracts that you ever signed just by e-filing the B on that company.
Can I chime in here real quick?
Mm-hmm.
Because we have a lot of people on this call. I just want to clarify for those that are listening that he's talking about a higher level of trust. Now, when we're doing the W-4s, and Vince, I don't know, I'm sorry, I don't know you that well, but you had asked about how the W-4 process works. What they're doing is we're operating as beneficiary and sending documents into the IRS in the W-4 process as the beneficiary, and then making their essentially receipt is acceptance of trustee, and they go and they're rescinding all the credits. So we're essentially avoiding a step for those who don't have the complex trust in place. I have one as well, and I know what you're talking about, and it does involve the 1099s as well, and the acquisition. You have to get the acquisition of the credit or the abandonment of the credit, which is what's being used against us. The W-4 is just a very, very simplified process of that, where these people just fill out a couple of forms and then provide what they can in accounting, and the IRS does the rest for them. So I just want to be clear to them that are listening that you don't have to go and create a trust. He's talking about something much more complex, and that's not really what we have in the videos that are in the archive. So thank you. I appreciate you.
Right. And see, people think that it's complex, but it really isn't. All it takes is getting your declaration of trust, getting your EIN number for your declaration of trust. You have achieved the status and get a trust account at the bank. You can do all that in one day. One day. That's it.
And you
So
made yours
it's really not.
was yours as a foreign revocable, or was it a foreign living?
No. Why would I leave the trust? I mean, why would I leave the bank? I'm
Okay.
not trying to leave the bank. I'm trying to operate as the king and the queen on the chessboard.
What's the nature and character of the trust?
What's the nature? It's a
All right,
living
question.
revocable trust.
Just a revocable
Living,
domestic trust.
it's you just confused me. Hold up. It's a revocable living trust.
So
All
so
we're
it's a
doing
living. Okay.
right. So what we're doing is what they're telling us to do in the SSA Master Beneficiary Record. This is how we establish our status. See, people don't realize that the trust is more than just, recouping credits. If you have a court case or anything of that matter, you are alive. All you do is file your declaration on the case and it goes away. There's a guy in here, I don't know if he's in here or not, but he had a parole. He was on parole. I told him to file a B's and send your trust in. They called him up and told him, we're trying to get you off of parole as soon as possible. That trust is your protection because it's not you.
Can I say something also? Because we had a W-4 class about 4 weeks ago, and I think Hollywood and Philip Kent hosted it. And they had this one gentleman, and he came and gave his testimony of what they were getting ready to throw him in jail because he was driving without a license, driving without plates, driving without ID, and all this other stuff. He went into court and just said, okay, I need to assess this taxable event. I'm just here to, set off and discharge and whatever. He asked for their EIN number and they let that man go. So I hear what you're saying. But he came on with his own mouth and he was on the phone with Hollywood and said, no, this is what you need to say. And that prosecutor just was trying to get him out of that court as quickly as she can.
Like,
And that
here's
was
an example.
all using the W-4 process.
Well, here's another example. The judge calls your name. Excuse me, Your Honor. That name is a trustee of a revocable living trust, but the trust does accept all charges. But before we can move forward, I'm going to need the EIN for your corporation so the trust can assess the taxes on this case and sit down. You came in as a non-enemy combatant. You accepted the charges. Now we're going to assess the taxes on the case.
Vince, can you say that a little slower? That was genius.
Okay, so the judge calls your name. Excuse me, Your Honor, but that name is the trustee of a revocable living trust. But the trust accepts all charges. But before we can move forward, I'm going to need the EIN for your corporation so the trust can assess the taxes on the case. You came in you expressed the trust. You came in as a non-enemy combatant. You accepted the charges. Now we're going to assess the taxes on this case.
And that's basically what he said. Not, in those words like that, but that's basically what he said.
See, what we got to realize is it's not where we're from, it's where we're at. And trust law in this corporation is the highest law of the land. And no judge or anybody's going to mess with that.
Vincent,
Here's what happened when I expressed the trust in the federal court action in 2018. The judge recused herself. I should say her supervisor recused her for her because her supervisor is the one that sent me the letter. saying that Judge Buck recused herself. The matter got transferred to Hawaii, which is where it still is since 2018. And a warrant that was in place for 11 years and almost 4 months got recalled exactly 34 days later after I expressed the trust in that federal court action. So it's very powerful to express the trust in any court action.
Absolutely. And guys, we need to realize that this journey we're on is about perfecting the title, because these things have clouds on them, and when you start to express yourself and express the trust, then these things get greatly defined in the right hands. And so don't worry about saying, hey, no, this is easier than this guy's method. Hey guys, everybody has something to add here to perfect it, because there's always going to be perfecting. Tomorrow we're going to get up and we're going to try to do it better, no matter what we're doing. And so combining these efforts, and this is why I like to stick with the principle, and no matter what you're doing, get your language right. I pray the court provides the EIN for the transaction of the set-offs for this taxable event. You see how I just quickly turned it into an equitable prayer? I pray the chancellor moves for the court.
Here's the thing. Intention is everything. Intention is everything. Okay. So right out the gate, you want to know what their intention is. And it goes like this. Sir, ma'am, judge, whatever you want to refer to them as. Would it be your intention to harm me, the beneficiary, here today? So you set the tone right out the gate. Okay?
I like it. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Or if you don't want to go into the courtroom, you order the accused number for the case, file a 1099-B with the EIN of the state of whoever sent it to you and their address, and let the IRS go in there and cancel it for you. You
And
ain't
how
even
do
got to
you
move
work?
out. You got to have a 7 Series broker to get it. I know one. I get them all the time.
I know one too, but when I've asked about this before, he said something to the effect of that doesn't apply to this, and I mean the guy, I went above and beyond. I showed him the red on the social security card. I showed him the birth certificate and how they had a number on the back and a number on the front, and he looked at me like I had 10 heads.
You got the wrong broker.
Clearly.
You have the wrong broker.
So
see, because my court.
Chime.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I want to just add that when you guys are talking about trust, that people listening that are less experienced in the language, you need to look up the word express, because express means to write. So when you're talking to them, you're speaking. At some point, you are going to need to write on some record that you are whatever position you are, because otherwise it is only implied. And an implied trust does not hold the same weight as an expressed. So
Trusts are averable, though.
Make sure you look that up, you comprehend that.
A trust is averable. You can aver a trust just by speaking into existence.
Mm-hmm.
But the perfection would be to write. And I think the perfection is not only to write, but write it into the form of a prayer. And in fact, to perfect it even more, I put a header on it. In fact, to perfect it even more, I would say it would be a notice of repentance and prayer for equitable relief. And then I pray everything.
When someone says, I have a trust, it only exists in their mind unless it's expressed on paper. And you can't prove it unless it's expressed on paper.
Well, that's why you get it. That's why you get it recorded. That's why you get it recorded in your county.
Evidence.
That's why you record it in your county. Get it recorded in your county so they can look it up. You see what I'm saying?
You can also register mail it to yourself and have a private trust, so you can prove it as well. That's just a more private option.
I have done that throughout my whole life. Absolutely. And you can get a court order to open those instruments, those sealed instruments, if it's ever in question to that point. Absolutely.
But
So
here's the
Vincent,
thing: once you get it recorded in the county, you have gave notice, and once you express it, they can look it up and see it. It's a done deal.
But then
so
wouldn't
Vincent,
that be bringing your private information into the public?
No, all they need to see is the first couple pages. They don't need to know what's on your trust. Only thing they
I
need to
drew
know
up
that there is one.
I drew up a trust certificate to open
What's that?
to open the living trust account at a credit union down the street. But Vincent, you said use a 1099B Bravo, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed, because we know that the banks hypothecate, securitize, and trade your stuff on the stock market. So you
And
got
so
$50,000 over deposits. Once you do a 1099B on it, now you invoke an investigation with the IRS, and you got the
and,
CUSIP. You sending them right to the bullseye.
and
The
so
IRS is gonna be. Go
with
ahead.
the bank, you have the payer and the recipient. The bank is the recipient of the
Exactly,
bar.
and that all cap name is the payer.
Mm-hmm.
Description of property, signature exchange for funds access. There it is. Let it go. Let it go. Let the IRS do their job. See, because the
So,
object, the name of the game is recycling credits. You use mine, I'm taking them back. Thank you. We can recycle
signature,
credits for the rest of our life.
I like the
so it's a
point.
signature.
Let them do
Okay.
their job, guys. Yeah. Great point.
That's what the IRS is here for, to help us. They are our accountants. You know, we make them do what they need to do. You know, it's all about how you move. You know, my version of public and private is, you know, when you're using 1040s and stuff, you're acting as a debtor. When you start using 1041s, you're acting as a creditor. It's all about how you move.
Okay, so then the ACN is the payer there. The signature exchange for the funds access goes in the memo line. The payee is the bank in question.
Right.
Did I miss anything else?
Right. Well, online it's different online, but you would check option B. I think it's a short time gains and losses not reported to the IRS, because we know everybody who's using our credit is not paying the taxes on those funds, right? That they securitize and hypothecated. So we're basically the whistleblower. We just got to be in a living trust to have our status, to be the creditor, to use the living trust as a pass-through.
And the
Hey,
number.
Vince, this is Action Allen. Who fills the 1041 out, you or someone else?
You do. Everything is done electronically.
Okay. You fill it out yourself then.
Right.
Okay. I dropped that in your window also, that question. Thanks.
So the payer's TIN, we're using a TIN, the social as the TIN, or are you using a real TIN?
The social is the bank. Like my
Now, talk
CUSIP
about,
number for my Social Security account is 359 million.
okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Again, so the payer's TIN on the 1099B, you're putting in the social.
Right, the all cap name, because that's what they use to get the credits, right?
For the tax ID number.
Right, your social.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, these are all issued or assigned.
And
in
these
the law, it states that it's either issued or assigned.
Okay.
Issued meaning that it was spawned or created, and then from there it was assigned.
And the numbers you pull in to the 1099B, you pull those. I mean, there's so many fields of dollar signs on it. Where are you pulling the numbers from to fill out the B on the right hand side?
Right, proceeds. So if you got a bank account and you add up your deposits and they come to 50,000, you're gonna put 50,000 in there.
What about the withdrawals?
Well, let's look at it
What
like
about the
this. When you do the 50,000 and you order a CUSIP number for that account, you put the CUSIP down there, you let the IRS do their job. They're going to investigate it.
When you order a CUSIP number for that account, meaning the bank account?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
See, because think about it like this: you got $50,000 worth of deposits. We know that the bank hypothecated it back 10, securitized it, and traded it on the stock market. So now you're making the IRS investigate that 50,000, the whole account. So when they're done with their investigation, they're going to acquire it from the beginning. They're going to cancel it out. Then they're going to send you an OID. Now that 50,000 and turned into 550,000. You take that OID and transfer it to your 1041. Thank you. Appreciate it. No harm, no foul.
What triggers the investigation by the IRS?
The B.
The B by itself. Okay.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, it's an inquiry.
And so you put the QSET number you purchased for it on the left-hand side.
Yeah, down at the bottom left-hand corner.
Did you get a FATCA number?
I think it's on there. I got to look at mine. Yes, indeed.
That's a good question.
I got a FATCA number from my private. I got the FATCA number from my private bank. Did they have that? They would not produce. They would not produce.
How do you get? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
They would not produce a FATCA for my social, saying that the Social Security Administration is the intermediary. That's still pending out there for now, forever. But for my private bank EIN, for my BIN, I did get a FATCA number.
How does one acquire a FATCA number for that other entity?
There's an IRS webpage for FATCAs. And the FATCA is noted as a GIIN number on the W8IMY intermediary. That's why I started looking into GIIN and FATCA, because the W8IMY mentions it.
Hey, I'm gonna have to go, everybody. My mom just got out the hospital, out of her appointment. But I'll be
brother.
back in. Hey, peace and love, everybody.
Peace and love, brother. Thank you.
All right.
So, guys, something I want you to think about when you're thinking about expressing the trust is when you're thinking about a principle, the principle is issued. So here's an example. Join the military. Your first time, they issue you a uniform to make you uniform. Well, look at it this way. You're issued an all caps name. And then everything after that first issue, you are assigned. So interests are assigned to the issue, to the principal, the first issue. So I wanted to put that out there that you can see in your mind's eye that you've got two things happening. Something was issued and then something was assigned, and everything are interests. And so you can be really explicit and let them know that you have interest, whether or not you can define them perfectly, because you're going to get smarter every day and you're going to be able to define more interests that you have. But you at least have to, put something down. Start somewhere with that principle and say, hey, this, I'm expressing the trust that this all cap name has interest. I know it does. What other interests am I looking for to express? So I yield. That guy had a lot of good information. Awesome information.
I have a question. So the information that he gave is for people who already have their status changed. Is that correct? Because if you don't have your status changed yet, then you still have to come at the trust as a beneficiary until all that gets switched over.
Yeah, it's intricate. And this is what's so important about using mind maps, because most people will tell you how they learn, and that's usually the opposite, or definitely not how they learn. And a mind map will really help you learn no matter who you are. So try to mind map some of this stuff and be explicit in your mind map. So don't just let there be a word. Let there be a drop down to, 10 PDFs that cite your authority, or 20, at least hyperlinks that get you somewhere. Make your mind maps exquisite, make them perfected, and start handing them out to people to perfect them, so that we can mind map this, so other brilliant minds can perfect this process with us. I yield.
I think it's important to realize too that everyone is not the same. So to try to create some kind of a template mentality is could be problematic. But there are similarities, and there are things that do apply to multiple people. So it's not to throw that all away. But what I've noticed in a couple of these different groups, like for example the Chris Hauser group and a lot of that 1099A that got started over there, they really seem to be heavy on it's the SS account, the Social Security account, and trust. And so they frame who they are and their relationships around that trust, right? So when that one man spoke about, going in as beneficiary, their idea is to look at that trust and place themselves in it, not as a trustee, but as a beneficiary. Now, in their CAAs, they also do mention that they take the position as trustor. Some people get rid of that position. Some people don't. That's a whole nother topic that's of great interest to really get into the trustor situation, what actually happened there that somebody could become that. So to me, there's so much more than meets the eye. But I think it's important to remember that there are groups of people that they have decided to embrace that SS trust, to show up as beneficiary, and to work that. So when somebody comes in and speaks about this revocable living trust, that's different. The way somebody approaches things and operates is different. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Right, because I understand what he was saying about the bank account, and what I was sharing with the group last night was when I opened up my bank account at Bank of America, I opened it up with the beneficiary signature, and they looked at it, but they didn't say anything. And then when I deposited my checks, I signed everything as beneficiary. So now, they were going to charge me like $4.99 just to have it. But what I've noticed was that they haven't been charging me those fees. Like it would show up and then it would disappear. So it would show up and then it would disappear. Because they know now it's a beneficiary, they can't charge me those fees. And so now, that's kind of like my confirmation now that they do see this now as a beneficiary account. Yes, and I do understand what the other gentleman was saying because, all those other paperwork and all that other stuff, I did that, as well. But, what I've learned, especially from the Chris Hauser group, was this trust was created for us, when they took our gold back in 1933. So they set this whole system up. We, just have to, hold them accountable for what they set up and come at it, from the beneficiary's point of view. But I do hear what he's saying, because if you go in as a trustee, you do have more, there's more work that you have to do, true, and there's more liability with the trustee if something goes wrong.
Yeah. Yes. Well
You know,
said. There's way
that
more liability and
way
way
more.
more.
And if
Yeah.
you don't
Yeah.
get everything exactly right and put in those forms exactly in a certain way, you will get those letters that's saying you better cut it out or we're going to come knock on your door. Ask me how I know. So you really have to understand it still is all about trust. But one is coming at the point of a
Comment on
trustee,
that?
one is coming at the point of a beneficiary. And that's all I have to say.
Yeah, I'd like to comment on that. It's not when they took away our gold, guys. This trust, no. No, the principle is that before a man goes to war, risking his life and all he owns, all of his beautiful possessions, all of his children, all his heirs, he put it into a trust. It's called the Declaration of Independence, or a declaration, if you know what that is. And that's the first expression of the trust, guys.
Every
Go back to
declaration,
the first instrument.
every declaration is a
A
claim of war.
declaration. It's a common law action.
at war.
It can be a claim of war, but it is a common law action, a declaration. You're coming in common law. And that's how they did the trust. And guys, in the old days, we used to create instruments, and this is what we called quantum. Is when we create a quantum instrument, we only use the words that the founding fathers used in the context they used them as. So we would create instruments only using those explicit words that the founding fathers used in their first instruments. Because when you express the trust with those perfected words from the original expression when it was issued, that's where we ran with this knowledge. Was, okay, when did the first trust happen? Okay, well, let's use language there.
Okay, sorry, I just deboed the mic. You guys can pick up on the trusts in just a minute. Smoking Baby, are you there? Do you have a copy?
A copy of what?
A copy of my voice. So we have the success story on the line available to tell her success story. Her name she goes by Deborah. Stand by.
Greetings. This is Deborah. How is everyone? Hope all is well. Well, I sent off my W-4 for my gas company. It's called National Grid. And first I did the A for V. I heard nothing back. They kept threatening me with they're gonna come and take the meter. They're gonna send marshals to take the meter out. So when I got into the group with the W-4 and I found out how to do it, so I sent off the copy that I had sent of the A for V to the IRS, to TIGDA, and now the gas company is telling me they apologize and they're going to credit me for monies like $87 for late fee, those kind of fees. They're going to credit me back in two billing cycles. So yeah, and the bill was $4,000 because I haven't been working. I just started back working again, so the bill was high.
I have National Grid too. I sent my W-4 out to them. Well, you're right, because I did do that with National Grid first, and yeah, they ignored it, and then at the W-4. I haven't heard back from them yet since I did the W-4, and I was actually thinking about doing the TIGDA for them. In fact, I was actually on the computer trying to, see under which section would it be. But I'll DM you later to see which one that you put it under, because there's
Are they
like
sending you letters?
options.
If they use threatening letters, that would definitely go to TikTok because it's already funded, of course, with that credit application.
Yeah, they send me, disconnection notice. This is your final disconnection notice. So I W-4'd them. And I hadn't heard from them yet. They've been real quiet over the last, 30 days. But, yeah, I guess I can't take the last one that they sent me and send that to TIGDA.
And you would sign as beneficiary because they're threatening a beneficiary. Can't do that.
Right.
When you guys report to TIGDA, there's different options that you can choose. Are you reporting as IRS scams, fraud, tax fraud? What are you reporting?
Probably tax fraud because they haven't paid the taxes on all that throughput on those accounts from all the previous account holders for that location. They haven't paid taxes on that stuff for years and years and years. Now they're going to get an audit.
Yeah, because when I was looking, when I was on the site, it had like 13 different options that you can choose. And just before I hopped on, I was just sitting here wondering, um which section should I use to report it, because then it goes into stolen uh tax credits or payments. Let me just come over here because I took a screenshot of it.
There's
Um,
one that says stolen IRS payments / refunds.
so it would be under stolen, because then I didn't know if it would be well, I guess it would be considered stolen.
But I like tax fraud better because they've been using the Social Security person and not paying the taxes on it, so that would be tax fraud or employment fraud or something like that.
I don't discriminate. I just check most of them.
You kept both what of them?
I don't discriminate. I just check most of them that it would apply.
That's true. Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Found my extension cord.
Okay, Deborah, the mic is yours again.
That's about it. I sent it off to so it just happened. I sent it off to the CFO of National Grid. Maybe you're not doing. I sent it off to the CFO of National Grid, and I sent it to W4. I sandwiched it, and now I'm getting that letter saying that I will be credited, and they apologized.
Okay, because I sent mine off to the CEO as well. So yeah, I did do the the A4V, and then I went ahead, and when they ignored it, I sent the W4 sandwich. And then I believe Hollywood said if they ignore it, the A4V, then you can go ahead and report it to TIGDA. So did you report it under tax fraud when you reported it?
Yeah. Yes, I did. Yes.
Okay.
I like these
Because then
stories.
when
They
I
make
went
me
on,
happy. I cry.
because when I went to the tax fraud, and it has like a non-IRS employee filed a false tax return, and I said, oh well, that would be not National Grid. So then when I clicked on it, it says the TIGDA doesn't resolve that issue. I'm like, okay, then what issues do you do you resolve? So I may have to put it under none of these apply to my options. I'll figure it out. But yeah, because if you click on certain ones that you think it is, and you want them to go and investigate it, it'll tell you they don't resolve those kind of issues, and then they send you to another website for the IRS. So it is important to know which one that you want to you know, have them look at, because certain IRS or tax frauds, they'll tell you on the site they won't do it.
The mic is open. Nobody has a question.
I know, it just went completely dead. Hollywood, do you mind if I ask you somewhat of a simpler question? Because I'm trying to put this stuff together on the W4 emergency sandwich.
Sure.
You know what I find interesting is I applied for that foreclosure through the local HUD, and they won't even let you download a copy. So I had to call into the office.
Of what? A copy of
a
what?
copy of the application.
So you're saying there is no application that exists?
Only on, I guess, technical means. The application is online. And normally, once you submit an application, you have rights to a copy of that, and they don't even offer that. So I had to
Well,
call into the office.
why can't you just print 2 applications and do it twice?
No, it's an online service. You can only do it online.
And you don't have the option to view it in PDF or print or nothing?
Nothing. So I'm telling you, I think what I'm finding, the more and more I go through this process, it's in our face, the fraud. I see it so clearly, and it's killing me. But I know that, this will all be, come out into the open, So anyway, putting that aside, I did my HUD letter, and hold on, let me open it up. I'm basically just requesting, I've stated what I have done so far. I'm requesting a hearing without delay. And I'm just going to put in the legal terminology that they used on that 96 form, 96-7060 form that we're supposed to accept and endorse. Do you recall?
Yeah, the one with the billing code at the bottom.
Yeah. So I posted these questions on the emergency chat line.
Can you just repeat the number? Is it 96760?
No, it's a 2-page form, and it's 96-7060. So, Hollywood, on this form, I'm to CC everybody on this letter that I'm mailing out to HUD.
Letter. So this is like your own cover letter type deal?
Well, I'm reaching out from my discussions last night because there is some confusion on the W-4 emergency housing. They're only doing it for renters. But I think through discussing it with you, there's no reason why I can't do this process since, I have, I'm a homeowner, right? And they're trying to foreclose on me.
Yeah, it's called emergency housing, not emergency rental assistance.
Right. So I think that kind of threw them off that I'm doing this process because I have an existing home, and although it's in foreclosure, doesn't prevent me from creating this HUD template letter requesting an emergency hearing on the matter without delay, right?
I'm in agreement.
When I submit this letter, and by the way, I can certainly create a template and provide it to the group, as well when I'm done. But should I, on this HUD letter, should I CC everybody included? Because on this list you have that I'm going by that was created, it says include the Treasury Department, the IRS, Department of Treasury, Attorney General, HUD, even the attorneys.
I always CC everyone.
Okay. What you wrote, or somebody wrote, add your unique identifier number on 1 through 5. What are they referring to?
Okay, do you see the billing code?
The billing code on what? The form?
Well, the billing code, it's everywhere. It's on the instructions. It's on the PDF that you print out.
So, for instance, the form, the 96-7060, there's a billing code, you're saying, on the bottom.
Yeah, look at the bottom right-hand corner. And if
I see it. 4210-33-P.
Yeah, and then square bracket, last 4 of your social, square bracket.
And that would go where? That would go on the HUD letter? That would...
Do you see where they have their billing code?
Yeah, on that it's pretty much hidden, but it's the last verbiage on the second page.
Right. So everything they do, we just recreated. So we're just going to do the exact same thing that they're doing.
Okay, so on every letter that I create.
Bottom right-hand page, and then as your unique identifier to separate your transaction from everybody else in the group that's doing it, I suggest putting the last 4 of the social in the brackets.
That's very clever. Okay. And what else do I have here? W4 sandwich. I have yours. I only have pieces of what they put on the front door, which is initiation of the proceedings to the house. And I have my statements from this quarter. Okay?
I don't copy. You're breaking up.
Oh, sugar. Can you hear clearly now?
Maybe.
I feel like I do a commercial when I say that. Can you hear me?
Possibly.
Okay. So to include in the W4 sandwich is just the initial filings from the courthouse and my statements. Is there anything else you can suggest? I also found something that the loan officer filled out, an affidavit. So I'm going to include her as well.
Yeah, because that's a statement. That affidavit is a statement, right?
It's a preliminary loss mitigation affidavit.
Yeah, it's a statement.
Yeah.
It gets attached to the W4. She gets her own sandwich.
I'm sorry? Yeah, she gets, well, you mean her own W4?
Yeah, she gets to eat
Yeah.
a sandwich now.
Yep, I added her to the pile. Absolutely.
Yep, and her affidavit is her statement, and that gets attached to the W4 statement.
An affidavit's a commercial instrument.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. Is there anything else I should include in this besides the first quarterly statements from my servicer, all the W4s, the 1040, the 1040V, and then the court documents?
And if you've done the identity theft process, I'm not going to tell you to leave anything out. So
okay,
throw it all.
So that's the next step. Yeah. All right, so I did start that. I have to go back and see if I finished it and, whatever. I'm just doing the W4 sandwich right now. Okay, one more thing. I want to be creative and filling out these W4s. Basically, for the extra withholding, understand that there's a limit to 100. When you do W4 sandwich and there's a limitation for that W4,
I don't copy. You're breaking up. If somebody copies.
Oh, I didn't. No copy here.
Oh. Universe, can you let me have some conversation here without interruption, internet interruption?
That came through perfectly.
See what? My question is, I understand through the IRS or the Treasury, the limit is 100 million. That limit is 100 million per W4, correct?
That's correct.
That's what I wanted to verify. Thank you, lovely.
But
okay.
That doesn't mean that we have a max limit of 100 million per corporation.
Oh, explain that one to me.
Well, you'll have to get some creative banking going. So what I would suggest is pulling the asshole board members off their seat and putting them on the fire and dividing that total amongst those board members.
I have to do a W4 on all the board members.
If you're over 100 million on a corporation, you got to get creative. Or if you had a hard time finding board numbers, you could even do a UCC 11 search and find out who the secured party is on them and do it that way.
Yeah. I'm on a time crunch.
I was just going to say, how do you find those board members in that kind of time?
It's in the prospectus.
Google.
In the 10K. Talks about it.
One more thing. I haven't gotten my stamps in. So is there an issue if I write on the front and back with blue ink?
There's no issue to handwrite it.
Blue ink.
I do the front in red.
Okay. And then my next question is, I noticed some people, they put a stamp on it. That's not necessary, right?
I put a stamp on it if there's a signature of somebody else's on the front, on the public side. If somebody has signed a document on the public side, I'll stamp it. I will.
Oh, okay. So, for instance, this attorney from the law firm for the closure, he signed the declaration of exemption from moratorium. I can put a stamp on that.
I do, and I endorse, and I sign. I trump their shit.
That's the dollar stamp or the 2-cent stamp?
I've used all kinds of them.
I think the important thing is that you've added value to it.
Right.
So now in a former life, the vessel in question was a veteran. And when the veteran went to the congressman to ask for aid because I had virtual proof that they were breaching their fiduciary duties, and I said, in essence, to the congressional aide, what gives? They said, here, just fill out this form. So I figured that they were trying to relegate me to some other form of jurisdiction so that they could, in essence, turn me away again. So I altered the hell out of their document, added all my caveats, provisos, and whatnot, and then I put my stamp on the back. I did my 45-degree angle, in essence, what amounts to an endorsement and an endorsement with the caveats on both sides of the document. And I noticed that, coincidentally, of course, the aide, when they copied it slightly enlarged so that the caveat provisos that were well within the inch were now in the last millimeter of the page. And she said, oh, look at that. They didn't come through in the copy. Oh, well. I said, oh, I'll correct that mistake. And I took the form from her, and I physically hand wrote where my original handwriting was anyways, so that everything that was gone was back on the page. And now, instead of being black and white, it was purple. I said, that's for your copy. The original, of course, will still have it. And so the woman handed it back to me. She said, I didn't realize that you were a lawyer.
Oh, my God. I think that's why, unfortunately, they hire certain people to do certain things because they don't really ask questions.
I just felt it amusing that she called me a lawyer because I first endorsed and put some caveats on.
You impressed her.
Here's the thing. I'm the first guy to admit in this whole group that I probably know the least amount. I just know what and the 4 quadrants of, you know what you know what you don't know what you know, and you don't know what you don't know. Well, like, the amount of data I have in those, especially in the first one, is very small. But what I do know, I know that I know. So when they try to tell me stuff that I know is not so, that will get my attention. Pretty Ricky Tick.
On the 10K that you were talking about, I was looking one up for my power company, and it shows 2 EINs on. Go with which one should I go with? They're doing both.
Which one of those 2 numbers is more recent?
I reckon it'd be the actual one I'm getting energy through, or my power through, I guess, would be the most recent. It's listed first, but there's 2 different EINs for that company on the 10K.
No harm in doing one for each.
So, Irish, I was just kind of curious, what did you go to the courthouse and have them What did you file exactly?
Oh, that wasn't even the courthouse. That was at a congressman's office. And all
Oh,
I did was, so the VA had a veteran's claim, and they put in 3 separate places that the claim amount was 55%, another said 35%, a third said 0%, and a fourth said, no, 0 is too good. 0 implies that there is something. This is completely denied. So how can it simultaneously for the same?
You want to go there? No.
So I don't understand how the ability to claim that it is simultaneously not there, and that it's 0, and that it's 35, and that it's 55%. Well, which one is it? And as soon as you can stop being not even double but quadruple minded about that point, help me understand how the beneficiary is responsible to do the trustee's job. And the individual at the desk was very polite, very, very kind. And I happen to have had my caveats, the Cosmic Majestic Flash Priority Special Sacred Causus Omissus by non-res alien. And between that and the endorsement on the back at a 45, and the stamp over which the endorsement was handwritten, that made the individual, and I prefaced it with, "Peace be with you from the office found." Kind of difficult to assume and presume you're lost and dead at sea if you're coming from the office that's found. So that was what I put on the document that was above and beyond the other stuff. And I crossed out a couple of things too, like anytime they ever mentioned person, I crossed out person and I put the heir, H-E-I-R. Anytime that they ever referenced anything that had to do with either resident or any form of state of, or any form of, in essence, modifying what was my either my being or where I was found. And if they modified it, I corrected it, handwritten. I put a little typographical where you slant to the 45 degree and then add a little curlicue, so like striking it out. And so I struck out anything that said person or resident and blah, 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 blah. All the little tricks and traps that I'm sure you know. And I would hand write the correction above the word so that I would never be the tenant. I would be the heir. Anytime I was the, quote, resident, I struck out resident, etc. And so when I handed it back to them, the woman looked at it funny, and then she looked at me, and that was when she apologized. And I was like, I need to apologize for that. Just apologize for it being, over however that accident or mistake was, that the caveat was accidentally copied out. And the remedy for that is just make sure it gets put in where it's supposed to be. And so that worked for the process of getting there to be someone assigned at the congressman's office for it. I don't know that it was all that successful. My student loans were paid for, so some of it was, I would call it, as they say in the court paperwork, affirmed in part and denied in part, right? So they canceled all the student loans, or they paid them off and did that behind closed doors. But so on my end of the fence, direct loans came back and said, "Oh, we've forgiven all the loans," and I never heard anything else back on the veteran side of that fence. So affirmed in part, denied in part, and with no explanation as to either.
so basically they discharged them and paid them off.
That's my understanding, yeah. But I don't understand why, if they acknowledged that they had a duty to do that, did they also not acknowledge at all anything to do with the veteran side of the fence? Like, they completely and totally disregarded that. When I called back in repeatedly afterward, they would say, "Oh, that's Doc's department, and Doc Schmidt isn't here right now." And so that got railroaded until I was no longer physically in the area. And once I was no longer in the area, I couldn't rightly say that he was my proverbial congressman. I don't know that I could, because I never make a claim that I don't know is a fact. Then I considered it something I was unable to act on.
Okay. That's actually kind of cool that they thought you were somebody that you weren't, kind of like a lawyer.
Yeah, that part was pretty cool. I'll give you that.
You're like, no, but thank you.
Right?
May I? It sounds like they always give us the runaround because they do not want to ever confess or give evidence of the larger securities fraud. They don't want us to be led on to their hypothecation at the level that it is. They just give us some breadcrumbs and try to obfuscate and hide the rest of their unjust enrichments, as far as I imagine, with all these runarounds and things like that and evasions.
I wish that I knew a way to compel them to give forward all of that unjust enrichment. Just in my story alone, from the last incident, singular, in which I was accosted, the toll, even statutorily, never mind compensation for my time, even statutorily, the toll far exceeds the 100 million cap. So I wrote into my claim that up to the 100 million cap could be given a check to the man, and all that was owed after or above or exceeding beyond that 100 million cap could be given to the treaty, or in other words, the foreign trust, as you call it.
Well, chasing all of our claims on the public side, in my imagination, and I'm very unexperienced in that realm, but just like looking at what's happening out there on the public, seems to be an impossibility. Like they have immunities, then we're walking in there as essentially foreigners, but we're then contracting. The moment we walk into the public arena, into courts, we're contracting, we're giving jurisdiction over ourselves. Then they keep lying, and they are racketeering with each other. So it becomes a wall that cannot be climbed by us. Whereas on the private side, we seem to have everything and every possibility to make a claim, default them, and then be able to write an affidavit of lien on that default judgment, which is a foreign judgment. And then, we then tell them, hey, pay us. Here's the bill. And when they don't pay, it turns into a withholding. And then we can classify it as withholding with this W-4 process. And that's why the W-4 process has been very exciting, a new technology for us to kind of develop and perfect, in my imagination and case, with my claims. So we would get the Treasury or the IRS to enforce our private judgments that are converted into withholdings and converted into bills of exchange that were assigned to the Treasury. Now, and we've done all this. I mean, I've done a set of filings, but this gentleman, Vince, I forgot his last name, I just came into the conversation a little late and couldn't quite track all the individuals who were speaking, dropped some interesting information. And the hard part for me as well has always been operating through the trusts and as a beneficiary in some trusts, and then there are other trusts like the foreign grantor trusts that that I felt like Vince was kind of suggesting to get for us, where now we become the trustee of that trust, and these trusts kind of have securitized each other, or more likely the foreign grantor trust has security interest through a security agreement in the Social Security Trust, for which we are the beneficiary. But when we set up a foreign grantor trust, we now become a trustee of that trust. Not to mention, all court cases, all bank accounts are resulting trusts themselves, where the fiduciaries of those firms have hypothecated securities, thereby in position of bailment as the bailee of our Social Security Trust, which is the bailor, for which we are the beneficiary of. As you can see, all of this becomes like a complex map of interrelating trusts. And then there's the whole IRS filing aspect of all these trusts. Now the question becomes, is it going to be a 1040? Is it going to be a 1041? So I was trying to understand what Vince was saying, and he was saying, oh yeah, I'm filing a 1041 with the Social Security number. And like, I got lost right there, you know, like, how do you do that? Anyway, those are some of my thoughts about this. If anybody has the capacity or experience to chime in, that'd be great. I yield.
I'd like to put a question out there concerning what was just spoken by Ozzy. I'd like to know, is there anyone on this call at all who have filed a 1041 over a 1040 form? The 1041 being for a trust account. Does anyone have any information concerning that at all?
I think I saw a tax bill result from that, a pretty hefty tax bill. So we would need Smoking Baby to see if by filing that 1099, we're not admitting to that corporation being the Title 26 U.S. person taxpayer. So the W-4 sandwich is the way you're going to want to go on everything. Estates, trusts, socials, it doesn't matter. Driver's license doesn't matter. Court cases doesn't matter. Foreclosures doesn't matter. The reason is because everything links back to the social. Therefore, we can use the W-4 sandwich on everything, even if it's an EIN.
Okay. I wanted to bring another success story to the table here. The woman that was speaking earlier about her success with the utility company.
That's Deborah. I think Deborah had to go back to work.
Okay.
Do you think we could we save it for when she's here?
Okay, sure.
Because her
It's
and
just
Smoking Baby,
the process I did is much simpler than what she did. So it's short, sweet, and simple, to the point. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Share it with us, Alan. You know, we want to hear it.
Okay. Some years ago, they cut my aunt's power off in the middle of the summer when it was really hot, and because she didn't pay the bill, allegedly pay the bill, right? Okay, so I was like over 3,000 miles away from her, and I ended up getting her power turned back on with no payment or anything. I was on the phone for over 2 hours. I went through 3 different supervisors, at Pacific Gas and Electric Company. The third supervisor finally got it, what I was telling her, and give me an 800 number at the end of the conversation. With a sigh, she was really tired of dealing with me, and with a sigh, she said, "Okay, have your aunt call this 800 number right here, and they'll turn her power back on," which is exactly what they did, what she called. And here's the deal. They kept sending her the notices, the 15-day notice, 48-hour notice, that if she doesn't pay the bill, that they'll cut the power off again. So she got really nervous about that and called me up and told me about these notices. And I said, disregard the notices. Do not pay anything on that account, because I've already got you set up very good. And so to make a long story short, which never is, she ended up, her power stayed on for over 3 years, and didn't make a payment again. Okay. And, here's the funny part about this story is when she moved, she transferred her power to the new place. Well, she called them up, PG&E called them up to turn the power off at the old place, and they wouldn't do it. So she called me up and said, I tried to get them to turn the power off at the old place, and they won't do it. And I just started busting up laughing. I said, they're scared. They're scared to do it. And so anyway.
Where's the repeatable process in that whole success story?
Basically what I did is it was all done over the phone. Like I said, I had to go through 3 different supervisors, so I spent over 2 hours on the phone, but it was all done over the phone. Basically, I let the third supervisor know that there will be no more double dipping on this account from this day forward. Do you understand?
I see.
Okay.
So you're just calling them out on all the fraud. Hey guys, the gig is up.
That's right. And so she was trying to give me all the options. Well, here's an option, this option, that option. You know, one of the options was to pay the bill. Another option was a power of attorney that they claimed that they needed for me to talk on her behalf. I said, nope, none of that. I said, there's only one option. There's only one option, and that is to turn the damn power back on now. And it happened. Okay? It happened.
What was the and or? So turn the power on now, or what was the or? What were you threatening them with? IRS or what?
No, I didn't say or. It was the options. I said there's only one option. The only option was to turn the damn power back on now. But I did let her know about the potential liability that is resting upon her in this matter here today. And ma'am, are you willing to accept that liability?
Okay, so you went after the injured. You saying that they would injure the party, injure someone.
That's right. So what I said to her is, I said, what you did is you turned her power off, my aunt's power, in the middle of the summer when it's damn hot. And I said, if she suffers a heat stroke or anything like that, because you turned the power off, you, ma'am, supervisor so-and-so, you're going to be held personally responsible and liable. Do you understand? She finally got it. She understood, I guess. Okay? And with a sigh in the end, she said, okay, here, have your aunt call this 1-800 number, and they'll turn her power back on. She called it, the 800 number, and they turned it off. They turned her power back on with the quickness. And she called me back up and said, Alan, I just called them, and they turned power, and she was ecstatic. She said, my power's back on now. And so I said, good, it's going to stay on and you're not going to pay anything else on that account. But when she got the notices, she got nervous and she said, I think if I don't, I'm really nervous that if I don't pay on this, that they're going to shut the power off again. And I said, don't you dare pay anything on there. I've already got you set up very well. And so
What were you doing for her prior to the disconnection to help set that up? Were you A for V in the bills or anything like that?
nope, none of that.
So she wasn't paying them either, huh?
Nope.
So
She
basically
didn't
just
pay.
ignoring them, not responding, not nothing.
That's right. She ignored, and that's what I told her to do. I said, disregard those notices. They don't mean nothing. They're offers. They're making you offers. Don't pay any attention to it. I said, I've already got you set up very well. You should never pay again. And she never paid again for over 3 years until she died.
But when you said I got you set up very well, what did you do to set her up very well?
Well, they must have put a red flag in the system or something, when I dealt with the third supervisor. I don't know. They put a note on the account, something. I don't know what they did, but it was flagged somehow. Do not fuck with this account or whatever, because the power stayed on with no more payments for over 3 years until my aunt died.
You've mentioned that. I think what the sister is trying to get at is what can we do on our end to make that process repeatable such that other people hearing this call now can go to their power and say, hey, for example, from what I'm gleaning of this, and I'm not saying I understand it correctly, but from what I glean of what you're saying, then you go to whoever is the respective supervisor of the account and you say, look, you're commanded to turn this back on, and if you don't turn this back on, and there is any repercussion from your failure to do your duty, then you will be held personally in your individual capacity as a man.
Yeah, or a woman. Like in the one I was dealing with, the third supervisor was a woman. And but anyway, basically, what you do is you probably need to be prepared to be on the phone for a while, and try not to waste too much of your time. If the first supervisor you speak with don't get it, move on up to the next one. When the one I was dealing with, the first and second one didn't get it. I said, move me on up to the next higher supervisor, please. And that's what happened. I got transferred all the way up to the third supervisor, and the third one finally, she was testing me all the way, but she finally gave in and gave the 800 number up for my aunt to call to get them to turn the power back on. It was really cool. It was very cool how it worked out.
Through all three of these supervisors, you just continued to call them out on, I know this is a statement of account, what's already been taken out. I mean, you just laid out all the fraud that you know, right?
No, not necessarily. I didn't go into a lot of detail. I just simply said there will be no more double dipping on this account from this day forward. And each one of them kept saying, we're not double dipping. And I said, yes, you most certainly are. And there will be no more double dipping on this account from this day forward. Do you understand? And so, you got to stand your ground, and you got to keep moving, because they're trying to move you in some other direction, okay? Just like in the federal court action, when that judge kept trying to move me in the direction that she was trying to move me into. And I would not allow it, okay? You can't allow these, I refer to them as clowns and criminals, to move you in the direction they're attempting to move you in. You have to be the mover, the shaker, and the director.
And I think a lot of people are doing these A for Vs on these power bills and stuff, and they're doing exactly what your aunt did, which is not paying. And we're seeing that a lot right now. People have stopped paying the power bills. And so perhaps if we took your process, which is calling them on the phone, and coupled it with the non-payment, and reporting it to the IRS, call them on the phone beforehand, start putting them on notice, on the phone too, put those two processes together.
Yeah, I mean, if it's necessary, but it wasn't necessary. It's just that I had to have lots of patience and due diligence to keep moving forward.
It was necessary because you had to talk to 3 supervisors to get it back on. What I'm saying is taking preventable maintenance measures, because there's so many people right now doing these W-4s that are not paying the power bill. And what I'm suggesting to them from hearing your story is take those preventable measures to make those calls to those supervisors before it gets shut off, and do what you did and let them know, and we're not double dipping. This has been reported to the IRS, and hopefully we can prevent any disconnections.
I got you. Yeah, so you don't have to do like I did and waste over 2 hours on the phone with them.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with taking the two processes and coupling them together. Mm-hmm.
Right on. That'll be cool.
So when you say the two processes, just to clarify, you're saying the W-4 sandwich and calling in to add the one little comment, and then what else?
I guess it would be 3 processes then, because she did the A for V. That would be its own process, right? And then she did the W-4 sandwich. And I don't know if she was calling and communicating her intentions with these people, but we should always be communicating our intentions via a letter of instructions, or even like he did, just a simple, few phone calls. So, yeah. Mm-hmm.
No, it was just one phone call, but I had to go through 3 different supervisors. And here's another thing, they kept wanting, insisting that they needed to have a power of attorney from my aunt in writing for me to act on her behalf, right? And I said, nope, that's not necessary. Her and I have a meeting of the minds, and that's all we need. That's it. So that's a bunch of crap about how they claim they need a power of attorney for someone that's acting on their behalf. And I've acted as an attorney, in fact, on behalf of people, and I just simply state that I'm acting as the attorney, in fact, for this matter. Okay, and they've tried that. They've tried it numerous times, trying to get something in writing, a power of attorney from that, allowing me, from that person to allow me to act on their behalf. And that's a bunch of bullshit. You don't need that. You just simply need a meeting of the minds. That's it. That's all you need.
If I may interrupt here and say something, you did mention that when your aunt told you, what should I do? Should I respond? And you told her not to respond to any of the notices. Is that correct?
That's correct.
How long was she not responding?
Over 3 years.
Take?
Over 3 years. Her power stayed on.
Tell you.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I apologize. Go ahead.
Her power stayed on for over 3 years with no payment, and she ignored all those notices.
Okay. So what comes to my mind is you got really lucky. You were correct in what you were asserting, but by her not responding, that automatically put her in default. And in doing so, you just talked to the right people that day. I did the same thing with AT&T bill for a year. Never once paid it. My social paid it, actually, at SSK and so on and so forth. I mean, it does happen. It's the way it's supposed to be. There's no argument here, but it definitely put her in default. So I would recommend to all those that are listening, accept it for value and go that route, but respond. Write that accepted for value on the notices. Respond to those notices. Remind them who you are and what you are conveying to them and their fiduciary responsibility to accept it. So, thank you.
All right. That's very good. Yeah, it's possible we may have got lucky in the matter, but I think something was noted in the computer on that account. Don't fuck with this account or whatever. I don't know.
I think it is a little beyond lucky because you see the principle of communication was very well satisfied. First, you've done, or she has done, or I don't know, whoever, somebody did A4V on the bills, and once you've done that, and then once you keep communicating your claim, you already won. They haven't given anything, any presentment back that had any veracity because they provided nothing back that was signed or under penalty of perjury in affidavit format. So your A4V and your signature stood as the final expression of truth. Everything else they've kept sending, as in statements and offers, are
He said he
offers
didn't
of.
do the A for Bs. You're getting the
Yeah. No, I didn't do A for V.
A for Bs.
Yeah, and
Confusing.
in my opinion, they were just offers. Every time they would send the statement, the alleged bill, they were just offers and tests to see if she was gonna bite
Contract.
on it.
Yeah, it's an offer to recontract. These are fraudulent and fictitious offers to recontract, but somehow you already got them to do something. If she had recontracted, they were going to get their way with her. So
That's right. That's right. That's why I told her to ignore that stuff. I said, if you pay on this, you're gonna fuck up everything that I've already done that I got you set up for. So do not pay anymore on this account. So she didn't. She was nervous about it, but she took my advice and didn't do it, and it all turned out great.
I might have an opinion here. Whenever you receive those bills back again on the account, just mail them back the way you receive it. Mail them back.
What do you mean? Return to sender?
Yeah, return the sender, whatever that offer was made to you. Pay the amount or whatever. Just send them back without any acceptance, anything to it. Just send them back.
Right. Yeah, I'm familiar with return to sender. I'm very familiar with that.
Yeah.
Hey, Walter. Hey, Walter.
How's it going?
Anyway, just wanted to let you guys know another success story. I've got a lot of success stories, but that's another one that I'm pretty proud of that I've done some years ago. Worked out great. And really, to be honest with you, I didn't know how it was going to turn out when I did it. I just knew that I was going to do something, do whatever I could to get her power back on, and man, it worked great. I wasn't expecting it to work out that way, but you never know what's going to work until you try it.
May I add a comment?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, to avoid shutting down the utilities when you can't pay it or you're not willing to pay it, do a dispute, and they won't shut the power off until that dispute is settled. Another thing, all utility companies have what they call an area-wide public utility contract, okay? And they have it between the United States of America and the power company. I'm talking about Tucson Electric Power because I'm sitting here in Tucson, Arizona. But every utility company in the nation have this contract. And in Article 7, it spells out exactly who has to pay for the services. It says that the utility company sends all the billing stubs to the United States Treasury for reimbursement. Now, why are we sending back those billing statements when we get them in every month in the mail? Why are we sending them back to the utility company with a check? We're paying twice because they're going to get reimbursed.
I've got to go real quick, but would you be willing to put that in the chat? Because that's really good what you're saying. Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
The Article 7 of the utility company contract you're talking about reveals this clause or this
Yeah, this article. Yeah, it's called the Area-Wide Public Utility Contracts for Electric and Regulated Emergency Management Services, and then it's got the contract number between the United States of America and Tucson Electric Power Company. But wherever you're at, your utility company has got the same verbatim contract. There's a website. Let me see here. GSA Utility is area-wide listing. They list all the utility companies. I'll drop this link to this the PDF that I took from Tucson Electric Power, and it's highlighted. Article 7 is highlighted. Just look for the same article if you find your area contract, and you can match it up, and you'll see. Treasury is reimbursing all the utility companies for the billing stubs.
Wow. It's triple payment. They are.
It's absolutely triple payment because in the first place, if you see the contract, it says that the Treasury will fund their services in the first place. The utilities are prepaid. Then when somebody like us comes along to get the utility hooked up, they create a contract and they send us the statement every month, but it's a billing stub that we're supposed to send back so that the power company sends in to Treasury so they can get paid again. We shouldn't be paying for our utilities because they're all prepaid. That's why if you put a billing dispute, they will not shut your power off.
May I ask a question here, Odin?
Yes.
So how do we get into this dispute? How do we invoke this dispute? What's the quickest way to make this thing happen? You know,
Get a pen and a piece of paper and say, I am disputing this billing. Send it to the utility company. And if they're expecting a bill from you, just send them the coupon. That way they can't claim that you didn't pay.
Right.
Endorse the coupon, sign it and date it and send it back.
Okay. Will this also work, you think, in your opinion, in dealing with credit card companies or any other thing of that nature?
I'm not sure. I'm just talking about utilities.
You said that's available to view on the website, on a website somewhere?
Well, I can tell you that the GSA has an area-wide public utility contract listing.
You
All
can
I did
also
was
you can also take that coupon, which is a check, and you can do a special deposit of that into your post office, bank, trust, business trust account.
Yeah, I got that set up with the post office too. It's got to be a business account.
Yeah, you can deposit that coupon, which is also a check. You can do
Exactly.
you can deposit that into that account.
Yeah, I just found out that information recently, and I've been saving my mortgage stubs because I do it electronically. I pay electronically once a month, but I'm gonna deposit 22 stubs in there, and they're $1,188 each.
Can I ask
Special deposit and trust account.
I'm sorry, can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
So I'm sorry if I don't remember who But you said that if they send us a remittance slip, we turn it into a coupon and then we can deposit that. Maybe I misheard. I'm sorry.
No, you don't have to turn nothing into a coupon. All you do is accept it and deposit it.
And
You know what an acceptance is? A banker's acceptance is all it requires you is to autograph it and date it. That's an acceptance.
Okay. And I mean, you can deposit it into a regular bank account or like where would you deposit it? I'm sorry.
Well, if you're going to go to a regular bank, you have to have set up, the bank can set up a lockbox for you. But I understand that the lockbox is via a commercial bank. There's some monthly fee for those.
Mm-hmm. So if you have like a locked box, or that would be the same thing as a locked account, you can then take those remittance slips and deposit them. Because I keep hearing that they are cash. That I do know, but but nobody really ever discussed how we can deposit them.
Right. It'd probably be simpler to do it at the post office because you can set up a trust account with the post office, make special deposits in there and build up your credits. And if you need to buy a new car after you have X amount of credits, write a letter to the postmaster and have them send you a check for X amount of dollars.
Hey, Albert,
Yes.
how long ago did you set up the business trust account at the post office?
It's been probably a year or two, maybe. I don't remember exact date.
You got the ESM. I mean, what is it called? The EPS.
The USPS.
The EPS. You got your EPS 10-digit number?
No, I have a crib and a crib number and I forgot the other ones, what they're called.
There's
I know
a
what you're
special
talking about.
10-digit, that unique 10-digit EPS number. You can get that.
Yeah, I haven't found that and how to acquire that yet.
I'll walk you through how to do it. It's pretty simple. So
Cool.
we'll connect later.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. You're welcome.
If you need my phone number, I'll email it to you, or you can talk to Mike, Chattanooga Mike. He's got my phone number. He'll give it to you.
All right, we'll hook up later.
Okay, Alan.
So, Alan, are you currently depositing things into your postal account as well and using those credits?
No, I just recently set it up, so I'm still learning. I'm still learning about that account. So Albert probably knows. He may know more about it than I do. He just doesn't have the EPS number yet, but he knows about it. So he probably knows a lot more about that account. Like I said, I just recently set it up, so I'm still learning about it, actually.
I had a question. That's all right.
Go ahead.
Thank you. First one's, where do you set this up or who? I heard it was like a hard chore to get in touch with the postmaster if I have to do it through that. And then is this foreign set up through the 98 number?
You set the account. Nope. You don't need no 98 nothing. It's just you set it up as a business trust account and you do it online. That's how you set it up.
USPS.com.
USPS.com?
Yeah, that's the United States Postal Service. You go on there
So you don't want the UPU? You don't want the UPU?
That is part of the UPU.
Okay.
That's the commercial side of the UPU.
Oh, okay.
Didn't Trump take us out of the UPU a few years ago?
I have no idea. I didn't see him do that.
I have a question. When we set up that gateway account, do we use a business address? I mean, is our address domestic? Is it okay to just use our postal box without using care of?
Yeah. I don't fall for all that care of and no zip and all that BS. It's all commercial.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It's all domestic anyway. And then, so then we could put the whole thing into a foreign grantor trust?
If you wish.
Okay, thank you.
One of the most important things to do, because we're dealing here with the IRS, right?
Yeah.
There's a form 8821. It's called a tax information authorization. A bank, as soon as you go in there to apply for a loan or whatever, or just open an account at a bank, they submit an 8821, making themselves a designee, meaning that anytime they want information from you or of you, they'll go to the IRS and request tax information. They're authorized to get that information from the IRS. The IRS will release it because they're on record, because they submitted an 8821. Now, if you want to stop that shenanigans, because everybody does it besides us, we need to be in there first in time, first in line. We're the ones that once you submit that 8821 with the IRS, nobody else can bump you off. And the IRS will not release any information, tax information. If you create an account with the IRS that you can access your account, you can access your transcripts of different filings or whatever, there's all kinds of information you can get released from the IRS online. You could also submit an 8821 online, placing yourself as a designee.
Wow, that's interesting. That's okay.
Do you have to have your status corrected before you can do that, or can we just go online and submit?
Status correction is another thing I don't fall for. All that is the disinformation to keep us running around like turkeys without a head. That birth certificate authentication is all pure BS. The birth certificate is automatically authenticated when you purchase it at the counter at Vital Statistics. Now, I don't do all those shenanigans. Status correction of who? The status correction, I mean, this whole thing has to do about the person, not you, the man.
But are you operating as the beneficiary, or how are you presenting yourself?
When you submit an 8821, you're claiming the estate. You're the designee on that estate.
Oh, okay.
Nobody else can meddle in the business of that estate. If you don't comprehend what the estate is, then you need to do a little bit of study. But I'll give you a hint. The estate is that anything attached to the Social Security account, anything that's attached to the name that the IRS requires information returns yearly.
Now, would you recommend submitting this form for like every account that we have, or that we could just do this one time with the IRS? And
this is a one-time deal.
One-time deal. Okay, thank you.
Is this okay? Because I'm still trying to, connect the dots. Because once we do that, and it's going back to the postal thing. I was even told that the envelopes that they send us, the mail-in, is actually worth, money too, and that we can deposit that into our postal accounts. Is that true? Or I was told that if we give it to the postmaster, they deposit it, but then I'm thinking, or do we deposit it and then give it to the postmaster?
But when you
Well,
say
where we
they, who are you talking about? You said they send us something in the mail and that's worth money. Are you
Oh,
talking about
oh,
IRS or who are you
the
talking about?
I'm sorry, the companies, like when they send us like an electric bill, a phone bill, or whatever, and they send us the envelopes. What we learned from Izzy is that if it has that pre-stamped red uh, prepaid stamp in the upper right hand corner, that's actually worth money. And we're supposed to, again, accept that with a different type of stamp. He showed us what it's supposed to look like. And he says, yeah, and you could deposit this into your account. He didn't go too much detail into how we can do that, but that's not the first time I've heard that. I've actually heard that several times when it came to the postal banking account, about how to get those deposited.
Is the lockbox, excuse me, is the lockbox, you gotta, sorry, I'm stammering.
Well, what he basically said is you should be able to take those into the bank too. So he says when you make those uh, presentments out, he says either pay to the order of the postmaster or pay to the United States Treasury. He says because the post office is connected to the Treasury. So either way, they're supposed to be getting deposited into our account.
About the 8821 form, do you have like a template of how to fill it out, of how we would fill this out?
Yes, I do.
Okay, would you be willing to share it?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Let me get back to my computer here and figure
Okay.
out how to drop those in there.
I have a question about the 8821. Since you brought it up, I went on the IRS website, and it says
Yeah.
that you can file that form also to delete or revoke prior tax information authorizations. So what you were saying is once you put that in, somebody would have to get you to fill that out, or you would have to agree to them being able to fill it out again for somebody else to get that authorization over yours, right? It's not so
Right.
much that it's like you would have to be the first one to fill it out. It's just that they would have to get your permission afterwards.
Right. If you're gonna go buy
Okay.
a house, they always give you an authorization form to sign because they can't just go and request it from the IRS, but they put themselves in place in first place rather than you being there because you never submitted an 8821. But once you
Gotcha.
submit an 8821, everybody that deals with you has to have your permission.
Okay, so it's making sure that they get your permission explicitly before they do any type of authorization or trying to get your information, anything like that.
Yeah, anytime they dig for your data, they have to have an authorization to do so.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Thanks. Yeah, have you I guess what's that experience like? Because I mean I'm unfamiliar. Do they always call you and contact you, or do they just not bug you about it?
I just submitted my 8821 a few days ago.
Got you. Okay.
I haven't done business with anybody, or nobody's contacting me about anything.
Got you. Okay. Appreciate it.
Now here's the thing too. When you submit this, the IRS will look it over, and they have to accept it or acknowledge that you're there. You know, I haven't received that reply from them yet, because I just went online and did it.
Got you. Okay.
I think they call it an approval notice or something like that.
Would it interfere with what we're doing with the W-4 process?
I don't think it would, but I think it would probably complement what we're doing. That's just my theory. I mean, you know, never know what they're going to do on the other end.
Right.
You submit an 8821 online.
What's that?
How do you submit an 8821 online?
Do you have an account with the IRS, online account?
No.
Then that's the first thing you need to do. Go to irs.gov and open up an account. And then you're going to have to meander through their website and find that form. And it's very self-explanatory.
Sure.
You have to make it out, print it, sign it, and then scan it and create a PDF of it and then submit it. That's what I did. Now, all this is not legal advice. I'm just sharing information that I have and actions that I took. I'm not telling anybody what to do and how to do it.
Nah, we appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Yeah.
This private membership association has already agreed by participating in this private membership association. We're not taking anything as legal advice, and we've indemnified each member against any liability. So we're good.
No, I'm just providing that message for anybody that's, listening in that want to book us for something.
Oh, this is no, thank you. Actually, this is really interesting because once we file the 8821, and now when we do applications for accounts or credit or whatever, I wonder how things are going to change when they try to hypothecate securities on our behalf. I mean, maybe we have to also figure out how to give conditional or special authorizations by providing some caveats in our application forms. That's a whole new direction that I feel like we might have to explore.
I got kicked off. You guys still there?
You might have dropped out. We haven't heard anything you said.
Yeah, I got kicked off for somehow, and I just got back on. Was there a question directed at me?
Well, I made a comment that once we do the 8821 and then we become the designee, now all these credit card companies or banks, when we apply for a new bank account or for a new credit card or for a new car loan, house loan, whatever it may be, after we file the 8821, when we give these applications, we might have to do some kind of like a special trust deposit / conditional authorization on those applications to not give them general authority to either hypothecate on our name and stuff like that. It's like there are the possibilities kind of open up for us if we know how to wield that power.
Right. And even if they do hypothecate, let them hypothecate to their heart's content, because once we find out that they've done that, we can retrieve our credits that they are using lawfully.
Yeah, I mean, that still is our hypothesis. That is kind of not yet proven, as far as, because I've dip in and out of this group, and I haven't heard anybody still come forward and say, I did a W-4 for like hypothecation of securities on this account for $3, $4, $5, $10 million, and I got it paid. So we still don't have that evidence. So are there further legal disabilities that are operating on us for them to have discretion in distributing that benefit to us, or is it just the tolling of time that we're waiting on is still unclear?
Right. And I'm with you on everything you just said. Look, there's little subtle evidences, okay? I submitted 1099As on my mortgage. I did it on 3 different entities. The company I applied for the loan, the promissory note, and the mortgage agreement, the one company that I'm making payments to monthly, all right? So I just captured those credits with that movement, okay? Now, here's a subtle evidence that this is what we should be doing, because the company that I originally submitted the application for the loan, without me notifying them of anything, they sent me an email telling me, we got notice that you're paying off your loan. We're the company that used to be called Arizona Home Loans. We are no longer Arizona Home Loans. We are Evolve Home Loans. And we're the ones that helped you get the mortgage. And they wanted to know if in the future, if I want to refinance or buy a new home, to keep them in mind, because they're the ones that help me. I never contacted them about anything. So obviously, when the 1099A was accepted by the IRS, I checked online where it says, do you want the mortgage company or whoever I did the 1099A on notified either by mail or email or what? So I checked the box mail, because I want to keep a record of mailings and stuff. They got notified by the IRS, not me. There's subtle things that happen, and you just gotta keep aware of what's happening. Are you guys still listening to me, or am I talking to myself here?
When you said
we're
that
listening.
the IRS affected them, when you said that the IRS contacted them, what was it that the IRS had said?
The IRS sends them copy B, not 1099B, a copy B of the 1099A.
Did you send them a 1099A?
Send who?
IRS.
I did. I submitted that online, 1099 online.
I see. So when you did this, when you did the W-4 sandwich, is this part of the W-4 sandwich you send them?
No.
Okay.
I haven't done the sandwich on the mortgage yet, but I will. I'm doing it. It's a process,
I see. So that's how you are imagining or hypothesizing because the IRS sent them the 1099A's copy B or from your online filing. Yeah, because you said that you were paying the monthly mortgage as well. And I mean, they could have sent you a marketing mail like that on the basis that you continue to pay your mortgage payments.
Well, they could have,
Also.
but I already know for a fact that my actions of submitting a 1099A on that original application caused that activity to happen.
Yeah.
Why do I surmise that? Because when they send you a marketing offer, they'll send it to you in the mail. They never use email, at least not in my case. I also got a copy that the IRS sent the Arizona Home Loans, the copy B. It got rejected because that company no longer exists. It's got a different name, so they send it back to return to sender.
Hey, Albert, did you do that process on the 1099online.com website? Hello? Can you hear me? Hey, Albert, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, he seems to be going in and out a little bit. He got kicked out a little bit ago. Maybe he got dropped out again, possibly.
Oh, okay.
Well, I have a story.
I got a quick question.
Go for it.
See if anybody can answer. When the 1099As, I overheard the requirement of a bill of exchange to go along with that. Is that something that's necessary?
I've never heard exchange. I don't know that it isn't, but I've never heard of them being together until you mentioned it just now.
Okay, because the issue of signing on the back supposedly makes it a bill of exchange. And I've heard of there was a call I was listening with Smoking Baby and some other fellas talking about a book called Give Yourself Credit, Money Don't Grow on Trees. And that particular, the person who did a 1099A included a bill of exchange or money order type with the 1099A that he did to take care of, I think it was a foreclosure or something like that. So that's why I was asking, because I heard someone on this call mention that that is required. So I just want to know if anyone knew of that to give me a confirmed answer. That's my question.
I have an opinion. I don't think it is required. I think that's a specific process. And when people are doing processes, they submit evidence or accounting or a bill of exchange that was converted and assigned. And because a bunch of documents travel together for a specific purpose does not make it a requirement. That's how they cast their spell, in my opinion. But 1099A is a reporting for either acquisition or abandonment of an asset by the appropriate party type of thing. Yeah, but how are you going to cast your spell, essentially, is the question. Requirement? I don't know. But there are processes. You get success with this, someone else gets success with that other process.
again, requirement is a very strong term. That's my opinion.
Can I ask about the 8821? And anyone feel free to jump in on this. On the 8821, when we fill out the 8821 as our private banker for either our social or another entity we own, do we just give that to the IRS? And what is the rest of the detail on it? Like, is there a particular thing that needs to be said somewhere on the form?
Well, the 8821 is to for authorize what tax information. It authorizes someone to get your tax information. I'm not sure if that's the right form you're speaking of. Or are you thinking of the 8832?
No, I'm familiar with an 8832. I was referencing the 21 that was just posted into the chat.
Yeah, what is the tax authorization form?
Correct, but I mean, as far as why would we be using it for ourselves? Do we use it as our private bank, referencing our private bank having some form of access to our account that the account by itself would not normally have?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure about that.
Well, Odin shared this information, and he seemed to not be with us any longer.
Brother Alberto, you gone? You not there anymore? Yeah, I had a question I wanted to ask Brother Alberto myself. Just because I've had a thought about those 1099 A, B's, and C's. Not the A, B, and C copies, but the actual 1099A, 1099B, and 1099C. And I think that I'm starting to see that as, you know, once the obligation is created, whether that had been by an application, the use of a service, the acquisition of some secured property, I'm starting to look at that as in the C, to cancel the obligation, the debt that the obligation created, for C to cancel that, and then for an A to be used, the 1099A to be used to acquire the credits from the canceled obligation. And the credits were either created by basically the transference of the social, much like the W-4 process lays out and expresses to you. But then I look at the B form as being the closing sort of form for that, basically then as the barter, once you've acquired those of that abandoned secured property, which was the Article 5 or 9 letter of credit that was probably created whenever you made the application. So once you've acquired that, then you're going to barter it for that which you had the interest in. You're going to take your interest that was your credits and barter it in an exchange to the vendor, not the lender, because you are the lender. I like to call them vendors, not lenders. Then you're going to barter those credits that you acquired back in exchange for whatever it was that you were after, be it utility service, tires, a vehicle, a boat. And that's kind of the way that I'm starting to, like I said, I'm still going through those instructions. But what does anybody else think about? The C, to cancel the debt, A, to acquire the credits that the debt left there, and the B, to exchange them for the interest of whatever it was that you had the obligation for. Now you.
That sounds good.
Just for the group here, I'd like to know, is anyone aware of where this recording is going to be posted to where we can get a copy of it and listen to it over again?
I couldn't hear you, brother. I'm sorry.
Where is this recording going to be available for us to get a copy of it so we can listen to it again, or get a whole, be able to download it?
You'd have to ask an admin. I'm not sure.
I too am not sure if this is being recorded. If it was recorded, that'd be great. I missed a lot of it.
Oh, it's not being recorded? That's how you know that for sure?
Well, I know not if it is recorded. That's for sure. I don't know if it's being recorded.
Is that 8821 template somewhere that he spoke of? Does anyone know?
Just type in a search engine irs.gov and it'll pop up. It's a fillable PDF. I'm looking at one right now.
I think he's asking for the template that Odin used to fill it up rather than the form itself. But Odin said he was going to post it. He might have posted it in the W4 group. Might have.
Thanks. I know we fill it out as the designee. I wrote that down, but
Albert said that he was posting that in the group, but I don't see it in there.
It's in the open chat tab.
What was the lady's name that was on last night talking about the bank information? She gave the information about Federal Reserve Regulation CC, to CFR 12, Part 229. What was her name?
Wasn't that Mia?
I didn't catch her name. I was hoping someone else there.
I thought it was Miche.
Oh,
she's on the call.
I'm sorry. Yeah, that was me. I was having problems with my computer.
That was pretty wild information. She was talking about that Part 229. Said basically when your checking account went negative, that you could write yourself a check in the bank, cash it, replenish that account.
Hold on, let me pull that up. Let me pull that up. Yeah, this is kind of what started the whole mess with my old bank anyway. But when I was quoting those laws to them, she's like, "That's not true." I'm like, yeah, hold on, let me.
may I ask where the open chat tab is? Thank you.
I still don't see the 8821 that Albert posted in the group. I don't see it in there.
It's supposed to be in the open chat tab, but I can't find that. It's probably this.
No, I don't see it in there. The open mic. I don't see it in there or the W4 Private Member Association group. I don't see it in any one of those.
It's in the open mic chat. So look for that.
I don't see it in there at all. Let me see. Oh, someone sent it to me here. Let's see. Okay, someone just dropped it in my window, but I don't see it in the group. All right, thank you, Monique.
Okay, guys, it is Federal Regulation CC 229.10, and then C1 and the Roman numeral 6. And it says a check deposited into a branch of the depository bank and drawn on the same or another branch of the same bank, same account, if both branches are located in the same state. And it can be drawn on an account held by your institution, which is called on us checks or substitute checks, and can be deposited via in person or an ATM. And that also goes along with the Check 21 regulation as well. So they're saying that you can draw on your own account as long as it's at the same bank, same branch, and the same state. You can do it.
But that, okay, how's that news? I mean, yeah, we can. Can you interpret that a little more for us so we can understand what it is saying?
So it goes into saying that because we know that there is no real money, we can only use credit. And basically, and this regulation is fairly new. I think it came into the federal regulation did this law back in 2018 or 2019. So it's fairly new. And it's saying that you can draw on your own account and deposit it into your own account. Basically, they're saying that you can use the credit side of your account. Okay. And because of Title 31, subsection 3123, right? We know it says payment of the obligation and interest on the public debt is the faith of the United States government in its pledge to pay. So basically, that federal regulation CC came about in 2018 or either 2019, saying a check drawn on your account, as long as it's at the same branch and in the same state, you can do it. In other words, they're saying you can now utilize your credit side, but because the bank wasn't, I don't know if they weren't aware or they didn't know that this law came about. I don't know. But so then I gave her the Title 31, subsection 3123, as to why I was able to do it. And she was just sitting there arguing with me and telling me these regulations and these titles are not true. And I said, but your government wrote these laws. I didn't write it. I'm just telling you what it says and that I can do it. I can utilize my credit side. And it says I can do it in person or at an ATM. So that's what I did. And that's when we had the fight. So it is what it is. Even though I showed it to her right there, I pulled it up and everything. And she kind of like had her eyes up in the air, like she really didn't want to see it. Like, nope, if I don't see it, it doesn't exist. And I'm like, no, it exists. So, but there's a whole lot to that regulation CC and also Check 21. Really good read, really good read. So, and also UCC 9. Especially it goes into how you're supposed to be handling these negotiable instruments. And they was like, nope, my eyes are in the air. I don't want to see it. Don't want to know about it. I'm like, well, you could stick your head in the sand, but it's here. So
Um,
yeah.
sorry, I didn't hear any of your story when you first have told it. I wasn't here. Would you mind synopsizing for my benefit, like what happened with the bank and where things stand now?
So when I used the Federal Reserve Regulation CC 229.10 to write checks on my own account, because it's my own account, I was utilizing my credit side. They are not used to people coming in and using their credit side. They operate from, you're the debtor, and I'm like, no, I'm the creditor. And this regulation acknowledges that I can do this, that I can write checks drawn on my own account. She's like, well, you got to have money. I said, well, that regulation didn't say that. The regulation says any check that I deposit, you're supposed to take it and give me a substitute check. That's what it says, a substitute check. Okay, that's what it says. I didn't write it, they did. And then she's like, well, how can you do that? You can't do that. And then I quoted her Title 31, subsection 3123, as to why I can do it. So when I started telling her this, she, had her eyes in the air and she didn't want to hear it. She didn't want to hear it. I pulled it up for her on my phone to show her. She didn't want to look at it. She didn't care. So I was like, okay, so now we are, headed there. And I told her, I said, well, I am the beneficiary of this account. And she's like, no, you're not. And I said, well, you accepted my beneficiary signature and you've been accepting checks under my beneficiary signature. So then she was like, well, no, we didn't. I'm like, is that not my signature that says beneficiary? Yeah, but that doesn't matter. Oh, it most certainly does matter. I said, because, and then I pulled up my contract and it says, doesn't it say here, you guys are the fiduciary? And she tried to say, well, that doesn't mean that. So every law that I was throwing at her, she's like, no, that doesn't mean that. No, it's not that. So then that's when I did a W-4 on the bank, and I said, okay, well, now you owe me, because now you are refusing to let me use my credit side that you owe me, and in the meantime, that's when, they were like, well, you owe us this and you owe us this. And then they were quiet. After I did the W-4, they were really quiet. And then they sent me one letter saying, okay, well, because I'm bold. My whole thing is go big or go home. I wrote $6,000, $7,000, $8,000, $9,000 on drawn on my own account, and out of all of that, they first said I only owed them $6,000. I'm like, well, I wrote $9,000 worth of whatever, and then they came back and said, well, you owe us, $1,400. And I'm like, well, I don't owe you that either. You could go in and, like Smoking Baby said, they're insured for $250,000 that they use 1099As 4 times a year on our accounts. So for them to sit there and say, I owe, I'm like, no, we're going to let the IRS solve this thing. I said, these are, this is a taxable event that I think they need to assess. And then
Can you please mute yourself if you are not talking? Thank you.
So I just received another letter now on Friday saying, okay, well, we only closed your account because it's in a negative balance. And I keep saying, I'm not in a negative balance. You owe me, and now you're getting on my nerves. So now I'm going to take this $89 and turn it into $8,900. And because I like even numbers, I just rounded it up to $9,000 because they keep getting on my nerves. So now they went from saying I owed them, 6, 7, 8, like 9,000 down to 1,400 down to $89. And I'm like, okay, well then you must know that there's some validity to what I'm saying, because now, I wrote damn near $9,000 on me checks, and now they're telling me I only owe $89. out of 9,000. So they know what's going on. They know what's going on. And so now I think they're trying to get me to contract with them again and say, oh, yeah, okay, I'll just pay the 89. No, I'm not paying anything. And so I took that letter and I did a W-4 on it. I did the accepted for value, return for value, paid to United States Treasury, blah, blah, blah. So I consider the W-4 a success in that frame. Again, because I called them just to try to be as much of a fly on the wall as I can. I wanted to find out what was going on with the account. And when I called them, they said the account was frozen. I'm thinking, oh, well, that's interesting, So I'm thinking usually they freeze account when they're doing an audit. I asked them to go back 25 years. And I sent the IRS with the W-4s. I sent them everything that I had. So of course they didn't want to talk to me. They wasn't trying to give me any kind of accounting, saying that they can't go back that far. So I just kind of gathered up everything that I had and sent it with the W-4, with the letter, please excuse any, omissions or mistakes, please make any correction as you feel needed, because it's always my intent to be in compliance. This is what I think needs to be assessed. But it's like what Smoking Baby says, each account, they go, and because we don't claim it with the 1099As, and then they lie to us and tell us they can't take it when they can, they do that 4 times a year. So that's $1 million a year. So I just kind of, had them assess what I think I put in. But again, I said, please, make any corrections that you feel is needed, because by the time they're all said and done for 25 years, I got a feeling it's going to be a heck of a whole lot more than 3,000. Well, actually, I had them assess 3.5 million. But, so when I called on Monday just to see what was going on with the account, they said the account was frozen. I was like, oh, okay, well, something's going on. So, yeah, so it went down from 9,000 to 1,400 to $89. Like, what happened to the $9,000 that they said I owed? They better, okay.
Yeah, it's smoke and mirrors. They're testing. Now, who's the woman that's speaking right now? What is your name?
Mia Shea.
Mia Shea?
Mia Shea.
Mia Shea? Okay. Yeah, they're testing you. What they're doing is they're testing you to see if you're going to actually pay that amount. Okay. Amazon, or I should say, Fiserv. Fiserv is a huge corporation. They're the owner of Telecheck, TRS Recovery Services. They're now the owner of B of A. They're huge. They're in Wisconsin. Anyway, they're based out of Wisconsin. They tried to claim that I owed this certain amount, because what I did is I opened up Amazon account. I put in my personal checking account info in there, which was my BICN and a certain routing number that I use for my settlement account to settle the matter. And so anyway, to make a long story short, which never is, they claimed that I owed, and they picked the lowest amount, which was $20 or something. And the reason they did that is because it was an offer to see if I was going to accept their offer to pay the lowest amount. See, and I absolutely refused. And I told them that they need to fix their alleged system error, because they claimed that they had a system error. And I referred to it as their alleged system error. I stood my ground throughout the whole thing, and they finally did fix their alleged system error. So they're just playing games. That's all they're doing.
Before we go too far, I don't want to lose Mia. Can you just repeat the 2 codes that you had referenced? One was sounded like 312133, and the other was sounded like 22910.
Yeah, Title 31, subsection 3123.
Uh-huh.
And then Federal Reserve Regulation CC, subsection 229.10. Actually, that whole part is really good. You wanna read that whole part. It's actually
Federal
really good.
Reserve CC 229.10.
hmm And then UCC 9, that goes into how they're supposed to handle negotiable instruments because there is no money. And now, you know, they say I went from owing them 9,000 to $89. I know what they're doing. And so I said, well, because you're getting on my nerves and causing me stress and anxiety, I'm going to turn that $89, add 2 zeros on the back, and then added another 100 on and made it $9,000. Well, and then I W for it.
That's cool.
Mia, I have a question for you.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay. So just to get the some of the details about the beginning of this story, you're speaking about a bank account that you had for some years, a regular bank account, and then you went in and I don't know if you had a lot of money or you didn't have a lot of money in there, and you went and did a first draft on it or to do on the credit side for so many thousands of dollars, and that's how this thing began, right?
So, well, I turned it into a beneficiary bank account first, and then I started writing checks and signing the checks as beneficiary, and they
Okay.
accepted it.
Okay, that's really key. That's the big deal right there. See,
Yeah,
that's the part I was missing. Thank you for that.
yeah, and they
Okay, that
accepted
makes
it.
difference.
So,
Yeah.
right. So
So
when
they
I turned
contracted with you when they accepted it.
Right. So when I turned it into the beneficiary bank account, any checks that I got or signed from that point on, I signed it as beneficiary and they took it. And then that's
Now,
when I said to her, this is a beneficiary bank account. She kept saying, no, it's not. And I'm like, yeah, it is. You accepted 20 million checks.
Did you sign the signature card, the bank signature card as the beneficiary?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
and how long after you had signed the card that way did you begin endorsing checks that way?
Right away. I
How long
wasted.
was it? How long was
Uh,
it between the time that you started that and the time that they started balking?
So what happened was I had money in the bank, and of course, anything that I had, I just signed it as, signed off, everything. And I kind of already had a plan of how I was going to do this and what I was going to do, and have a backup, you know. Um, so I after I signed it as the beneficiary, then I started, writing checks, having them come back with the beneficiary signature. Then I started writing checks to myself on that beneficiary account because once they accepted it as a beneficiary account, they should have never touched it because then that's my private account now. I'm utilizing everything on my credit side, and they
And
didn't
when
have a
you
problem with it before.
when you opened it, was it opened that way, or is that just when you signed the signature card that way?
I signed the signature card that way. Like I've had it for 25 years, and so I didn't know this stuff 25 years ago. So I was like, well, I want to go and and convert this into a beneficiary account. So when I signed my name, they took it, and then when I started, depositing checks and writing checks, signing beneficiary, they didn't say anything.
Okay, so maybe what you're saying is that you just began to uh, change your signature, and that's how all of a sudden you was able to switch it over when they accepted. I understand they contracted with you and that agreement, but it was your signature is you signing as
So,
beneficiary is the
right.
change, or you didn't do any form or nothing. I went in there. I wanted
Um,
a beneficiary account. You just went and started doing a particular thing, and
mhm.
then it established an agreement. Okay, that makes sense.
Right. And then I started like signing all my checks, anything that I got in and anything that went out. I always put my beneficiary signature. So they didn't have a problem until I started drawing on my on us checks, checks on my own account, drawing on my own account. In other words, I was now exercising my private side, my credit side, and they didn't like that. So
Yeah, too bad.
I went right, and I went and opened up another account at Bank of America, and automatically I did that as a beneficiary account. He looked at it, but he didn't say anything. And I, gave them a beneficiary check just to, open their account. And they took it and they didn't have any problem. Now they said at the time it was going to cost me like $4.99 to keep the account open, whatever. I'm like, okay, it's only $4.99. I don't care, But what I'm noticing is they have not charged me yet, or they would charge me, then take it off. Charge me, then take it off. Charge me, then take it off. So they
How
are
about
recognizing.
also adding to the account? How about also adding to the signature card? All transactions redeemed in lawful money per 12 USC 411.
And I could not remember that when I was there because I was trying to remember that because I wanted to put that to redeem it off
I'll
of
show
lawful
you.
money.
I'll show you an example of how I got my signature card like that. If you want to connect with me on Telegram.
Oh, okay, yeah, because I can go in and update it. But like, listen, I got to update to my signature card. The last time I said, "Oh, I broke my finger. I got to re-sign this over."
Alan, can you hear me?
I'm Action Allen, so we'll connect on her, and I'll show you how to do it. Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Hey, I was trying to share that information that I mentioned earlier. I've been having a lot of technical issues after everybody was listening to me clearly, right? And after I mentioned all that information, I started getting kicked off and I couldn't unmute and all kinds of crazy stuff going on. And I can't drop the documents in the chat room because it tells me that this is a private member group and I'm already here. I mean, I'm a member of this group, but it tells me that it's a private member group. I can't drop nothing on there.
Yeah, it's telling me that too. I have never been able to drop anything into the group, so I have to send the documents to somebody and have them
Yeah,
uploaded.
if you want to try to send it to me, I've been listening to you guys. It's Guardian of Light. You want to try to send it to me and I can see if I can drop it in?
Guardian of Light. Guardian of Light. I don't know if I have you here.
Or you can drop it in mine. You can drop it in mine if you want, Albert, Action Allen, and
Yeah, because there's 3 documents I'm willing to share with you. Everybody wants to have a template of the 8821. I have that. The area-wide utility contract and the list of all the area-wide utility companies. I'll just have to figure out how to do it. If not, Alan, I'll drop it on Skype for you, and then you can retrieve it from there and post it here.
just drop it in my Telegram window. Where you're connected with me on Telegram, aren't you?
I'm not.
Okay, what is your?
My handle on here is Odin.
Okay, let me see if I can find you.
You can drop it in the open mic chat.
I cannot drop it.
What about Odin? Are you a member of the W4PMA?
Yes, I am, and I'm not being allowed to drop any documents or anything on there.
That's totally odd. That's weird.
Odin, I'm doing a search. I don't see you. Can you connect with me on Telegram? I'd much rather deal with Telegram than Skype.
Well, I'll try. I'm telling you, I'm being prevented from sharing anything.
Because somebody revoked my access too. I can't share anything either, so they have to go in and change a setting then.
I'm not even allowed to log on to this chat rooms, this video chat, unless Holly is on. I can't get logged on to participate in the discussions and stuff.
I think part of the issue, I don't want to say issue, but I think part of it is it's locked so that only admins can do
Alan,
certain
you're on,
things.
not Action Alan on here. You're on your name?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll look for you.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Holly has complete control of the site, and I don't see her on here right now. So I am somewhat of an administrator, but I don't know how to do any of that stuff. So.
Yeah, I try to log on. When she's not on here, I totally cannot log on. She was on here earlier this morning, so I was able to log on and listen.
Yeah, she's not. I don't think she's on right now.
Okay.
Well, Ann, can we get a hold of you or something, or someone that could be a middle person, as well as that are on a group that wants to get a hold of this information?
Sherry, if you want to go ahead and send me a DM on it, I'll try to post it. Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm not even finding Alan.
Okay, if anybody has Odin, if anyone has Odin on it
difficult
as a contact, please just send me his contact on Telegram.
I just messaged him.
If you click on his picture, if you're looking at the open mic chat or open mic itself, where you can see everyone speaking, if you click on his picture, it should pop up as to send the message.
Okay, I'll try that.
Okay, someone just sent it. Someone just sent it to me. Odin, Pet Odin. Is that it?
Odin Pet Odin.
Okay, all right. So here we go.
That's my pet. We got a dog, very vicious dog. It's a devil dog. Hey, quiet. You hear him?
Hey, Alan, we also hear your voice huge and reverberating. Maybe you might speak a little further away from your mic or something.
Sure, no problem. Let me try. Let me see what happens. Is that better?
Okay, Alan, I found your contact here. I'm going to drop the documents on your page here.
All right.
If this thing will cooperate with me.
Yeah, the softer you speak, Alan, or further away from your mic, the better we seem to be able to hear you.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah, sometimes it helps too if you turn off your video.
I don't have video on.
Okay. Let's see if it'll do multiples here. No, it's going to do them one by one. Oh, no, I did it. Let me see. Come on, one more. Okay, it should show up. It's in hyperspace.
Nothing yet? Okay, now it's coming. All right.
Yeah, it's at 100%. Okay.
All right.
Form 8821 template. GSA area-wide public utility contract, right? And then I put in the Tucson Electric Power Company, which is the company I deal with. I highlighted that Article 7, so people can just scroll down to Article 7 and read what I'm talking about. That's where it says that the supplier is supposed to turn in those billing stubs to Treasury for reimbursement.
Article 7 of what again?
The area-wide utility company contract.
Okay, Albert, you want me to drop these? There's two documents, correct? Is that what you sent her?
There's 3. You should have gotten 3 of them.
Oh,
Well, 2 docs and a form.
okay, gotcha.
The 2 documents and the Form 8821 template.
Oh, and the GSA area-wide public utility contract listing. All right, I got. Okay, you want me to drop these in the group?
Yes, if you would, please.
All right, you got it.
Would you also be able to drop a link for the trust fund account that you were talking about from the post office, just to get to be able to read about it?
No, you have to go to the USPS.com website and set it all up there.
Right, but is that the CAPS? Is that what you're referring to? Because I tried to do a Google search. Is it the CAPS account?
I don't know nothing about CAPS account. I was just talking about the United States Postal Service.
Yeah, it's the USP.
I have it's like a pathway to show you how to do it, but again, I can't. So maybe if I can send what I have to let me see, who do I have here in the group? It's like a pathway to show you how to do it. And,
that'd be great.
Yeah, let me pull it up here. I'm trying to see who do I have in the group that I can send it to.
Ellen, were you successful in sharing those documents?
Yes, I have the one last one going in right now.
Thank you. Appreciate it, man. Thanks
There
for your
it
help.
is. All 3 is in the W4 private member association group. They're all there. Yeah, thanks for sending those, Albert.
Yeah, I don't know everybody's utility company name or where they're at. So otherwise, I'd drop it there. But I mean, if I could find it, I know anybody can find it.
Yeah, and they're all private for profit corporations with DUNS numbers. And
Of course.
So, like, you can look up their DUNS numbers for these courts and all these different private for profit corporations, including the utility companies.
And I think the utility company's EIN is on there too. Maybe I'm mistaken. Let me see if I find it. I found the utility company's EIN very, very easy.
This one particular court that I was just recently dealing with, I looked up their DUNS number and it shows that they're out of business, but yet they're still operating. Imagine that, right?
Yeah. One attorney is still keeping it going.
How do you do that? How do you both go out of business and still begin?
You got to do it very carefully, man.
They're actually, what they're doing is I found out they're operating under a different DUNS number for the county of. So it shows when you pull up the Superior Court, it shows that under their DUNS number for the Superior Court, it shows that they're out of business, but they're operating under the county of DUNS number. That's what's happening in a nutshell.
Hey, Alan, is it okay if I add you and then see if you can upload it, or are you not able to upload?
I'm sorry, what's that?
Are you able to upload, so the document that I was saying that I have for the bank account, I have that. I wanted to send it to see if you can send it to the group, because for some reason I'm still not able to, I'm still trying to upload it, and for some reason I can't.
I'm not sure. Okay, who's speaking right now?
This is Mia Shea.
Mia, I'm sorry, Mia. What? I didn't catch your name. Sorry.
Mia Shea.
Oh, Mia Shea. Okay.
Because I think you were supposed to send me a DM anyway, so I was going to respond and send you the stuff for the banking.
Are you Empress Shay Marie, or is that?
Oh
Because
no,
I'm not.
that's no,
Okay, I'm
she's
not connected. I'm not connected with you on Telegram yet.
not yet. Okay, so let me see if she can maybe send it if she's on here. Let's see. I'm trying
If
to
you,
send a
yeah.
group now that I can send it to to see if I can send it to someone. Let's see.
I'm on here. You can send it to me. And
Oh,
yes, Mr. Allen, I
okay.
sent you a message.
Okay, so I'll send it to you, and you can post to the group right on the chat. Okay, so
Yeah.
okay, I'm just gonna say.
What are you doing?
Okay, I just sent it to another chat, and then we can forward that into the group. I've been trying for a
So
month to figure out why I can't put stuff in the group.
Albert, on that 8821, you submitted that online. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
It's you got to kind of explore the website for where that form is located, and then you download it to your computer, fill it out, print it, then you have to scan it into a PDF format, and then save it in a folder. Then you go back onto the online IRS's website and transfer that PDF.
Well, you have to sign it, right?
You have to sign it. That's why you gotta physically print it, sign it, then you
Gotcha.
scan it so you can transfer it back to them.
Right.
It's real simple to do. It's not rocket science or anything, but you just gotta feel your way through the website on how to do things.
Well, when do you expect to get confirmation that they accepted it and all that?
I don't remember where it said 3 to 7 days or something like that. I just
And
gotta log.
they'll send you an email, a confirmation email, or what?
No, actually, you have to log on to your account, and you should be able to see a notice there somewhere.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
I'm just kind of feeling my way through, I don't know exactly how the system works because it never asked me to submit an email or nothing like that.
Okay.
Mother Shay, was you able to get the thing about the account?
Yes, I put it in the private members group. It's in the private members group.
Oh, okay.
No one's able to upload any documents to the open mic except for the admins, I believe.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm sorry, did you uploaded that in the W4 group? Because I don't see it.
Now the weird thing is, I'm looking at it now under Odin's. I see it there. I see it under Odin's Tuscan Electrical Power. So I guess it was able to come into here.
I moved it over. I moved
Oh, okay.
it for you.
Thank you.
It is in the W4 chat room. W4 PMA, I think.
Yes, but I think somebody moved it over.
Oh, okay.
So I think whoever was. So I
I
guess
guess we can.
like delete it from that room because I don't want anybody saying, what does that got to do with what we're doing?
I think you might have to delete it. I don't know that I could because I'm not administrator in there. So I don't know, Mia.
Okay, I think Shay Marie has to delete it.
Can I ask for whoever it was that was sending the mobile check deposit? So on page 3, they cite opening the Wells Fargo CEO mobile application, and it says enter the company ID. And I was wondering if that means enter the company of your bank, enter the company of like our private bank. Or...
Actually, that part. So when in step 2, you have to actually email them the terms and conditions. You have to email. They're going to provide you on that sheet that you're reading from is a link to an Excel spreadsheet that you have to download and fill out the black area, and you email it back to the email address that it provided you. Once you do that, you have to wait because right now I'm currently waiting for a reply back, and it's going to reply back with your customer ID number or the CEO ID number and everything. So that's going to be created for you. So it's a waiting game at this point.
So I guess I'm lost on where does this Excel sheet come from? I'm not seeing anything at all about Excel.
There's a link. If you read the directions, you have to start from the beginning. Read the directions thoroughly. There gives you a hyperlink that you can click on. It'll download the Excel spreadsheet. I think that it's in probably page 2 where you get to the link. So now that part actually accompanies the EPS. So before you even set that up, you need to have your EPS account set up. So there was another link that was shared by BJ Martin that walks you through setting up the EPS account. So I put notes in there to make sure that you understood the difference between each link.
Shay Marie, now is it in the open mic chat, the instructions on how to get the EPS number? Or maybe it's not showing up on mine yet.
No, I don't have access to put anything in open mic. So I put it in the private member group.
Private member group, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there it is. Okay, it's there now.
Action, Allen?
Yes, sir.
Just want to see if you were still on. I'm going to drop another, it's a screenshot I just took of a search I did for the power company's EIN, just to prove how simple it is to get their EIN. I just entered on Google DuckDuckGo. I entered Tucson Electric Power Company EIN, and it popped right up.
Okay, very cool. And you can also, about requesting and requiring the W-9 also once you get the W-9, the EIN.
Yeah, but I always choose the path of least resistance. They always want to deny you, okay? So I just don't fool around with them. Right? They got the EIN made public already, so why even bother asking them?
Yeah, that's true. But wasn't too bad when the court that I was dealing with that's showing that they're out of business with their under their DUNS number. They actually provided me their W-9.
Oh, well, that's good. You know, the state too, they try to hide their EIN number and they refuse to give you a W-9. When you can go online, the state corporation commission, they have that on their website as a PDF. They'll show you the state's EIN number.
All right, you got a link. Is that what you're going to send me a link for that or what?
No, I'm sending you a search I just happened to finish doing to prove how easy it is to get the EIN number for your power company.
Oh, for the power company. Yeah. And it's somewhat easy to get the DUNS number too. Actually, Pacific Gas and Electric Company, it wasn't so easy to get the DUNS number. I had to really do some digging for that.
If you do a search for their 10K, that's part of the Securities and Exchange Commission listing. They have a 10K.
A majority of public utilities, you can get on the actual public utility website and you can navigate, and their 10K is posted somewhere on that site.
Right. The 10K has the EIN. Very easy to do.
Yeah, and a lot of these corporations, they have multiple DUNS numbers, but I always try to get the main headquarters. So, like Pacific Gas and Electric Company, they have all these different DUNS numbers, but it was a real pain in the ass to find the main headquarters DUNS number. Because I like to get the main headquarters DUNS number.
Okay.
As opposed to all the subsidiaries, I like to get the main headquarters.
Okay, let me see. What am I gonna upload? The screenshot I told you. Where'd it go? Some of these things are real easy to find, man. I went to my credit union and asked them for a W-9 because I needed their EIN. They completely refused. They sent notice to the headquarters and everything with my request in writing and everything. They refused to give it to me. I said, okay, that's fine. But I already had it.
Well, what I do when I request their stuff, EIN number, DUNS number, whatever.
Yeah.
I let them know that I request and require their W-9, and I let them know that if they don't provide it, which they're required to, and if they don't provide it, then it'll be listed on the 3949A and the 211 that's going to be going against them. It'll be listed that they refused the W-9.
That's cool, but that's too much wasted breath for me. I just go get it. I know it's the right one because it will state that their name and address. I deal with a credit union. It's called Tucson Old Pueblo Credit Union on 22nd Street, and that's the EIN that's attached to that address. That's who I'm dealing with, doing business with. I don't do business with a corporation, their headquarters.
There's this website, HIPAA, HIPAA space.
That's another good source to find them, yeah.
.com, HIPAA space.com.
or HIPAA-space.com. You can enter their company name or address, and it pulls up a bunch of EIN numbers and addresses and all that. So then you can select whichever it is, the closest one you think.
Also, EIN.com.
Yeah, there's a lot of platforms that have them. DuckDuckGo has it.
I found the form that it has like a whole
Hello?
bunch of EINs, like 6-7 pages of EINs. I found quite a few like banks and jewelers and car dealers and all this other stuff. And I also had another one that had all the EIN of all of our government, three-letter government agencies still. And I'm looking for that. I'll put it in the W4 too when I find it.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
I have a question. And I just got known. A friend just told me about this group. So she was telling me you need to go ahead and get on, okay? So yesterday I went to court, and I've never been to a court where I was not able to say anything. So I wasn't able to defend my case. So I'm just trying to, it's an eviction. I was in General Sessions Court, and I ended up in General Sessions Court dealing with child support. Never heard of child support dealing with evictions. So I'm just trying to find some type of direction as to what I need to do. I know I want to file in federal court, being that I am on Section 8. I'm just needing some type of direction.
You don't really be a defendant.
I recommend that you get, there is an identity theft packet, and you would need to start there. But I would definitely get a hold of, if people can mute, thank you. So you want to start with the identity theft packet, but then I know Holly isn't in here right now. I don't see her. You can also contact Smoking Baby, especially if you want to take it all the way, if you are really trying to work with it. If you're working on your foreclosure or process, Smoking Baby does have a lot of information. Lelania, we also have an emergency housing area, a group as well.
Also, you really want to learn about trust law and jurisdiction, because the moment you appear in their courts, you are granting jurisdiction. You're performing as one of their employees, and you've basically waiving all your constitutional protections and everything. So you need to understand trust law to be able to express the already established resultant trust by them opening a docket, a case with you as a defendant. Then they've hypothecated securities in your name. Now the judge is a bailee in possession of bailment from your estate. And you have to express this. You have to say, I'm the beneficiary of this trust. You are holding the assets of the trust. You have a fiduciary responsibility. Here are your instructions as a trustee fiduciary. And you got to tell them whatever you want them to do. They have to do whatever you want them to do, because they've hypothecated a security in your name, and they've received all these cash proceeds. They not only have the tax liability on all the money that they've taken out of your estate, they also have fiduciary responsibility and a trustee responsibility to you to do the best for your trust, for your benefit. And you, as the grantor of that trust, grantor of that value that they have hypothecated, meaning siphoned out of your estate, they now owe you performance. So you have to express this, and everything else is essentially you are waiving your rights. You're like getting roped into fraudulent contracts, and you're just agreeing with them all the way by even appearing. I mean, you have to understand the jurisdiction, how it applies to you. And also you have to have a little understanding of trust law, so you can express some things and kind of hopefully end up on the top.
Well, you should never appear personally in any of their courts, especially if they're trying to come after you for something. You set up a telephonic hearing is what you do. So in my federal court action, they tried to get me to come in there for a long time, and I refused. I would not go, because anytime you go in there, you're taking the chance of them kidnapping you. Okay? Simple as that. And so there was a guy by the name of Alfred Adask years ago that was on 60 Minutes that taught me something very important. And that is that you always deal with the criminals at arm's length. Okay? And so part of that, what that means is that you do not go in there and volunteer your body for them to kidnap. That's something you do not do. Okay? So they set up the telephonic hearing, and because I wouldn't go in there. And then the first telephonic hearing they set up, they didn't show up, and they claimed that I wasn't there and blah blah blah. I told them they were lying, and so they set up another one. And then the second one that they set up, I was ready to go, and I got my witness on the line, and the rest is history. Okay, it turned out wonderful when you express the trust, and you can express the trust in any court matter, any court action. It does not matter. In fact, I'm helping a guy with the verbiage right now that's in the Sacramento County Jail. He's been locked up for over a couple years now, and he's already been convicted, and he's looking at a 30-year prison sentence. And so he's got the sentencing hearing coming up. Actually, he's had about 4 or 5 of them that's been postponed, and the other one it was postponed again today till the 16th of this month. But he's going to end up expressing the trust in that matter, and I believe he's going to walk. It's going to be very powerful what happens here.
Oh wow, that's beautiful.
Is that going to be live, or like is there going to be a recording of it? Love to hear that.
Yeah, when he calls me from the jail, lets me know what the outcome is. It'll be recorded. Yep.
All right. That's awesome. So you never want to take an attorney. You never want them to appoint you one. Whoever it was that came looking for court.
Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it.
Really good course called Jurisdictionary, and it takes not that long to complete it. I've heard of people like really getting it like done in like 24 hours, but it probably would take you maybe like 2 weeks if you just put in like an hour a day or something, like 2 hours a day. And it's really beneficial to learn just the bread and butter just of all of this stuff, the bare bones of it. And they show you how to like file stuff on the court and how to the entire process of going through court.
Is it on?
But
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But I believe what Smoking Baby and Hollywood and Lelania go through, they try to stop that whole court process and make it go away. So there are lots of options.
Another thing to be mindful of is that whenever we get sued, the plaintiff's lawyers also represent us by assumption and presumption. So we have to fire them. We have to send them communication telling them they don't represent us, and if they are under the impression that they are representing us, they are hereby fired. So now they cannot represent us because, especially when dealing with financial institutions, as in an eviction case maybe, or even like with discharges that we did with banks and stuff, they assume and presume power of attorney because we've given them all this information. We've given them an application, right? So they are saying they are administrators over our estate, and they are acting in that vein. So we have to basically fire them. And it is, I think, one of the most important aspects of all of this as well, because even by allowing them to continue under that presumption, we're still giving them jurisdiction, and we're still giving them opportunity to essentially pilfer our estate for their own benefit. So that's another aspect that we should kind of look into.
I'd like to chime in on this part of the conversation also. Trying to stay out of court would always be the best thing. But what about invoking equity? Does anyone have any ideas or opinions on how we can actually go into court, not enter the ship, and just invoke equity right off the bat?
Via expressing the trust. See, once we express the trust and put ourselves into a beneficiary's position in that constructive trust that they've created, now the whole thing automatically reverts into equity, because they just have to do what is best for the beneficiary. Now, I think the status correction comes very handy in this moment, because if we do a proper status correction, essentially what we're trying to do with that is we're trying to overcome the legal disabilities that are under assumption and presumption with that status correction. By asserting things like we're not bankrupt, or we are solvent, or that we're not a minor account holder anymore, which is a little more advanced kind of knowledge node, shall we say. We basically, by asserting these clauses about our status, we remove the discretion of making legal determinations on our behalf. We remove the discretion from the administrators and trustees whether or not they can withhold distributions from us as the beneficiaries, because they're saying that normally, if we have no status correction, they're saying, oh, here's the beneficiary, but this beneficiary is an incompetent in commerce and a bankrupt entity. So if we ever distribute any benefits to this beneficiary, they will plunder it. So we will just basically not distribute any benefits to them, right? So they're keeping it hidden. They're distributing it to their own accounts. They're saying, we're the administrators, so we're just going to do our administrator's job and administrate the estate and keep the distributions and proceeds under our own watch, so on and so forth. So, again, if we corrected our status correctly and efficiently and sufficiently, now we hopefully have removed any legal disabilities that they could assume or presume on behalf of us that would allow them the discretion. So we want to allow them no discretion, but we want to box them into their strict ministerial duties. And that's why status correction, in my understanding and opinion, is very important.
If I could add to that, you should never pass through the gate without letting them know first that you're there on divine special appearance. And so when you go in, they have to, prove your standing and your status, and they claim to have authority over you because of parens patria, which is basically them believing that they're your parent. So if you can claim back, you first you want to go in with your trust. You want to have your birth certificate in case you have to pay anything. But you want to really let them know that you're there on special appearance, that you're not a citizen, person, or a resident, that they don't have authority over you through parens patria. And you also want to verify their oaths to make sure that they even have proper jurisdiction over you. And so I'm just going to say that.
Okay. So here's what's happening across the board in every single court action and then some. They're bullying and bluffing everyone they can get by with, which is the biggest majority of the people. Okay? That's what's happening in a nutshell.
What did you say is happening? I couldn't catch what you said. Say again, what happened? What happens?
What they're doing is they're bullying and bluffing everyone that they can get by with. Okay?
Yes.
Which is the biggest majority of the people, because they don't have no backbone. They don't know who they are, and so on and so forth. So they get bullied and bluffed. And there was a justice, I think it was Justice Marshall, that said years ago, everyone that's in prison is there because they volunteered.
Here's the thing. I have to disagree with Marshall. It might be technically the letter of law by some form of artifice or other minutia that no one in their right mind who is reasonable, and that's the qualia that the Supreme Court themselves looks for. Would a reasonable mind think that that's the case? And when you expressly state in no uncertain terms that you are not a volunteer and that you expressly wish no contract and that you expressly wish to be set free and released, and you state that unequivocally to each, every, any, and all servants, and they still grab your body, it's not voluntary.
Well, you volunteered being in there, being in their court. You volunteered.
That's the point. I wasn't volunteering. I didn't walk into their courtroom. I was dragged into their courtroom.
Okay, and how was it that you were dragged? Give me some details, please.
I was moving from point A to point B. I had, as an officer of my tribe, credential to give to one of our officers. That required moving from the southerly point through Virginia to Pennsylvania. I never I never got through Delaware, never mind Pennsylvania. While I was in Virginia, there was someone waving emergency signs as though the emergency lights were a necessity. So I asked what the emergency was. She disregarded the question. I actually began with peace be with you, and I said it, shalom, peace be with you. And then, of course, license, registration, and proof of insurance. I said, I don't understand. I'm asking you what your license, registration, and proof of insurance is, and you're asking it of me. You're saying that I'm failing to identify, but I don't have a duty to identify. You do. And they hid their badge numbers. They hid their names. And so they knew full well that I was looking for their badge number and names. And in the same vein that they're claiming that I'm refusing to identify, they wouldn't give me anything. I asked them for a business card. They wouldn't give me that. And I said, unlike you, I will show you who I am because I have good faith. I showed a credential that is issued by our tribe. The credential specifies on both sides of the document, front and back, at the very top, it's literally the first 6 words in it. Yahuwah Authority, Cosmic Majestic, Flash Priority. Now, for those of you on the call who have not heard me go through this spiel, I'll explain briefly. Cosmic is a United Nations term for all countries which are an incorporated country, so virtually more than 99% of the earth. So cosmic means above top secret. Majestic means of or relating to a crown and or sovereign capacity. So flash priority references when something is pertinent to one of 3 positions in the government. When those 3 positions concern either the post or the treasury or the executive function, whether that be a chief, a president, a prime minister, etc. So anytime it is concerning one of those 3 positions, it's called flash priority. So anyone in government, especially someone with a duty to know better, like an officer with a badge, seeing all of those terms, God's authority, cosmic, majestic, flash priority, also making the claim, whether by assumption, presumption, implication, inference, statement, conclusion, or otherwise, that they have alleged you're a standard general public enemy combatant belligerent when you specify in writing and in actual that you wish peace be with them, and that your actual document says that you are not the surety. It says it in no uncertain terms, in red ink even. So it stands out from the purple that is on most of the credential.
Hey, may I interrupt you for a second? May I interrupt you? I personally 100% understand what you're doing and agree with you about your standing and status. And I'm sure, the government, when also wouldn't have actually any problem with it. But this is what Alan is saying. This is what I am of the opinion of. This is what you are kind of saying as well. We're all actually in concert saying the same thing, that they are fraudulently warring against people for the most part. And they test us. They try to steamroll us. At the end of the day, the matter seems to be who will be able to enforce their claims and who will basically get off the battlefield first. And from one perspective, this is a challenge to all of us. From another perspective, it's a great opportunity to bring claims and fees and fines on the grounds of violation of our hopefully already publicly notified fee schedules, and default them on the private side, issue our private judgment, and bill them. And then when they don't pay, it turns into a withholding, and then assign it to the Treasury for liquidation on our behalf and return of our credit. I mean, this is how I see what's going on. And yeah, I think they're going to dishonor us almost in every instance and every opportunity because their wager is that, oh, these fools won't know how to enforce their claims. We will just trample right over them. It is my guess. I yield.
Well, they certainly did their bit of trampling before anything had to do with my stating anything at all about their alleged contract. I specifically asked the woman if she understood the credential to mean that I was not surety, and specifically that she would be surety, and specifically that if I was drugged without my consent, it would be specifically before an actual magistrate. I used the term actual intentionally. I was not brought before an actual magistrate. I was brought before a teleconference. And when I said I was to be brought before the actual magistrate, the purpose of the stated expressed intent was to trust them to take me to the magistrate to hand them the documents. I have a briefcase filled of documents proving that jurisdiction was not United States, was not Virginia, was not any one of the states of the Union, but was foreign to it. And instead of doing that, she breached the contract and failed to show cause of jurisdiction. They literally were rocking the car back and forth, telling me overtly intended statements that they were not only going to hurt me, they were going to harm the car. So if there is any case of having a threat, duress, and coercion claim under color of law, that meets the definition. And it was recorded on a call. So they can't say that we lost our little body cam because there's a recording of it.
Okay. I have a question. Early in the encounter, you asked them for their business card, correct?
All of them denied it to me.
Okay. Did you offer them your business calling card? Or do you have a business calling card?
Only when it was demanded of me and when I was told that I would be harmed. And I did so reserving my rights and specifically saying it was under threat, duress, and coercion.
No, did you hand them your business calling card with your use fee schedule?
So I don't have a calling card with my use fee schedule handy on it. It's
you need to get one together, and that's the first thing you do is you hand them your business calling card with your use fee schedule. So anything they do after that, they're going to get billed. You send the invoice, the bill to their risk management department.
May I ask a question? Can you guys hear me?
You're good. Go ahead.
Okay. What is it that you're trying to accomplish in this chat room? Are you seeking remedy or what is it?
I would love remedy. I was just answering the individual's question who was asking me about what we were seeking and that they were claiming that we were all volunteers. And I was confirming for the record that no, not all of us are.
Okay. I've also been presented with that information. I caught a state case back in 2004. By 2014, I was placed in the state penitentiary, okay? But here's the remedy. Learn this W-4 process, and you're going to get your remedy. That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to learn this process, and I'm going to take action on all those that incarcerated me on a 5-year prison sentence, okay? Because that's how we're going to get payback. At least I am. I can see the remedy built in on this procedure, on this process, this W-4 sandwich process. We just need to learn it, put it into action, and wait for the remedy to manifest itself.
Can anyone in this call or any other show cause that using the W-4 does not stipulate that you are a United States citizen?
Hold on. Yeah, this is a good question, but
can I want to say something to what Odin said, and then I'm going to say something to that United States citizen issue. Odin, so yeah, you're right. I agree with you, but the bridging process from an injury that was caused to us to W-4 process may be, because there are going to be multiple issues to raise, but in terms of the injury that is caused, we need to learn how to do a private administrative process, because that is the process where we will make a series of affidavits, and we will then notify the respondents of their injury that are being caused by their actions to us, and we're going to assess fees and fines, and we're going to also record their dishonor and create their liability. And so we have to learn that. We have to do that appropriately and good. And then that gives us an opportunity to bill them, present them a true bill. And when they fail to pay that true bill, they become lien debtors to us, and we become lien creditors and lien holders against them. And that is assignable to the Treasury, and that's when the W-4 process comes in. This is my understanding about that. About the U.S. Citizenship issue that the other friend raised, we have this Social Security number trust, essentially, which is a U.S. person. So that is a U.S. citizen. It's a U.S. person. So we, the men, are not U.S. person. We always sign as beneficiary and representing the U.S. person. So these nuances are also very important nuances to really understand very well for us, because we cannot afford to be scared of being implicated as a U.S. person and so on and so forth. We have to know which hat we're wearing, what the relationship is, what the nexus is, what is our position and role in it. We are not being represented by the U.S. person. We represent the U.S. person as the beneficiary and agent of record. So we have to understand these concepts. These are very important. And we need to use the U.S. person in commerce. Everything we do in commerce is done through that U.S. person, the agency. The Social Security number name has the agency of a person. As a man, we come in as its representative, but we need that agency of a person. And if we know how to use it properly, we can use it without being presumed a surety for it. As a matter of fact, the whole name of the game is turning the tables and making the U.S. person a surety for us, indemnifying us, and making it a bailee where we are the bailor, and so on and so forth, where our assets are secured and protected by our expressing of these relationships. I yield.
Can I say something? Because I was listening to the young lady, and it sounds like in her case, time is of the essence. I do agree with you, Alistair, about the whole administrative process, but you don't have to go through all that to do the W-4. I agree with Odin. Like when my bank was stressing me out, I put that on my cover sheet before I sent that all off to the W-4 directly to the IRS. And yes, we are the creditors. And in fact, I just put in the W-4 Private Member Association because I can't put it to the group. So
Well, I agree with you, but these are, again, I actually qualified my comment about the existence of different issues. Are you still there? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
The young lady that was making that comment, though, I want her to hear me also.
She dropped off when she was speaking.
She's still here. We just and when you guys are not talking, could you please shut your mics off? Thanks.
Okay, so I'm going to make another comment to her. I hope she's hearing that yes, there are few separate issues. The first issue is that anytime they created an account on our name, including a court case, in this case, they have hypothecated a security, and thereby they have this fiduciary trustee responsibility as soon as we express it, and they can't escape from it. So we can immediately go ahead and W4 that very quickly. But the issue that I was raising, and we have been also discussing around, is the injuries that have been caused to us. And when there are injuries caused, and when we raise the issue and communicate the injury that is being caused by actions of any private party, we can basically bill them for the injuries, right? And how much we bill them for the injuries really depends on our fee schedule, because the fee schedule should already be there, identifying the fees and fines for different types of transgressions, injuries, use, so on and so forth. So that is a different one that is on the table. So then the court case. The court case is one wad of money that is on the table. That is our own asset that was siphoned out of us without us giving them authority, because they're just basically claiming and assuming administratorship. And now we express that this is happening, then now they kind of got caught with their hands in the cookie jar and they can't get out of it, of that fiduciary duty to us. But then us identifying an injury and billing for it is a whole separate claim that we should liquidate on and collect on, and that is, yes, that takes a longer time, but it's a separate issue. So while I agree with her remark about the time being of essence, we can W4 that claim on its own while perfecting our other claims.
I'm going to add and it does sound like she has more urgent needs. She can W4 that process 10 years from now. What she needs is an immediate help, and we're keep getting away from that topic. So I'm suggesting that she start the identity theft process, get with Lilania, Hollywood, and Smoking Baby. Those are the three that are most knowledgeable in this process to help her get starting right away to stop the action that is occurring right now. Thank you. And it's important that she learn all of the other stuff, but that is not what she needs right now.
So I apologize, Vivian. I missed that, and I would sure, if someone would like to fill me in, you're talking about someone has an immediate need and so on and so forth. If somebody kind of wanted to give me a rundown.
Oh, hey, middle name.
I may be in a position. Middle name is Water.
I know.
It's because, you have to have it to live. You know what I'm saying? But
True
so
that,
yeah,
true
if you
that.
could, if you could, it's actually Justin, but I changed it. It's me, Justin. So anyway,
Her name is Jessica. I don't see her in here. I don't see her in here. She was in here asking for help, water, Dustin, but I'm not seeing her now.
okay, yeah.
So when you guys get off topic and somebody needs emergent help, you know, this is part of the problem. She was coming in for specific help, and I understand that we're all learning and that we all have lots of information to give, but when someone comes in and they're literally trying to when now child support and CPS is now becoming involved in something, this is where your discernment is, where you stop talking and you provide her the people to go to immediately. And this is where some people are not, and I'm not trying to be an asshole or anything like that, but she was literally asking for help, you guys, and the tangents of what you guys were talking about were not important in that situation. So unless you know of where she needs to go and what she needs to do, your discernment, your responsibility is to shut
Do we know
up.
the name? Do we know the name of the individual that needed the CPS aid?
Her name was Jessica, and I don't see her in the chat now, in the open mic right now.
Okay.
And I don't know if she joined the group. I haven't looked yet.
I would have to respectfully agree with you, Vivian. A lot of times, we have this group specifically set up for the W4, and there is some really deep knowledge in here, and I really appreciate every one of them, every one of you guys. But people that come in here to get W4, just simple information to be just a beneficiary and not outside of that box, get this whole big paradigm of a whole different idea of what we're not even doing in here, and it kind of loses them too. So we don't want them in and out. We want as many people as we can to do this because this is helping every one of us. But people need to listen to the videos and see what it's about before commenting and coming in and trying to offer resolution. Although I respect very much the resolution, there is another room that we have already created or connected that is appropriate for that. And so if you could, even if you're not an admin, you can speak up and say, hey, you know what? This room is this, or this is this. And you're going to learn more just by merely asserting yourself and helping others that are trying to guide people to the right direction. So I appreciate you saying that, Vivian.
Hey, Vivian, may I ask a question here?
Hey, sure, go ahead. So I did private message her. I'm going to see if she responds and if she has messaged the people that I suggested.
Okay. You mentioned Hollywood and Smoking Baby, and that they have processes. So, since we're on the subject, and I don't know exactly what this young lady's situation was. I didn't get to hear, what was going on exactly. But what process would you be referring to?
They have one, it's an identity theft process that you start off with, and then they have a sequence of directions and forms to fill out to stop foreclosure. They do have other things that they can do to help somebody that is in active child support cases, but you have to be very brave on that part, because it goes into the public and the private, and right now hers is foreclosure. If she can stop that court case in that's in foreclosure, it'll stop everything.
Okay, so you're saying actually going into the court, then when you say you have to be brave on that part?
No, it's not actually. If you have an active child support or family court case going on currently, they're asking people who are knowledgeable in some aspects of all of this paperwork and the sovereignty or the state national or whatever you want to call it. They're asking you to be knowledgeable.
Right.
Go ahead.
Let me
Sorry.
speak a little bit further. No, you're golden. You are 100% correct. What it is it's not just knowledgeable, but you got to be willing to do what needs to be done, and have a pair that, a set of brass balls, so to speak, because the things that are going to be asked of the individual who has the child support case going on and has their case won before they even start doing it, pretty much, it's going to take a lot of work. We're talking 8-10 hours a day, some days, and just to do what you're told. And those that don't do it will be cut out. And right now it's not out for the public. It will be soon. I'm actually one that's going to be doing it as well. And it's going to be a lot of work.
Thank you so much for your input. Thank you so much. So if anybody has any other questions, they can go ahead and ask them. I needed to interrupt that and make people mindful. When somebody comes in here and they get on the open mic and they are literally asking for help, and you hear the situation that they're in, please be mindful of that and know that we need to direct them to people who have that knowledge and that can help them right away. That's all.
Yes, I got a question.
Go ahead.
Open mic, right? It's called open mic.
Yeah.
I was under the impression that this was to discuss the W4 sandwich and related subjects to that, the W4 process.
But go ahead.
FARA registration. So I
can't hear.
Can you hear me?
Answer. Yeah.
I'm in Great Britain, and a smoking baby said I need to fill out the FARA registration, so that to be an agent, otherwise there's big penalties.
Okay, brother, can you hold off with that question or your comment? I'm trying to get an answer to my question.
I think the answer to your question is, yeah, you're right, but the child is more important than the conversation. That's all.
Yeah, I comprehend that. She's already been directed where to go to get help. I mean, nobody's giving her any help right now in this chat room.
Yeah, they are.
Okay,
the people that run this chat,
yeah,
are Smoking Baby, are Hollywood.
Oh yeah.
And
I comprehend that.
But what is your question on the W4, honey?
The question that I'm trying to get answered is, I don't want to insult nobody, but by bringing in other subjects is what I'm trying to say. I brought in the utilities subject. I shared the template on how to fill out a 8821. I just want to make sure that I'm not interfering or adding other subjects that are not to be discussed here.
Oh no, the W4 open mic, we have discussed everything under the sun at this point. You're good.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, the FARA registration. Has anyone done that?
I don't believe so.
I believe Smoking Baby has registered as FARA. I think so.
Yeah, it's the foreign status. So I think the issue is that if you register as a foreign agent, then you have to register your status. So if you register as so it being in England, obviously, if I have to register as sovereign over here, then obviously there's a lot of questions to ask, and I just have to find out, because I've tried filling out the e-form. I'm going to have to maybe get the actual form and the guidance sent out or something like that. But it's a little bit daunting, because apparently if I put a W4 in, it's something like 10 years or something like that. It could be without the FARA registration. So
If you private message Smoking Baby, he will help you.
yeah. Okay, I'll try that again. I have done that, but yeah, I'll try that again, because the thing is, as much as I want to bang out all these W4s and 1040s and 1040Vs, there's a specific order that it should be done in correctly in order to, preserve life. So, yeah, that's fine. I'll just message him. Thanks for that.
Martin, what I would suggest is that you, in the W4 PMA group, type out your question and tag him in that question.
Okay, in the normal, and the other one, the private. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, brilliant. Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Vivian, may
So,
I?
so my understanding is that, according to Vince that has come on here, that the 1040 is for the debtor and the 1041 is for the creditor. I don't know much about these forms. I'm just going by what he said coming on here earlier.
Yeah, I wasn't here for that. I wasn't here for that recording, or that time that he was on here. And whoever is recording, if you could stop the recording, because it's getting pretty long. But we can review that. Sandy, what was your question, honey?
Actually, I just wanted to address the young woman who was on and had need for that assistance. I believe you're still here. Mia Shea, are you here?
Yes.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure you received the message. Vivian, I forwarded the message that was sent to me from you to Mia Shea to her. So Mia Shea, I just wanted you to check your messages to make sure that you receive the information from Vivian.
Oh, okay. Let me just check. And also, if somebody can go into the W4 PMA group, I put 2 lists of, one of them is an EIN. It's a very extensive list of EINs, their addresses, and where they're supposed to go to, who's to, and also another one called Blobby One Don, and that is the EINs of all the government agencies. And
Okay,
I don't know how to put them into the mic, the W4 open mic. I can't for some reason transfer them over. So someone can
There's an EIN group too, but I'll transfer everything.
I just moved that over, and Vivian, I do not know who is recording this, but for everyone, if it goes off, it's because someone stopped the recording, so you'll have to come back, right?
Not the recording. If they stop the recording, it's not going to shut it down. But if the live stream is open for 10 hours or more, a lot of times it will disconnect.
Okay, thanks.
Is there anyone on that's completed the W4 process? And I'm curious, which I've listened, but what is the final result from the Treasury or the IRS after that W4 sandwich is, I guess, the accounting is done by the accountant? What's the final result of that? I mean, I've heard Smoking Baby mention it raises your Social Security benefits. I mean, is that basically the end result of that?
So I can answer only to my knowledge and my experience and what I've heard here so far from multiple people. And it's a lot of similar stories and a lot of individual ones that, individual success. I've heard a lot of people, their credit was raised, as far as the FICO scores and stuff like that. I know Holly has had total reimbursements for thousands of dollars with the corporation she W4'd, which was Wish. And she's had other things like that, as well as her bank. She W4'd her bank account and her current bank account, which I believe was a Wells Fargo, she said. And then during that process, she had like a limit where she could only spend so much a day. They lifted that, so now she doesn't have any limits. But most of us are in the waiting stages because we've sent them off, and now we're just waiting to see what really comes. I have a lot of ideas of what's supposed to happen, and a lot of hopes. But as far as everything else, I haven't experienced anything like solid. I haven't received like a check, which I'm hoping to, because of the paperwork that the IRS has sent me in return. But it's like $531,000. That just different things like that. So hopefully it all comes back and.
So
but either way,
that
it's still the right thing to do.
But ultimately, that becomes a return amount to you on the 1040,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
All right.
Correct.
All right.
And,
Thank you.
but even if I don't receive anything, I know that I'm doing the right thing. And it'll come back eventually. So we read something the other day. Someone mentioned it back in the early 1900s, I believe in 1913. She was reading about the W4 and so on and so forth, the 1040, and they said that it was taking 1981, I believe, it was taking 5 years to get responses.
Wow.
So in regards, yeah, and that was in 1981. So who knows? I know that the IRS is hiring a bunch of people because they've been backlogged so in depth. I was told they had tractor trailers full of paperwork that they needed to file and get processed.
Yeah, and
I
that's
know
basically
that because I'm a truck driver. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah,
I heard that from a postal rep. So you were saying?
And that's basically the reason I was asking. Is, I guess I'm pretty confident in what Smoking Baby says, and from what I've read from that 2603 and 2612 and things. But,
yes.
Like you're saying, you would ultimately hope that it would result in an issuance of a treasury check. That's where I was discussing last night. I think that, and I believe you were the brother who was on the discussion with us where we was talking about the non-interest bearing account. That's kind of where, that's about the only placement of that 9080 EIN number that I can think of right now as far as using it is opening that trust account and having those tax credits issued to that and trying to establish that zero balance account through 2 accounts at the bank.
It appears to me that the process that Vince talked about doing the 1099B and the 1041, again, he claims the 1041 is for the creditor and the 1040 is for the debtor. But it appears that the way he speaks of the process that he talks about would be much faster and quicker than doing the double W4 sandwich.
If you're looking for the same result, yeah, the living trust and what he was talking about is at the point where you're definitely just recycling credits. Absolutely. But again, the W4 sandwich isn't just for self reasons. It's to hold the corporations liable for the taxes because we are not. And yet, when you go to Walmart, you go to the store, you trade the FRNs or, credits for whatever you're looking to get. There's a sales tax. Well, that tax is not yours, but yet they try to impose it on you at the moment. And so ideally it's to get it back in recoupment and they should be on the hook for it. But because they've pulled a fast one, they're not until you W-4 them.
Well, the
Until we
sales
work through
tax,
it.
that's easy. The sales tax is easy to deal with. In other words,
Sure.
like Walmart, like I have a Walmart tax exemption card. So when I go to Walmart, I just hand them the card. They put the number in there and there's no tax charged.
Yeah, I would like
That's
to get one of
simple.
those.
That's simple. That's easy to deal with. But I'm talking about all this other stuff where I'm talking about big credits.
Right.
Lots of credits that's owed to us. Okay. So Vince talks about, recycling the credits and stuff. And it appears to me that the process that he talks about is quicker than doing the W-4 sandwich.
Well, I mean, couldn't they be done in conjunction? The W-4 is just an assessment.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, you just
We
do them.
have a duty, and that's to keep records and to report. So that's our duty.
It is also that if they don't do anything after we've
Who is
filed,
they, sir? Who is they?
sorry, it's a good question. The Treasury, right? So we submit the W-4 sandwiches to the Treasury, and then we add all the withholdings of the different sandwiches on a 1040 form, or 1041, depending on what one files, as a tax return. And if we don't hear from them, I heard Smoking Baby say that filing with TIGTA about this was kind of one way to put the fire under them. Because TIGTA now has to investigate our claim and see what happened with our returns.
Yeah, absolutely.
Then
We're
Hollywood
finding
did
out
actually
within 3
report
days.
that.
I'm sorry. Go
Yes,
ahead, Vivian,
I think.
or
Oh,
whoever
this
this
is
was.
Mia Shea.
Oh, Misha.
I think Hollywood said she actually reported the IRS to TIGTA because they was taking so long with getting her credits to her, and she said that worked. And
Yes.
also, so it's like I think because when we all started this process, some of it started like in December, January, February. I'm already hearing people saying their accounts are being credited. So it's starting. It's starting. So I think right now, because it's just really a big influx of people that just now started this, what Hollywood said is that you'll see results before you see results. Again, like I said, when I did my
Say that again.
utility company,
See before you see
they
results.
they've been quiet. They've been quiet.
One at
So
a
while I
time,
was
guys.
on the phone, right? So while I was on the phone with you guys, I just kindly like went ahead and reported them to take that while I was on the phone with you. So I'm like, okay, well, there it is.
Thank you for that. Yeah, let's try to do one at a
Just,
time. I know
I
sometimes
was
it's
literally
okay to
just going to
just interrupt.
I'm not
Go ahead.
interrupting. I was just asking you to repeat your sentence. That's all.
I got you. You're fine, ma'am.
Oh, I was saying that because we all just started these processes like in, December or January, it's going to take them a while because I believe there is an influx now, people doing W-4s. And Phil Kent said they just sent him a whole box of W-4s. I haven't received mine yet, but I'm waiting. And already we're starting to see people saying that their accounts have been credited. So they've been getting credits to their accounts. So it's starting. And when I did my W-4 on my utility company, they were sending me, disconnection notices. But then again, I haven't paid them in a year, so I just keep ignoring them and W-4ing them. But then they been quiet for at least the last month. So just, for the hell of it, while I was on the phone with, on a call with you guys, I just kind of
reported them to TIGDA and just send it over there just to see what they're going to do. I know that, you know, they can't do anything, but I'm going to find out what's going on with that because I did that before.
Well, one thing to keep in mind too, when you do, can everybody mute please?
Yeah, there's a severe echo, so.
So when we do W-4s, for us to get a credit back, we also have to file a return. So if we're doing W-4s throughout the year or whenever, there still has to be a final tax return identifying the addition of all the W-4 sandwich withholdings as credits owed back to us. So that is a separate issue, as far as I understand and I imagine, where
Sir, with all
until
with
we
all due respect, where did you come up with that? I would love to know because it makes sense, but I haven't done that. So where did you find that information?
in the first interview that Smoking Baby gave to Kerry Zolman.
Okay, well,
Because
I've
people
definitely heard that. I just don't remember.
what? Yeah, you know, I mean that was a very fast paced kind of back and forth kind of many questions and answers and over speaking and stuff. You know, I think it deserves a few listenings to catch all the details. But essentially, it is normal we won't hear anything from them just by filing a W-4 sandwich, because there has to be a final signed tax return filing for the credits to be returned to us, right? So that's an important point, and that time is this time of the year, you know, the tax filing time for the 1040 filers. I yield.
But isn't that why he has us file the 1040 with the W-4? Because that is, the W-4 is the withholding, but the 1040 is the reporting.
And that's why I was thinking that you didn't have to do it again.
Right,
That's
because
right.
we're at the 1040 with it.
Right, we're already doing it. He was talking about, excuse me, I'm sorry. He was talking about a final 1040V. That's what he was talking about.
No, not a 1040V. Look, it is clear that our understanding of the message that was passed by Smoking Baby is different from everybody's comments. From my understanding, okay, I'm just going to tell you what I understood and grokked, is that we're filing a 1040 that is unsigned with each W-4 sandwich, which stands in as a statement. Now, at the end of the year, you know, however many W-4 sandwiches or total W-4 packages that might have been made up of multiple sandwiches we have submitted for that tax year, at the end of the year, we file a tax return where we specify in there the total withholdings that were specified by those W-4 sandwiches that we've submitted to the Treasury. And that's when the return, and then we sign this 1040, right? We sign this and it turns into now a tax return rather than a statement previously with the sandwiches. And that's when the tax return becomes due us. That the IRS will now have the responsibility to return to us or make a response of some sort.
I that's a mistake in terms of signing the 1040. I'm being told not to sign the 1040.
Yes. So we do not sign, from what I understand again, we submit a 1040 with each W4 sandwich for each separate account, right? For each W4 event, we submit a 1040 that is unsigned. That is correct. But now, to get the tax return, get the withholding credited back to us, we have to file a final tax return filing for that year in question. And that is going to be a 1040 that is signed.
Couldn't you accomplish that with each 1040 just by using the X and signing it with each W4 sandwich? Because that's always
I have no.
The X is an amendment.
Right. I have no idea. I have no idea, to tell you the truth. I mean,
just my thoughts. You know what I mean? If each one, you've got your one that you filed, say, for the finality of 2021, and you started doing those, let's see, well, you do your final filing at the end of the year. See, I would almost think that you could always amend it with the X through the year until the end. Just my thoughts. Maybe we'd have to have Smoke and Baby about that 1040X.
Well, I have used the 1040X this year, amending the previous 1040 that I had submitted signed, and the necessity for that occurred because I've added another W4 sandwich after I thought I've submitted all the W4 sandwiches for the year. I decided to add another one. And then I did another 1040. I did a 1040X that was signed.
So I guess you just kind of good.
But I have submitted a 1040 unsigned with each W4 sandwich regardless. Specific, because on that 1040, with that specific sandwich, the withholding that is specified on that 1040 for that W4 sandwich is only the withholding that pertain to that specific W4 sandwich. So each of those unsigned 1040s have that specific withholding. And then when I submit a signed 1040 for the year-end tax return, I add all the withholdings from all sandwiches there, so that's a much larger number. Therefore,
thank you.
Didn't Holly said that when she started doing the 1040 on Wish that she started getting her credits sent back to her? I didn't hear her say that she did one big one at the end of the year to get them all back. She just said that she did a 1040 sandwich, a 1040 sandwich, and within weeks, started getting her money back. So that's a good question. Maybe I Smoke and Baby on how.
Well, but there's two different things happening here. In our processes, we are expecting some kind of like a tax return, and in the example that Holly was putting forth, it is Wish. It is the vendor that's taking some sort of action. It is a separate thing that's happening here. And we don't know exactly what happens behind the veil about this. And I did hear on multiple occasions Holly speaking about this, but I could never be sure what exactly she did or what the process involved involving Wish.
And there's always a possibility that we can be double dipping on this process and actually get two returns, get it back once filing it the first time and then coming back at the end of the year and filing it and receiving some more funds, correct?
I'm not sure, Larry. I mean, when I wouldn't use the term double dipping, it implies something that is inappropriate. Yeah, I wouldn't agree to have the intention to be double dipping on anything.
Okay, I repent for that word then. But what I mean is we may be able to get the possibility that we may be able to get two returns.
It's called banking.
Well, yeah, there could be two claims, like one is the excise tax, that is, that is in question. And the other one is, the withholdings. So, generally and, liberally speaking, we can claim the excise tax by submitting all the receipts to the correct department. So that could be one type of recoupment. And in addition, we still could expect to have our withholdings returned. So that could be interpreted in many different ways. I mean, if that's what you're talking about, I'm not sure.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. That's exactly what I'm talking about. You hit it right spot on.
Another way of looking at it is, say you've purchased a vehicle and you had like a 6-year loan or whatever, and you paid it down. You paid that whole 6 years. So you had the initial where they write off, like with your signature, they pulled, say it's a $30,000 loan with all the interest. Sorry, it's raining here. I apologize for that background noise. But okay, so it's $30 or $30,000, that your signature authorized them to pull from your account, and then over the 6 years, you paid the additional $30,000 with all of your monthly payments. So they have then taken $60,000 out of your account. So in essence, they are double dipping. That's where that expression comes from. They have double dipped out of your account, and so you are able to recoup that entire 60.
Yes. And I would further agree that they double, triple, quintuple, 20 times, 30 times dip all the time. There are multiple dippers for sure.
Exactly, because that's just assuming that they didn't sell that loan to the next, mortgage place and the next mortgage place, the next loan place, and so like, I've heard of people on here talking about how with like their mortgages that they were sold several times. And so you can get all of that recouped. You can, yeah, so exactly what you're saying. Yep.
He's saying they're doing more dipping than Baskin Robbins.
Can you say that again?
I was just making a joke, brother. I said, you're saying they're doing more dipping than Baskin Robbins, the ice cream company.
That's right. That's right. And you know, from the very beginning, when I heard Smoking Baby talk about these things, it became apparent to me that, you know, worrying about like how much I paid and how much they billed me over the last couple of years, you know, $20,000, $30,000. This is nothing. Like, you know, that kind of accounting is like small change next to the FDIC withdrawals that they seem to be doing every quarter. You know, so that's the approach I took. You know, I basically took all the account numbers. I found the QSIPs on those account numbers. And anytime I found a QSIP number on any given account, whether it be a savings account or a utilities account or a credit card account or a checking account, I assessed $3 million off the bat. And for some, I've even added all the deposits and withdrawals as well. And I sent them a valuation of account statement. And I gave them 3 days to correct, if they deem necessary, to correct the accounting. And I also told them if they didn't correct within the given time, that they were agreeing to my accounting and they were waiving all rights in the future to challenge the accounting or bring up any other defense. So, and I also informed them on the same account valuation statement letter that this was going to be used for tax reporting purposes. I also asked them for their EIN and W-9 on the same letter, and if they failed to provide it, that I was going to specify in my usage that the vendor has failed to provide W-9 or some language I use. I can't quite remember exactly, but I made it sound good and kind of sufficient. And I sent it to them via traceable email. I used RMail for this purpose because it gives you a certification of delivery as well as proof of content. So it is as good as making a notary presentment for all intents and purposes. So I could very quickly turn around on the fourth or fifth day. I could make an affidavit of non-response, and then I could use that account valuation statement as my statement of value that I'm assigning as a converted bill of exchange to the Treasury on that W-4. So I'm sorry, this is a little wordy, but essentially that's what I'm using. That's the statement I'm using to W-4 them. So
How do you
instead of
find the QSIP numbers for those accounts?
I've hired a broker to find it.
I see, because I was told you could find those yourself. There's a certain way to do it, but I don't know how to do
it. I tried it. I tried my hand a few times. I could never find it. I could never do it. And you know, I don't have that much time. I found a affordable provider for this, and I can essentially get a QSIP number for $125, and I pay him, give him the account numbers and my name and the vendor's name, and he goes and finds it for me for $125. A week later, I had the QSIP.
All right. Very cool.
So I take it he's got access to a Bloomberg terminal?
My understanding is that only a Series 7 broker can get that.
And you just told them the vendor's name and the name that they called you, and that was it?
No, the account number, case number, docket number. These are what's going on. Those securities that are hypothecated and issued in our name as the main identifier, our name and the account number, or our trust's name, really. I found QSIPs on my car insurance account number, on my telephone account number, on credit cards, savings accounts, checking accounts, 2 court cases, car loan.
So you paid $125 for each one of those accounts?
Yep. Wow,
that'll add up.
Well, man, look, I got a claim of $62 million now. I mean, so what? I paid $2,000. Who gives a shit, you know?
Oh yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, it doesn't matter. That's small fries. Yeah. But if it's coming out and you're still waiting on the $62 million, that's that could be a little bit of a problem. Maybe just temporary.
I'm wondering if you can use a promissory note for some of these things.
For what things?
For like paying a £2,000 bill prior to getting a $2 million or whatever. I mean, if you lien, you have to pay something like 30% or something, or 20%. I don't know what it is on the N1 form in the UK. So, I'm wondering if you can use a promissory note to settle that, so that you can then go for the bigger amount without spending money that you either have or haven't got.
Well, he's talking about spending $2,000 to the broker to get the QSIP numbers. I don't think the broker will probably accept a promissory note.
Yeah, the broker won't. Yeah, maybe the courts will though for liens. You don't need it with the W4 though, so it's kind of obsolete question, but it's just something that crossed my mind. I apologize.
Promissory notes, what you deposit, do a special deposit into bank accounts and stuff like that.
Oh, what, and create cash with it?
Cash is a promissory note.
Well, actually, if you're doing business with someone and they can accept a promissory note from you, and then they can deposit if they know what they're doing and stuff, and deposit into the account. It could work that way.
So effectively, you could deposit a promissory note into your own account in order to pay an agent if you were trying to get a process going and you didn't have the funds to do that.
Yeah, or get them to accept the promissory note, but a lot of them probably won't do that because they don't know what to do with the promissory note. I would think that a broker would know what to do with it, but who knows?
You've given me closure on that. Thanks.
Well, I mean, financial institutions know what to do with it, except they steal it, because when we submit these instruments, we don't put an adverse claim notice on them. This is known as a UCC kind of UCC number claim that denotes an adverse claim's existence, because anybody who receives a financial instrument without any adverse claim, they take it on as a holder in due course, and they say, "Oh, we don't have it. We don't know what you're talking about." It's like they found $100 on the street, and they're saying that they don't have the money, or they don't have your, or they're just basically denying having picked up that money. And who's going to be able to prove that they picked up that money off the floor?
That's also very
Sorry, did somebody say something?
I just said that's very interesting.
Well, yeah. So this is what's happening with all discharges and all instruments that we have given out to these financial institutions. If we gave those those payment instruments without a notice of adverse claim, they made themselves a holder in due course, and they basically they deny now having any responsibility against the issuer of the instrument. So
another thing too that I've heard is that you should get an insurance wrap on for any and all of your instruments. It's called insurance wrap to insure that instrument.
How does
what
one
does
get
that
it?
entail?
I was just going to ask that. Thank you.
I guess you go to an insurance company or something and tell them you need an insurance wrap for whatever particular instrument that you're utilizing, and you pay them for that, for the insurance wrap on it. I don't have all the details. It's just I've heard of this through the years.
Well, this sounds like the saying, there are many ways to skin a cat. Like, so, yeah, you can make an adverse claim on it through services of a third party, or if you know how to use the UCC, you can make your own adverse claim, which is a much better and free way of doing these things. As long as I can prove that I am the holder in due course, and as long as I make my assignments of that instrument partial assignments where I retain certain rights or conditions under which I may be making the assignment, I'm in a good place. They have now the fiduciary liability to render some kind of a service to me for their acceptance of that instrument. And, it is unrefutable that I'm the holder in due course. It is my UCC1 financial statement number that is flagging the instrument. Yeah, so it's about like how I can defend my position and enforce my claim at the end of the day.
Right. Well, the insurance, like when you get insurance on your car, right, and something happens, then the insurance company will give you the insurance money. Well, it's the same thing with this here. If they steal it if they steal your instrument or they wreck it or whatever, then you got that insurance wrap on it, and the insurance company will give you the insurance money on it. See what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
no, I hear it, but this is what I am saying is that we don't need anybody to insure anything we do. We're the creditor. We insure everything we do, and that I think is the prudent and appropriate way to do it as far as I imagine things. Because anytime we have someone else,
but the only thing is it can take much longer because of all the things that you have to do, all the hoops you have to jump through. Whereas when you got an insurance wrap on it and something happens, they steal your instrument or whatever, you just turn the claim in to the insurance company and they pay you. That's it.
You would hope they will find a reason out of thin air to not pay you. You can be sure of that. And then the other thing is that the moment that you let someone else underwrite your instrument, they have a higher claim to that instrument than you. I mean, no, the whole insurance scam is a scam, in my opinion. I am the underwriter of my own documents. I have unlimited credit if I've played my cards right, and I can, I can satisfy any deficiency, any account, any claim. I don't need an insurance. I mean, that's how I'm thinking and philosophizing about what's going on and what I'm doing. I may be wrong.
Good question. What did you call that? An adverse claim?
Adverse claim.
Yeah. I mean, that sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, well, go ahead.
I've done a trade name. I got a trade name certificate from the USPTO. Now, that would be something that I like to do on the certificate. File an adverse claim on via UCC1, right?
Hey, Albert, I turned my certificate into an ID. My certificate is an ID now with my picture on it.
Yeah, that sounds cool.
I'll send it to you so you can see what it looks like.
Yeah, drop it in a chat or something.
I'll drop it in Telegram with it.
Okay. Hey, I'm going to call you, Ellen. Is that your number, 8800? It ends at 8800?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is someone logged on with two devices? I keep hearing an echo.
Hey, Odin. So, yeah, security interest, and the notice of a security interest makes an adverse claim, as far as I understand. And there are different ways that security interest is perfect. Of course, one of the most common and widely used ways of perfecting a security interest is via UCC.
Right. The way I understand it is you do a non-UCC claim first, and then after you do that one, then you do a UCC, right?
Hey, man, that's great. I wanted to really learn about the ins and outs. I have done a non-UCC.
Yeah, because you take the non-UCC filing number and then you file a claim on that one, a UCC claim on that one. Because the first one is going to be the non-UCC is a notice of claim. Then the second one you do a full UCC claim on it using the number of the non-UCC, and that's what perfects your lien.
Okay, that's a creative use of it, as far as I understand. So here's the question: when you do these claims, okay, for instance, let's start with the non-UCC because you take this as the first claim, or first notice of claim. Who is the secured party there? And who's the secured party then in the subsequent UCC1 claim?
The one making the filing. Wouldn't you think so?
No. I'm not asking about, look, the filing could be made by the debtor as well as the secured party. That is not the issue. The issue I'm talking about is like, the UCC1, from what I understand, is very tricky, because the moment we make our living men, upper lowercase name, the secured party on a UCC1, we place our men, self, into commerce and give jurisdiction and cause the United States corporations to collapse the trust and make the man the surety for the Social Security number trust. Okay, so that's why many of the teachers of redemption apparently ended up in jail. Is one of the reasons, one of the legal disabilities that operated on them when push came to shove, from what I understand.
I'm not from America, but isn't it just without prejudice?
That doesn't matter because they filed this UCC and created the presumption that they are in commerce. By being in commerce, they have consented to the plenary jurisdiction of the United States.
But don't you just do like UCC 304 without prejudice so that you're not liable for re-signature?
No, this is a different issue. Martin. This is where you make yourself a secured party in a commercial claim, and you as a man,
Yeah, because this is really interesting. You've got this woman, Minister Imogen, so the UK Royals, I think it was the Royals, abandoned the UK in July, was it 2021? So basically the end of the lockdown of COVID was the day that they abandoned the UK, and this lady called Minister Imogen went in, and she claimed as a secured party, she claimed all the assets of the UK and the royal family, which is basically like, I don't know, 3/4 of the world or something. And on July the 21st, there was the period when, so that she stepped in and claimed it, and they were like, okay, yeah, you've claimed it, you're a secured party, it's been abandoned, it's yours. But then on the 21st of July, lockdown ended, and she got basically arrested and ended up in a prison in Greece or something. So I'm told. So I'm assuming that she filled out a UCC1 to be a secured party, or I don't know what the how it's done from the UK. I've been trying to work that out, and so yeah, that's why I'm interested, because I'm assuming she's signed herself and become liable. Either that, or it's just a straightforward kidnap. But I'll let you continue.
My opinion on that is that many people use UCC wrongly. They think because they filed that is an appropriate lien right on an asset, whereas UCC is only notice of a lien. The lien itself is a different set of paperwork or a contract or a judgment or a private judgment that needs to support that claim or that notice of a claim. UCC1 is only a ledger that alerts the public to a pre-existing claim on an asset. So it's a notice of a lien. It's not the lien.
It's like 3/4 of the entire world.
Yeah, that was my understanding. Is
that asset was the British Empire that she signed out into her name, and they acknowledged it.
Who are they? Who's acknowledging what? I mean, that's all unclear. And what was? Hold on. What was her claim? What did her claim revolve around?
She claimed the assets of the royal family of the UK, of the British royal family, who apparently own America, Canada, Australia, etc. It goes on and on, doesn't it? The Virgin Islands, anywhere. I'll try and find some details. I can't, my heart broke when I heard what happened, basically, and I don't know what to do about it. But I'll try and find some details. I've probably compartmentalized and put it aside.
Well, yeah, I mean, so the question is what is her claim? On what grounds she she claims she cannot just
bankruptcy of the UK. The UK corporation, the Queen filed bankruptcy of it before July.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. What nexus does she have to make that claim on?
The only person that knew about it that claimed the asset as a secured party. Nobody else did it. She did it. It was registered. The registrar recognized it, and she got disappeared.
Well, no. See, that's why she ended up in prison, because she did it without grounds. It is essentially
either that, or she just went against the biggest mass murderer that the world's ever known. I mean, and she got disappeared. She might have done it perfectly right.
Well, I guarantee you, it is not because she went against the biggest mass murderer or anything like that. If what happened to her is because of some kind of impropriety in her process, which it seems very, very, very likely, she made she took actions without understanding what she was doing. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, if I may, and Brother Ed, as far as that UCC1 and that non-UCC, kind of the way that Patrick expressed that was the UCC was always for the underage child contractor, which is the social person, the secured party. They gave us a secured party because the son can inherit the sins of the father. So they gave us a secured party, and the way Patrick explained it, that was always what was on the UCC, and that's just a notice of the lien, and then the actual lien, and there's a document you can read, seek that you may not find, that talks about the non-UCC filings, and that's the non-UCC is the actual lien. That's why, but now those non-UCC liens cannot be found via that UCC 11 file and lien search either. So it's kind of a tricky situation there, but I believe the non-UCC is the only thing that should encounter the upper and lower case man. And the UCC 1 encounters the man.
I never got any closure because I tried to prosecute in the Crown Court with UCC, and I never got any closure. But then I found out that in Europe the Nazis were looking at UCC. They basically were researching it pre-Second World War. So I realised that actually it is recognised outside the United States. So this is great for me to hear. You know, like that what you just said there about the infant being was it an infant claim? Did you say? Or?
Well, the UCC is the underage child contractor. You know, we're given the minor. We were given the minor. And we stand as surety for the minor, but we were given the secured party. We just didn't learn how to use it. Which we're doing now.
Joliak, you know, that narrative that you're putting forward, I think is specific to the Social Security person, because oftentimes without having done certain steps, the Social Security person is an infant and a minor account holder, and that applies. And that person is already in commerce. It's a U.S. person. It can go as a debtor or a secured party on claims on a UCC1. The point that I was trying to make is that it was a very dangerous thing to place the man on a UCC1 and on a non-UCC, whereas because it is a non-UCC, a non-commercial, non-uniform commercial code claim, I heard it. Okay, this is hearsay on my part right now. This is what I heard, that it was the constitutional kind of claim where you were not in commerce, but you were bringing the claim as a man on a property, and but that's still a notice of a claim. It's not a claim. Non-UCC is not a claim. Non-UCC is a claim made outside of the commerce, thereby outside of the jurisdiction of the United States, because the District of Columbia is regulating commerce. The United States as a corporation is regulating commerce. So that's the importance of non-UCC when it comes to a claim held by the man. So
bankrupt in the UK, the whole thing, that would have been the biggest payoff to the IMF. Surely, if they own what they claim to own through legal or banking law, then that would have been a massive. That would basically put everyone under the control of another entity than what it is.
Well, yeah, it's only speculative, but like I said, it's speculation. Clearly, I've never seen it in documentation, but you know, I've speculatively heard that the Department of Commerce regulates the birthing and nationalization certificates for every nation. The United States Department of Commerce.
And they're the IMF, right?
Well, no, not necessarily the Department of Commerce. I think ultimately the Department of Commerce is controlled by the Department of Agriculture, and they're kind of controlled by the Vatican.
Yeah. Very interesting.
But the Department of Agriculture is who pays the Treasury. It's who pays all the Treasury employees, the IRS employees. Ultimately, all the Treasury checks, if you trace the routing numbers on them, they all go back to the Department of Agriculture.
Yeah, I think that was on the 11-hour recording at the W4, wasn't it?
I'm not sure, but yeah, more than likely they got to discussing it. I'm not sure.
I think that's the first time I heard about that. I've kind of got little bits and bobs, like, it seems like they're all in the right place, but then actually hearing them connected with the proper terminology is like, this group and the other W4 group, that there's some people in it that are just, like brilliant. Yeah, my hat is off.
Give me just a minute. I'll search my hard drive and see if I can find the little write-up on the non-UCC I was speaking of. Seek, but you may not find.
I just read that document, by the way, and it really says almost nothing about non-UCC, man. It gives almost zero insight. It talks mainly about the different ways the security interest perfects. So they are talking about non-UCC from the perspective of potential creditors to identify the pre-existing security interest on assets they might be using as securities to issue loans for. So,
yeah, because in the UK, I've not heard anything about UCC. It's all been letters that, like, it's outside of that format. So that's why where the grey area is, I've never had any closure with it, and every time I've got close to like doing anything with it, I've just been told to get away from it because it's dangerous.
But didn't you just describe the birth trust completely when you take into account the room we're in, the W-4 process? The creditor lent the vendor credit. And that's what that document basically is expressing. And yeah, it is expressing it via the and you just verbalized it perfectly. But you verbalized it exactly to what signifies the trust that we're talking about being the beneficiary of. And the W-4 process to assess the credit as the principal creditor that we are to everything. And I'll like to express to people, we are Midas. We have the golden touch. Everything we touch turns to gold. We just got to learn to assess it. And I got mute. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm in complete agreement with you. I may. Were you saying that I said that? Because I've got comprehension of it, but I've also got, there's things that don't quite add up. But I just don't know whether that is just where, because obviously, like a kidnap, that's something that you can W4. So that's where I'm leading with it, because she's, from what I know, she's still in a prison, and that's something I could W4. That'd be worth trying. Might be a bit too far up the stream.
Martin, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, could you provide a link to this court case? Have those documents been filed in the UK? That'd still be a pretty interesting court case to look at and see how they were able to snatch this lady up.
I probably have it. My phone is broken. What I would say is Minister Emoven. Minister Emoven. I think I just typed that in. Some stuff came up. It was all there. But what I will do is I'll try and post it in the group. I'll have a look now.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, you're in the UK right now, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because if we were to try to search for that right now, it'd probably be a lot different over here. They sweep the internet for anything that can help us.
Yeah, I've had to get VPN to get anything about the US or Australia or anything like that. It's all completely censored here, so I've had to get Orbot Tor browser or whatever. It's maybe not the best, but it's allowed me to get access to stuff that otherwise I couldn't even watch.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, thank you. If you could post that, that'd be great.
On it. There's one, I don't know if it's the latest one. I think that's...
Okay, I'm gonna check for it.
I think that's before it all went wrong. Because basically they're saying that the UK is the stronghold, so that's why that FARA registration is so important, because it depends whether you're going to go for protection and whether you're going to go for it and go for protection, or whether you're going to just try and just sit in there like a little ant and just put in claims and drive nice cars, or do you know what I mean? It's one of them things.
Is D'Angelo present? You want to call, brother? I was going to have you elaborate a little bit on what you got in the chat.
I can't even connect to that page anymore. I haven't got on my phone anymore, but it won't even allow me to connect to that page.
Okay, well, we'll try it on. I'll try it on my end. I'm gonna make sure I type the name in right. What's exactly the name?
Sorry, the name of the lady.
Yes, name of the lady.
I've typed it up. It's Minister Imoven. I've typed it up on the chat there.
Okay.
Hi guys, my name is Anna. I have a question.
It's all yours. Open mic.
Okay, thank you. I watched the video with the W-4. My question is, do I include my W-2 from my employer as well, or is that going to be filed separate?
No, that gets a W-4 sandwich. You take your W-2 and all those boxes on your W-2. I repeat, all the boxes on the W-2. Every box with a number in it gets added together. So what do you have, like 5 different boxes with amounts?
Yes.
Or 6? It's a lot, right? All of them get added together.
Gotcha. Okay.
And then that amount goes on your W-4 online. Well, I don't know what year you're using. But it goes
21.
on, that's 4C, right?
I believe it is.
And then under it, right, withholding. I mean, not withholding. Under it, right, exempt.
Exempt. Okay. And then my next question is, should I file it with my spouse or should I just do it for myself?
How do you normally do it?
I normally file married. I mean, he doesn't work, so I was just wondering, should I?
However you normally do it, it's business as usual. We're just adding to the business. Yeah.
Got you. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then
Thank you so much.
The amount on the W-2s, after you add all those boxes together, that amount goes on the W-4 and the 1040 in the refund section.
Okay.
It might be line 35E, but I don't know that to be a fact.
Okay. Because what I'm trying to do is I was going to use that with my credit card statements. Can I use
like all the like my water bill and my light bill? Can I put all of that
So,
in there?
okay, your credit card statement is a separate W-4, and
Gotcha.
it's
Okay.
every single corporation is separated on a different W-4 sandwich.
Gotcha. Okay. So
And
it's going to be
go ahead.
no. So you're saying that for my W-2 is going to be one W-4. My credit card will be a separate W-4. My if it's electricity or water statements will be a separate W-4, but all is going to be on the 110 to 1040.
No, that's why it's called a sandwich.
Okay.
Every single W-4 gets attached to a 1040 unsigned and a 1040V unsigned. So every
Okay.
corporation gets those three forms. The power company
Okay.
gets a W-4, 1040, 1040V. The W-2 gets a W-4, 1040, 1040V, and so on.
Okay, and I'm not signing any of W-4 or the 1040.
You're signing the W-4. You're signing the W-4 because all you're doing there is that is putting the IRS on notice of an employee, the employer, or the employee, you, in the employer relationship.
Gotcha.
So,
okay.
Let's say, for example, the W-2 is an employee-employer relationship. But the problem is that the W-2 has you on the hook for the taxes. So that's why you're going to take the W-2 and put it on the W-4. You're going to shift that tax liability off of yourself onto that employer. Same thing with the power company. There's an employee-employer relationship there between you and the power company because the power company is employing the social. Problem is that we just never reported it to the IRS. Once you put the power company on the W-4 as the employer, you're putting the power company on the hook for all the taxes. So you're going to get taxes back at minimum with interest.
Gotcha. Okay. What about property taxes? Can I also do that?
Same. Everything in commerce.
Oh, okay.
If it is attached to any social security number, driver's license, that's all attached to the social security number. EIN, that's all attached to the social security number. Anything that is attached to the social security number gets a W-4. Even if, let's say, you go down to Cricket and you're prepaid, you're using your debit card, right?
Yes.
Your debit card is attached to that social. So, if you decide that you want to, because there's not a direct application between Cricket and your social, and that's outside your comfort zone of putting them on a W-4 in that capacity, you still have the capacity on your bank statement. Because now when you pull your bank statement, you've got all these corporations again. So that's how, you see how it's kind of like double dipping?
Gotcha.
You've got the accounts in commerce that legitimately are using the social, and you're going to report them accordingly. And then you've got these prepaid accounts or these other accounts that may not appear to be using the social until we print our bank statement. Okay, now we've got them on our bank statement. So that may be a semi double dipping scenario. Then we've got the receipt, okay, from the power company. Now you've got another reporting scenario. The receipt, the paper receipt, goes on a 1522. So you might be triple dipping by the time it's over.
Okay. So let me ask this other question. Once I'm done, how would I know if it's done accurately?
Just come on here and ask questions. We'll walk you through every step of the way. It's okay. Here's how you know. You're not putting anything on there that's more than filling out a check. You know how to fill out a check? You know how to do these three forms.
Yes.
That's it.
Okay. All righty.
But there are some templates.
I did see the template.
There are.
I saw the template in the on the media. I was looking at the video as well as the documents. So
okay, well, I would look at as many of the templates as you can and just verify that the ones that look like they're mostly matching up. There may be one that may be a little different or something, but if you follow the templates, everyone's using the same process as far as those templates are concerned, 99% of the time. So I would just take copies of the templates and just, put them next to each other and just line everything up, besides the information that you actually get in here from the W-4. But the templates are really make it a lot easier.
Okay. And let me just tell you too that, so the W-4, the IRS considers a statement. Don't forget that. The W-4 is a statement according to the IRS and the instructions. So that's how we're going to remember what to do with all of our statements. Our statements get attached to the W-4 statement. So if you have statements, bank statements, invoices, anything that you would consider a statement, it could be a police officer's statement. It could be an affidavit is a statement. Anything that falls under the statement gets attached to the W-4.
Okay, got it. And can I go as far back of like, I say 2014, or it has to be within
You
the
can
current,
go back
like,
to the day you started working.
oh, okay.
It's always your credit.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
awesome.
there
Okay.
there was never a time it wasn't your credit. And yeah, you've abandoned it, but guess what? When you come back even 20, 30 years later and claim it, those corporations are on the hook for all those taxes with interest. Treasury's going to love it because Treasury's going to keep 13%. You're going to get at minimum, you're going to get the taxes returned with interest. And that's just bare minimum. Think about all the transactions that were going on in the background without your knowledge, how much taxes are owed on that by the corporation. So the IRS is going to send the Treasury is going to send the corporation, the employer on the W-4, a tax bill. They're never going to snitch you out. IRS is never going to snitch you out. They're just going to send the corporation on the W-4 tax bill, alleging that a tax debt is owed, and they're going to pay it, and they're going to keep 13% and cut you the rest. Because you're putting those corporations on the hook for all the taxes. 100% guaranteed, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. That's the moral of the story here. Remove our liability from the taxes, assess the taxes, get paid back what we're owed because we don't owe taxes with interest. That's the goal. At minimum, we want the taxes back with interest. Maximum, what about all the subrogation and the fact that you're committing all these crimes behind on these accounts without our knowledge? That's a whole nother issue. So, I mean, as far as it can go, we're in the learning process of how far we can truly take this. But right now, what we know is that I've already got taxes refunded off these transactions.
That's awesome.
This is Terry. Is this being recorded?
Yeah. My box at 3:31 a.m., December 7th, my box was received. 20-pound box of Treasury. December 20th, I had 4 pages of emails from Wish online shopping. They refunded me 4 pages of overcharged taxes, and some were items. Some were the whole items returned, and some were, you were overcharged taxes. 4 pages of it. So it really does work.
So let me ask you this other question. How do we locate the EIN number for those corporation that charge the taxes? Is it, I think I saw something in the chat where there's a whole bunch of EIN numbers. Is it nationwide, or is it, based by state?
There was a woman that came on this morning and said that all she did was talk to her Google all night long and said, Google, what's the EIN for this corporation? Google, what's the EIN for that corporation? She said it pulled right up every single time almost.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Thank you.
This is Terry again. I wasn't sure if I overheard that right. Did you say that this is being recorded and will be put in the chat?
Yeah, most of these are recorded. Yeah, you see the red, do you see a red dot up there next to the title?
I do. So that means it's being recorded, and then it'll be in the chat under today's date. Is that right?
Yeah, it should be.
Okay. Hey, thank you. This is great, you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Good luck. I hope you knock out those sandwiches. Feed those sandwiches to those corporations.
I'm just learning. So your explanation just now, in speaking with Anna was really good. I'm like, oh man, I need to hear that like a million times more. Repeat. I'm still have cognitive dissonance, but I'm learning.
Yeah, once you hear it a few times, you'll get it, guaranteed.
And I guess my last question: is there like a deadline to file all of these? Is it like the standard date of
No, that doesn't apply to you. That applies to them.
Ooh,
You can
perfect.
do
Okay.
this. You can file these weekly, monthly, quarterly, yearly. You can file them whenever you want.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
So you're saying you can file them anytime you want, and you're not signing the the 1040, and you're not signing the 1040V. So I've sent a revocation to the IRS and the Internal Revenue saying that I wasn't going to. So I'm not filing a 1040 by doing this, correct?
No, you're just reporting on the W-4, and the IRS is filing the 1040 for you.
Gotcha. Thanks.
How'd you guys get here? I've never seen you guys here before. How'd you get here?
I was through Izzy's going postal, and I just started noticing kind of this thread of W-4 discussion that would get brought up in conversation. And finally I said, what in the heck is this W-4 sandwich thing? And so that's how I got put in. Thanks.
Oh, business as usual.
And I actually was sent the link, and I just started, listening and then watching the media files and trying to learn, try to get it all together. But I wasn't too sure there was a deadline, so I'm like, wanted to make sure I understand everything while I'm putting everything together, so that way I don't feel like, there's a deadline to submit all these documents, and I didn't want to miss out on it.
Nope. So the best advice I can give you for those that are, beginning to prepare or have already started preparing for this process is to stop throwing away your junk mail and keep all your receipts.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
I have a question. How do
Holly,
you
can you hear
apply
me?
this to cars to get rid of the debt?
Can you repeat that? Someone was stomping on you.
I'm sorry. I was saying, how do you apply this to your car loans to get rid of the debt?
Oh, it's the same concept. So, for example, I have a car loan application. The application is a letter of credit. If you have the application goes on the W-4.
Mm-hmm.
If you have the loan paperwork or any bills from them, that goes on the W-4. If you have any statements from the loan company, that goes on the W-4. If you don't have those things, you simply call up the loan company and you
I
ask
have
for
all
a
of them. I
detailed.
just requested them all.
That's great. Yep, you requested the detailed copy of the accounting. And let's say that the loan company is old and it's out of business. Well, then you would just make up your own accounting.
Oh, okay. But it's directly through Bank of America. I was actually going to call them and ask for the detailed accounting today because that's the only thing I don't have.
Yep.
Okay.
That would help a lot.
Perfect.
And start saving all your receipts, guys. Those receipts goes on.
Well, it's all through my bank. I've always paid everything through my bank debit cards. I don't never just pay cash for anything.
Yep, all the receipts, every receipt, every receipt, counter, gas, every receipt, grocery shopping, every receipt, every receipt goes on a
I'm
form 1522.
okay.
Because if you notice at the bottom of the receipt, what does it say? It says sales tax. Well, did you
That's
sell
correct.
anything? Yeah, did
Right.
you sell anything?
That is correct. I did
You
not.
didn't sell anything, right? So you don't
No.
know it. So if you owed it, it would say what? Buyer's tax?
Right.
Right. So we're sending all those in as well. We're expecting to get at minimum taxes plus interest minus 13%. Treasury is going to keep 13%. At maximum, we're looking for the whole return plus interest minus 13%. Well, we will see soon.
Wow.
And dear, if I give you any trouble with that request for accounting, reference UCC 9-210.
Thank you.
Oh, that was a nugget there, Jolly. Wait a minute. I got to type that up.
What did he say? And just
Yeah,
to let
but
you know, the recording has been
9-210.
going since I don't know when.
Thank you. Jolly, was that 9-210?
Yes.
Yes.
And that's for controversy from corporations non-performance to provide the detailed accounting?
Request of accounting, yep.
Copy that. Thank you.
Request for accounting. Yes, I'm saving. Let's gonna read it tonight.
There's a actual document in the files that's just literally just the UCC 9-210, just for
Is
that.
it?
Mm-hmm.
There you go. That's great.
How do I find that?
It should
Is
say
there-
it's in the PMA group, and it'll say request for accounting. It's literally just for that.
Yeah, the form's in the thing in the UCC.
May I? I got a question for Holly. May I?
Hey, yeah, go ahead.
Holly, I'm gonna get ready to do past years on this W4 sandwich. Like for instance, I got a sample right here of a transcript I retrieved from the IRS's website, account transcript for 2012. Now, they got the taxable income, tax per return. They're different figures. Like one is $38,000, the other one's $19,000. But they're also got these codes, and each different code has like a W-2 or 1099 withholding, a negative $1,289. Code 290, additional taxes assessed, $1,984. So all these figures that show up on this transcript for this particular year, I can add it all up and do a W-4 sandwich on?
I would. My labor withholding equaled 711,000 for 1 year.
Okay.
2000 last year. I'm still waiting on a determination.
Especially these negative numbers that show up on these transcripts, these should be like payments or credits, right?
So that's weird, right? So the IRS did that to me too. So this is what my coach told me about the negative, because I told him, I said, Coach, I said, the IRS did something really weird on my 1040. I said, they put a negative in front of the 711,000. He's like, oh, well, that's just a withholding. I'm like, okay. He's like, yeah, so
Yep.
just claim it.
That's it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so I claimed it. I'm still waiting.
Hold on now, wait. That just makes me chime a thought. So ultimately, if that's a withholding and they gave that to you in a negative amount on that 1040, and they're going to assign you those credits positively, they're still, it sounds to me like they're still ultimately pulling all of that from your estate and trust.
It would have came off of a timesheet, time commodity, bill of lading. So I billed them for a time commodity of unpaid labor.
All of them. Okay. Yeah. All right. All right.
Yep.
See, so it's not something that you've already had a termination or on. It's unclaimed labor.
It's really weird, dude. It's so strange. I've never seen anything like it. So last year I just did everything normal, the way everybody normally does. I did my taxes normal. I didn't do that box until Thanksgiving. So I just did normal taxes, and I answered the questions honestly. And when the computer got done generating my 1040, the computer generated at first it was like a negative 450,000. And I was like, okay, cool. So I submitted it, right? And the IRS edited it and returned it back to me with a negative 711,000. I'm like, what? Like, I don't even understand. So
Can I chime?
I was like, I asked my coach, I was like, what's up with this? And he's like, well, that's a labor withholding. He's like, you need to claim it. And so I just W4'd the IRS for $711,400. And then I didn't get no response, they get no response. And then right around Thanksgiving, I reported the IRS to TIGTA. Yeah, I did that. And then I got a response. The IRS was asking for 60 more days. So I'm still waiting on that the termination on the 711. I have no idea what's going to happen. None.
Can I chime in? Hi guys, I'm new to the group, and y'all are talking about a subject that I have a little bit of information on that might be helpful.
Please.
Well, we all know that there's money there, and we all have accounts at the Treasury, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, when you're doing the get transcript, you're not getting the right transcript. Let me tell you why. All year long, when you do business with different businesses, they go and do business behind your back, right? That's why they need your ID and all that information to open up your account, because once they open up your account, they then open up another account, investment account or whatever they may be doing, for whatever securities, stocks, who knows, bonds. What I'm saying is, what you're supposed to be requesting is your 1099s. That is where your billions of dollars are sitting. They're not going to tell you that though. And unless you specifically request those 1099s, even if you haven't filed any, there are still 1099s done for every business that you've done business with. There's 1099s that they didn't inform you of.
Is there a specific call form, R&B number, form number?
I've used 4506T. The generic form, but then you can go back 10 years. You want your 1099s. Those are the ones that are where they're doing business that they're not telling you about. I helped someone in January and they found out they had over $15 billion sitting in that account.
So I guess maybe where that leads me is now that 1099s. So since you were the original principal,
correct?
The original principal of all of those accounts,
correct?
Even if those had been over 3 years abandoned and they had been claimed,
you can go back 10 years on these forms.
Okay, that's what I'm getting at.
They give you 10 years to go back.
So they're going to correct. They're going to correct if someone else had falsely claimed that abandonment in 3 years. The original principle can go back 10. I love it.
Right. That's it. There you go.
Request all of the 99 that were filed under your file from the IRS?
Right. When you do the 4506T, it's going to ask you what forms are you requesting. You just put in 1099. Don't put in A, B, C, or D. Just put 1099. Because if you go in and try to be specific, you're not going to get everything. Don't do that. Just be just as brief. So when you do it that way, that's every 1099 that's on file. That ain't
That
just the
every
A's,
company
the
went
B.
behind you and
Right. There you go.
yeah. Makes sense. And it's smarter to actually do it that way than trying to send them in and go against the company.
Correct.
Without the proof, actually. So that's the proof.
Yes. There goes
Yeah,
your
that makes
evidence.
sense.
And I'm going to tell you something. They're not quick up. They supposed to have it to you in 10 days. I've been did mine since February. Ain't got it yet.
Oh, wow.
But they supposed to. But they have a number. You can stay on top of them because they're supposed to give it to you in 10 days. And you can fax it in. You do not have to wait for the mail. You can fax it in and let the day that you fax it be the first day.
Oh, so you can fax 4506.
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
So this whole process is literally just a request for
Yeah,
documents.
that's right. And then you have your bank statement. That's what I call it. When you get a transcript with billions of dollars on it, I call that a bank statement.
Right. That's a real account.
I call that a bank statement off rip. There goes my estate, and there goes the bank. And there we go. Now I could go fund and buy whatever it is I need and want. Right.
And where did you get those transcripts from?
The IRS.
4506.
Oh, yeah.
You don't
The
have
same
to,
one they
you don't
try
have
to
to send
use
it to
on us to verify our taxes, right?
40. That's correct.
But I get that. But what I'm saying is, sometimes there's a very specific, like you have to send it to the Kansas City one, or you have to send it to this and that. Like frequently
Listen,
they have it set up.
it's
Doesn't matter what
specific. When you get there to do the 4506T, you will not have to worry about where to send it, who to fax it to, or none of that. Everything is there. It is literally on the form.
It's
cool. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, that's one great thing about all the IRS forms. The destination is always there in the instructions.
Yeah, it's there. So you won't have to worry about that. I promise you won't need me at all when it comes down to that part. Because
May I ask
it's
the lady a
literally
question?
sitting there. Sure.
Have you submitted an 8821 form to the IRS?
8821, I haven't submitted one, but I do have one prepared to submit. I haven't submitted it. I have my QSIP. I haven't submitted because I'm not 100% sure on the doings of that. So I haven't submitted it.
The 8821 is labeled tax information authorization. So if you would have one in place, then it might speed up the release of the information because you are authorized to have that information.
Okay. All right. Because I did send them something I hand wrote authorizing me to do it. And I didn't think about to go in and look for a form to use that form. I do have the 8821, but you know what? I haven't even read it, to be honest. I really haven't read it. I have it printed out because I had someone give it to me with the 706 trust and state forms and stuff, and I just never got round to it. First off, I never really understood what they were doing with the 706 and how to put your QSIP and all that, and I don't want them to get all my panties in the wad trying to listen to somebody else. You know, I like evidence. I like to learn. I don't just like hearsay. Yeah.
Right. This 8821 has columns in the middle, A, B, C, and D. A, for instance, type of tax information, and then in parentheses, income, employment, payroll, excise, estates, gifts, civil penalties,
I ain't read it. That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's it.
So
that is so beautiful.
You would want to put down that you want estate matters, trust matters, pensions, Social Security Administration matters, taxes.
Pretty much everything. Yeah.
Yeah. And then on B column, tax form number. Like W-4s, 1099s, 1041s, 1040s, 1040 vouchers.
Yes. All that.
You know, et cetera, et cetera. And then the years, I wrote from January 1956, because that's the year I was born, to 3 years in the future.
I
So
think you could go back to 18. I don't know if you can go back that fast. I think you could go back to the time you
yeah,
turn 18.
yeah, but I wanted on record that I requested from the day that
Okay,
I turned.
right. Yeah, at least it's on the record. Yeah.
Yeah,
Which
But
one we're discussing right now?
we're discussing Form 8821,
21. Mm-hmm.
tax
Brilliant. Thanks.
information authorization.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, and that was
Okay.
to support the previous form that you were discussing where you would inquire about all the 1099s that were filed.
Mm-hmm. Now that the W-4, I had came in a little late with that W-4, but boy, do I want to know.
Okay, so what we would do is if we could get our hands on those 1099s that we can request, and that's business as usual. So the
It is.
1090,
It's the best thing ever. It's the best thing ever. I let me let you know, cause but you know what was sad? The person I helped, I don't talk to him no more. They disappeared.
That's okay. We got Smoking Baby, and he's been doing this for over 30 years.
Good. I ain't got to worry about him going nowhere then.
Okay, so this process that I'm about to explain to you is Smoking Baby's process. He has been
Okay.
studying it for as long as I've been alive, and
All right.
half the time he studied it wrong. And as soon as he
Well, that's all
realized
right.
that Title 26, as soon as he realized Title 26 had
Mhm.
nothing to do with him, he said it
Mhm.
all made sense. He said reading Title 26 when making it about me was scary. He said, but the
Right.
moment I realized 19 years later that Title 26 had nothing to do with me, it was all about them, he said it all clicked and hit him like a ton of bricks.
It
So
does happen that way. Mhm.
and so if you go into the W4 big group, it's called PMA. Smoking
Okay.
Baby has at least 2 videos. One is 11 hours, and then there's a
Ooh.
2-hour one, which with the
I don't
2-hour
think I
one,
got to get that link because I came in. I don't know how. I got invited and I seen it and I just jumped in. And I don't know I don't know.
Same here.
there's a 2-hour video that is the 11 hours crunched down.
And it's called it's called
It's
PMA.
W4 Private Member Association. Somebody in this chat will have to send you a link. It's private,
Okay.
so I'm sure
Okay.
you'll have it in your inbox.
Can I get one too? This is Sherry.
And
Yeah,
Sequoia as
everybody
well.
can get one. I'm just gonna mute out some mics just so we can have undisturbed conversation real quick. Okay,
Sure.
so Smoking Baby's research. So if you watch these videos, he doesn't just
Mhm.
talk. He pulls
Okay.
up every piece of proof that you need so you know what he's saying
Oh,
is
I
real.
love him already. Now that's what I'm talking about. I love him
It's all
already.
there.
I love him already. And I got proof too for y'all. If y'all want to see a tax transcript with billions of dollars on it, I got it. I got it. I did save I saved the copy, and I'm just saying, you help people and they disappear, and that's exactly what happened. I think I
Yeah,
talked too
drop
much
it in
and
the
I
chat
helped.
there.
I sure will. Let me grab it up and I put it right in there. Yeah, look, I'm telling you, this is it. That's the missing link.
Holly, before you explain, real quick, Miss Kimberly,
Uh-huh.
when I look on that form for line number 9, it says that you cannot
Somebody
request
talking?
more than 4 years. Can you hear me, Miss
It
Kimberly?
says what?
You cannot request more than 4 years. So, and
Ooh,
then it says if you need more, connect another
that's because you
4506.
can only that's because of the spaces on the form.
Okay.
You only
It's a
got
section
enough
of
to
them.
do
Gotcha.
4 years per form.
Gotcha. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that's what
Yeah.
okay,
Don't get
all right.
confused. Don't let them
Okay.
confuse you.
Gotcha. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Okay. Let me see if I can pull that up for y'all. That would be a very good treat. Let me get it.
Yeah, it would be a
Based
really
on
good
what,
treat.
yeah, that is really awesome that you share that.
Okay.
I'm thinking that when they go and use our credit, that
Uh-huh.
there might be these events where they have to, it's kind of like when they get a promissory note
Uh-huh.
then they file a 1099 on that saying that we abandoned it.
Right.
See?
Correct.
So at certain different intervals, they know they've used a certain amount of credit of ours. They have to 1099 that as, they abandoned it or something. I'm wondering if this would help, if this is some of what you end up discovering.
That's exactly what we're talking about.
This is it. This is exactly it. Because, and not just that, every time you open up an account, let's say you went to Badcock Furniture and you opened up a regular account for furniture, they went and opened up another account, insurance. They opened up an insurance account. They went and opened up another investor account. They probably bought bonds and stocks and everything else, and then informed you and then told you you had to give them this every month, and plus, and all, these are the things that we don't get told, that they get to do behind our back.
And in some of these contracts, what I've noticed is they'll say that, like say in a mortgage, that you hereby are granting this company a power of attorney to open up whatever accounts are necessary to facilitate this transaction.
That's right.
So they use that power of attorney so they can do all this stuff. Then
that's why they ask for your ID. They need your picture ID in order to be able to open up those accounts. They don't need your ID to identify you. They need it to be able to open up those accounts. That's why they require you to give it to them, because you can identify yourself. But the reason why that you have an ID is so that these companies can steal your identity and be able to open up other accounts for their good.
And what I've also noticed is using a contract like that, even if it's, an alleged contract or whatever, because I know there's some problems with these, but noticing that term where they are accepting and demanding that you give them a power of attorney to do this transaction, there's actually a relationship there that puts you in a principal position over them acting as power of attorney. That's a fiduciary duty then to you, right? You see what I'm saying? So that from that power position also, when you would make these inquiries, you can make it clear that you are the principal checking in on your agents, checking in on those people who have a power of attorney that you've granted them. They're only supposed to be opening up accounts and doing things, in what is again the fiduciary duty, in order to benefit the principal, right? Not to defraud the principal. We never issued them these power of attorneys so they could go out there and behind our backs do all this stuff and then pretend that, we never claimed that, right? And then go file that 1099. We're going to say as power of attorney that they abandoned these. I mean, you think about that they have the gall to, as they get this power of attorney, they have duty to our principal, and they're going to then act and carry on this way. I think it's pretty, or there are words for that. But so you're saying that by filing these things, they had to then give you the information about all these 1099s that are being filed behind your back. And then you can use information like that standing in your principal position, right, over your fiduciary and say, say something about it and actually have something tangible. Because I think one of these things that they try to pull off is that, we're using your credit, but you don't know what you don't know. And how would you ever prove it? Right? And you're getting at some of the pieces to put it together to say, explain this.
Right. That's the whole gist of it. Correct.
Yeah, no, fiduciary
I'm wondering.
Let me go back up here. It just kicked me down. Let me see. I got to go back to January. I'm almost there.
It makes me want to ask some of these. You maybe put this in the list too, for you think about foreclosure defense.
Yeah.
One of the huge things that goes on in foreclosure defense is that note and the value of the note, and this idea that if that note is not getting paid on, and I'm using all this like their kind of verbiage, right?
Right.
That all of a sudden these guys they're in a loss. And if you could get some information like that to show, because that would prove that they actually filed. We know that they do. And if we could ever come across that information, that was really valuable when we were doing foreclosure defense.
Right.
So we knew that they filed this 1099-A on the note. And if you could ever get that in to show proof of that, I mean, boo, there goes this idea that they're left in arrears and aren't getting paid and all this stuff. Like, well,
there it is.
that
1099 tells on them. They can't get past that. It's telling.
Because in so many of these cases, judges and so forth, they're like, oh, the free house thing is what you had to get over. Oh my gosh, if I were to rule in the so-called borrower's favor, they get a free house, and nobody's getting a free house in my courtroom. They would be very strong with verbiage like that. Are you kidding me? A deadbeat debtor getting a free house in my courtroom?
First off, you paid for it when you signed the promissory note, and there are too many ways to handle that. You can take that promissory note you signed back to the bank that's on it and deposit it and get those payments. You can take that sucker and you can do so many things with that. It's not funny. It really ain't. It's a lot of people just don't know what can be done with that. And you can request the bonds if you end up in a foreclosure. Request the full accounting from the court. They'll send it to you. We found out that a lady we just helped in the last month or so, she had 50 bonds on the house. 50 bonds.
Hey, Kimberly.
Uh-huh.
The smoking baby just jumped on the mic.
Mm-hmm.
I was hoping you two could share each other's process.
Yeah,
and
of course.
It starts with yours, and then the W-4 comes in behind it. So if you want to go first, I think that's where we start.
Okay, that'll be perfect. Well, it's the 1099. I'm actually looking up right now, trying to see if I can. Hello, how you doing? I'm Kimberly, and I'm new to the group, but I came with nuggets, and I came to get nuggets. You know,
Hey, if I may, I have an idea for the group. Can we close the call and then reopen the call so it will start?
I can't hear you. I
Say,
couldn't
can we
understand.
close the call?
You too close to the mic.
Call and then.
Okay.